manure and like many products instead of using chemicals, as chemicals are harmful for health, which can cause many defects and all. Instead of using those, we can use organic farming. Even it is very good for health and very easy to implement, and many more actions can be done in very good cropping can be harvested.
Any points of support? Member, you may take. Any points of support? Member to my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I support my fellow delegate as healthy food is an essential part of our life. So I would just like to introduce a small change in the plan of action. What we can do is introduce the concept of organic farming among the farmers, and also, as I have seen the task reports of 2024 for Zero Hunger, we have seen that we have provided some of the manures, and that is what healthy fertilizers. So if we can again do that, re-implement it, so I guess my fellow delegates' plan of action would be much better. Thank you.
Any other points of support? Any points of contradiction? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. I agree with long-term organic farming should be the way to go, but the problem which we have is there is a lack of awareness on how to implement those manures, and also from the government too. The government isn't really pushing forward organic farming, so the problem is awareness of usage.
So, member, should I consider it like adding an awareness session to the farmers regarding the organic farming?
Yes.
Okay. Any points of contradiction? So, folks, I could see the points that you are supporting and points that you are opposing are not directly related to the motion that the delegate has raised. So please be relevant to the motion, stick on to the motion and stick on to the points that what you are telling. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I've come to the point that member has raised that organic farming is related to, I think if I'm not wrong, the point is organic farming awareness is not created between the farmers. Do you think, is it the point that farmers with so much of experience, taking it from their families, from their tenures, do not have any knowledge on organic farming? Do you have any idea that you don't even have idea what knowledge they hold on organic farming, right? So you can't give awareness on organic farming to those farmers who take it from their generations, right? So I think this is not the point actually which is mentioned in the speech, my chair.
I get your point. Please be cool. Let's communicate in a very cool manner. Okay. Member who raised the motion, would you like to answer?
Yes, it's not about. Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging.
Member, you may take your seat.
Thank you, Chair.
Any new motions on the floor? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. And many people believe the myth that only expensive food contains essential nutrients and proteins as of properly, which is currently it's not too much expensive, but it's not affordable by the people who live in slum areas and by the middle class people. So to challenge this misconception, we can visit some rural areas and promote the food items which are low cost but rich in nutrients and proteins like millets and jowar. They can be donated by us to the people over there, and I have a plan of action for this. As of December 4, 2024, the price of jowar per kg is rupees 25.11 per kg in Telangana state. So by donating samples or free samples to the people over there, we can create awareness regarding the low-cost foods that actually bring a great impact in our daily life. Thank you.
Any points of support? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to add a point to the motion raised. Is what we can do is, apart from the donation and all, we can also create an awareness and tell the people in the urban and rural areas to how to grow microgreens. That will actually help in the rooftop. It will be a double-win situation because they get knowledge to grow their own microgreens. And apart from that, it's easy to maintain vegetables. Also, they can grow on their own. So that will help for the financial expenditure and all of that. Thank you.
So, member, can I take it as a new motion, giving awareness sessions on microgreens
Yes,
and rooftop
yes, you
gardening?
can. Yes.
Thank you. Any points of support? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. According to the motion, I would like to make workshops on the implementation of project or the motion which we need, so that the slum areas will even have an idea how to make their balanced diet and even more usage of good proteins of food and what to eat and what not to eat, which may lead their good health and they won't get any any health issues and many more, they will have health issues based on the food problems what they take. If they take good food, they won't have any health issues.
Any points of support? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my member said, that we can create awareness regarding how we can yield crops of microgreens. There is also another alternative called hydroponic farming, which requires less percent of water. It only requires 80% of soil and a very few requirement of water. So we can create an awareness of how can we yield crops by using hydroponic farming and also promote microgreens like spinach and leafy vegetables. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? Any points of contradiction? Member to my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I hope you don't mind. I want to contact the earlier points too because there was no option about contradiction. Thank you, Chair. So first of all, I would like to say one of my fellow delegates said that we can go for the jowars and millet. I would like to say that in our India it's already being agricultured a lot about jowar and millets, and we can't go to any farmer like that and tell them that please use this. It also depends on the soil factor. We have which state have which kind of which region of India has which kind of soil. According to that, farmers do that. And one of my fellow delegates said that of course they have a lot of knowledge. This is not our field. And secondly, one of my fellow delegates said that we have to do the awareness sessions about all these things and health issues and everything. I would like to please remind all of you that this is zero hunger and not health and well-being. There are many people, even in my opening speech I have said that there are many people who are hungry. They don't even get a chance of one meal per day, and we are discussing here about the wellness of people who are already getting food. So I think we are deviating from the motion which we are discussing upon right now. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? Points of contradiction to the motion raised. Any new motions on the floor? Member to my extreme left. Before starting off, I request everyone to keep down your phones. You proceed, member.
Thank you for recognizing me, Chair. I would like to propose installing solar-powered community fridges in rural Telangana, ensuring continuous access to stored food for those in need. Can I get into the details of it?
Yes, please.
So the project details are, we install a solar-powered refrigerator in villages and schools, stocked with fruits, vegetables and milk. Villages and local NGOs also contribute to fresh food daily. So anyone in need can take food free of cost.
I could hear both contradictions and support. Any points of support? Remember, you may take your seat. Any points of support? I've heard taps also. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Remember to my left.
Thank you for acknowledging, Chair. Remember you talked about solar-powered community fridges. So the problem with them is maintenance and feasibility and food too. Like we would have to stock them continuously with food too, right? So that could be a budget problem too for us.
Member who raised the motion, would you like to answer? Proceed.
I've already mentioned when I was giving the
Member,
problem.
you may take your seat. Any points of contradiction? I've heard a lot of banks. Member to my left.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Ma'am, can I speak in Telugu?
Yes, you.
Ma'am, example, హోటల్స్లో చాలా ఫుడ్ లిఫ్ట్ అయిపోతుంది ఈవినింగ్ టైంలో. సో ఎగ్జాంపుల్ తను ఫిష్ ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేస్తే ఆ ఫుడ్ అంతా తీసుకొని ఫ్రిడ్జ్లో స్టోర్ చేయొచ్చు మ్యామ్. లైక్ ఆ ఫుడ్ అంతా తీసుకొని ఫ్రిడ్జ్లో స్టోర్ చేయొచ్చు మ్యామ్. అవసరం ఉన్న తీసుకుంటాం. రెస్టారెంట్స్లో ఫుడ్ లిఫ్ట్ ఓవర్ ఉంటుంది మ్యామ్, లిఫ్ట్ ఓవర్ ఫుడ్. మనం హోటల్కి వెళ్ళి మాట్లాడి మేనేజర్స్తో ఆ ఫుడ్ అంతా ప్యాకేజింగ్ చేసుకొని ఫ్రిడ్జెస్లో పెట్టొచ్చు మ్యామ్. సో థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Member to my extreme left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I would like to contradict the point my fellow delegate said earlier. She mentioned solar-powered fridges. The problem with solar-powered fridges is that the solar-powered fridges, to make them, we need something like solar-related things. And 80% of them are imported from other countries, and 80% are imported from USA, and 20% from other countries. So to use them, we need to take care of the tariff.
Okay, members. Okay, let her continue and let her close her point.
So importing them from other countries, we need to take care of the tariff on those things. And as my fellow delegate said earlier, maintenance. So other countries use them because they don't have dust in their countries. But according to our environment, there is a lot of maintenance required on that point. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? Member to my extreme right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. First of all, I would like to ask, even if it is any individual or any restaurant, why would they stock up their food in others' refrigerator? Because nowadays, because the food wastage has been a very critical condition in India, so nowadays they are working on food management so that they won't have any loss. And secondly, if you are still thinking that we have food wastage, so easily we can just have a food donation drive instead of having a solar panel. I'm not introducing any motion. I'm just against contradiction that let's not make it complicated by implementing any fridges, but simply you could have just told that there can be food donation drives. So yeah, thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? Member to my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, my dear delegates, hunger is more than missing a meal because it is estimated that globally around 25,000 people die daily and around 10,000 people are the children. So, I suggest that we will be introducing a FRN, which is nothing but a food redistribution network, which is a replica of a Robin Hood army, which is the largest NGO in the all over India.
So what does this NGO does is, the leftover food which is there in the restaurants or hotels, those people are going to inform the members in the NGO. And these people, if possible, they will be distributing the food for the homeless people and the needy people. Thank you, Chair.
Any points of support? Member to my extreme left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate mentioned about Robin Rabi, I agree with him because I've seen them donate do these donation drives, and I have my cousin doing it, and it's probably genuine. So I feel that we could do it too. Thank you, Chair.
Any points of support? Member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. And what she said regarding the refrigerator and also storing food, many hotels in Chennai, which I have researched regarding, many hotels and restaurants in Chennai, they actually have food storage refrigerators for the needy. They always keep it aside, outside of the restaurant, so that the needy can actually pick up and eat. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? Krishna.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to raise a concern regarding the models which have been suggested by my co-delegates. Collecting leftover food from restaurants and distributing to the people in need. So there might be inconsistency in quality and quantity as well. So which because Hyderabad and can't afford the rest. Because if there is any, if anyone is consuming the food, if something happens to the individual, who is going to be accountable for it?
Any points of contradiction? Member who raised the motion, would you like to answer back? You may proceed.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, as my co-delegate mentioned that if there is any problem, who is responsible? So, the Robin Hood Army is running the NGO from since 15 to 20 years. So, there is no issue, those kind of issues. So, if we do the replica of the same NGO, how does these kind of issues will become?
Krishna, would you like to answer back?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. And my co-delegate, I would like to highlight that Chairperson mainly focuses on sustainability and sustainable projects, and this model is not sustainable in a long term. And HY mainly consisting of students, it may not be really feasible for students to actively coordinate with the restaurant in collecting, and also it is difficult in sorting out the logistics. Thank you.
We acknowledge the presence of Sri Chandra, the Chief Executive Officer of Streetcars India and President of Streetcars Hyderabad 2022. We acknowledge the presence of Lalita Aditya, the Honorary Chairperson, HY Season 10, President Hyderabad 1819, City Mentor SC Chennai 2122, and founder of SC Pride 2021, Originating Mentor. We are pleased to have you. We acknowledge the presence of Sai Ganesh, the General Secretary, HR, Division Expansion, Digital 2425, SC Chennai. Thank you. Division Expansion Lead, Digital 2425, SC Chennai.
Any new motions on the floor? Member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I'm just reminded of the goal, no hunger. So, zero hunger. So, I would just like to put up my motion that as government has already implemented so many schemes for all the people in the country that I would like to just list out the schemes listed by the government, that is PDS, that is Public Distribution System, National Food Security Midday Schemes, and Poshan Abhiyan. So I would like to question all my members that how many of them are aware of it. So I would like to spread an awareness about all the schemes who are holding by the government to every one of the members sitting here, so that they can also spread their awareness in their homes and be eligible for all the schemes. So why not we members learn about them and do a good research about them, and productivity and scalability meet at the scale, and we can create a workshop, we can create awareness in many of the schools and many of the colleges regarding the schemes by the government.
Any points of support? Any points of contradiction?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I mean, it is very funny to know the motion of educating students. People are present here. I think we have to remind ourselves. I think we have to remind ourselves that this is zero hunger. This is zero hunger. This is zero hunger, and we are not educating ourselves. In India, every village has a coordinator working over there, and they will know all the PDS scheme and everything, and people are taking it. It is not just going in vain. So, this is completely irrelevant to the motion to the goal that you are working on. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to add what Sir said. The problem is not about awareness. People know about those schemes. The problem is the schemes themselves and their implementation.
Member, just to clear, you can address each other as my co-delegate or co-member instead of sir or ma'am. Any points of contradiction? Any points of support? Ranavi.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, as my co-delegate said, execution of those schemes are actually a problem, and recently, in recent days, we have seen food poisoning which has been occurred in many hostels due to the food which has been really. Thank you. So, the food which is not actually good for the people, and we found lizards in the rice, and also some of the schemes which the food is being transferred to the hostels and also to the students, it's not actually nutritious, and also it's not that healthy to them, because finding these in that, so cleanliness and also nutritious food is important as we are supplying to the students. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? Member to my extreme left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to propose a motion to empower rural women by helping them start nutritious snack-making businesses to address hunger and malnutrition. I'll get into the project details. We can form women self-help groups and sell healthy millet-based snacks. This provides employment for women while tackling child malnutrition. Products include ragi laddus, energy bars, protein-rich namkeen. The benefits of this include empowering rural women. It provides affordable, healthy snacks and encourages millet farming. I also want to add on that we are not going to force any of the women in the rural areas. I'm pretty sure we'll get a good number of women who are interested in, making these snacks, and I'm sure they have good ideas and good ideas for more energy powered snacks. So we won't be forcing anyone, we can't tell them make it, but we'll definitely find a bunch of groups of women who are willing to make this. Thank you.
Any points of support? Lalita.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So the idea of teaching people how to make healthy snacks is, I think, a great idea. However, if you want to truly do the project or do the event successfully, you need to know where to sell it and how to sell it to. Because you can't just teach people how to make it and just leave the whatever project midway. So if there is a clear plan of action as to how you are going to sell these snacks, is there going to be a certain place allocated in these rural areas where you can get groceries or something like that, it would make more sense. So basically what I'm trying to say is it's a great idea. However, you need to have a full-fledged idea as to how to sell it, where to sell it, and only then can you go ahead with this project. Thank you so much.
Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Ma'am, to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I want to make sure the motion is zero. The goal is zero hunger. How does it relate to zero hunger? Zero hunger works to eradicate poverty, not just for the economic growth and well-being of the citizens.
Member who raised the motion, would you like to answer back? You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Zero hunger is not specifically poverty. We had no poverty in the last phase. Here, like my co-delegate mentioned in her opening speech, there are a lot of children who are suffer from malnutrition. So this helps in providing food which is full of nourishment, and it addresses hunger mainly. This is not about poverty. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I see this, the goal is zero hunger. We are not even here to discuss about how to make business. So, however, we are ready to, if the business is, we are ready to see the business, but we can't say how much we can spend on it. And the motion is like, we need to spend, but even they need to run the business, so they need to have, they need to get paid for the food they are taking. So I guess this is not a good motion.
Any points of contradiction? Member to my extreme right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Basically, I'm contradicting to my co-delegate who have proposed the motion. So basically, our goal is zero hunger. That means she also mentioned that it is a problem with the malnutrition. I think that is belongs to the good health and well-being. No? First we have actually zero hunger. That means we have to give food for the people who are in need. Like if they have money, if they have money that they can buy for a village laddu, then we can call it as a zero hunger actually. So what I'm thinking is first we need to give them the food. That is a basic need. That means the rice and all. Then we'll think about don't we have carbohydrates and don't we have proteins in the curry and the rice? First, basically, at least we need to have food just to survive, and then we'll think about being malnutrition or not. Just we have to survive, no, at least. So I'm completely opposing this motion.
Member, would you like to answer? Proceed.
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. Zero hunger also mainly tackles malnutrition. Zero hunger includes providing food, nourishment, and nourishment includes preventing malnutrition. And through this motion that I've raised, we are addressing malnutrition, and also this provides food for children in a fun way if they are not willing to eat, or if it's hard for them to eat just regular food and they don't have access to fancier food. This makes it more fun and better for them to eat. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? I would like to invite Mr. Lalit Aditya onto the chair table.
Very good morning to all of you. So I'd like to adjourn the house for like 2 minutes. You guys have had your breakfast? You can say yes, the house. So please be more energetic. This is the first goal of the day. And also, see, when you have goals that the UN has given, right, the Sustainable Development Goals, when you say zero hunger, it doesn't mean you just feed them breakfast. And you say, yes, I did a project because they have zero hunger till lunchtime. You understand? So think about ways in which you can create sustainable ways for people who don't have either the awareness, the resources, or they don't have means, an idea to eradicate the problem of hunger. Now, it is not black and white. All of these goals, any United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, it's not set in like boundaries. So you can be free with your mind, acknowledge other motions also with an open mind, and see how they can be a long-term effect. So if you are providing, let's say, employment, correct, but it is like a food-based kind of idea, that can also be part of zero hunger. Now, whether it's part of zero hunger or not is the chairperson's call. But when it comes to you, make sure you're raising motions with a free and open mind. Is that understood? If it's understood, say aye. Can you say it louder? Aye. Yes. So I call the house to order. Any new motions on the floor? Any new motions on the floor, please? Yes, please.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, as it comes to zero hunger, like there are many people that who are homeless and with no employability. So, if we'll give some employment to them, they can earn by themselves, so they can feed them by themselves. So there is no need of like providing food like from HYA to them like for a certain period of time. If we'll provide employment to them, they can feed themselves by like until their last breath.
Remember, what is the motion like? How do you want to provide employment? What do you want to do?
So, like however, like in which work they are interested.
Remember, when you are coming up with a motion, you need to have a clear plan of action, right? We should not be general. Okay? Thank you so much. You can take a seat. Any new motions on the floor? I want you to be a little more braver. It's okay. It's really okay. You have an opportunity to make actual change in this world around you. So, yes, please be, yes, go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, I have a plan of creating an app, but that if any like food wastage, like in our houses or functions or anywhere. That food they can in that app they can click. They can register and make a clear point that we have a food, and our volunteers go there and pick up those food, and they can provide wherever they want, like for the needy people. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Any points of support? Please go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I do support the motion given by my co-delegate, but my question is to the delegate, the feasibility in long term. We would constantly require volunteers for this motion. So my question is, how do we go on about it?
Member, can you summarize your point of support?
How I support the motion, but how would we have volunteers constantly?
Thank you so much. Any other points of support? Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. We have like in our daily like experiences, we see lots of hotels in a regular basis that they do lots of food, and at the end of the day it's getting wasted and it's just dumped into the dustbins. So as I come to the point that my delegate gave us a point that we generating an application wherein we can put up the food which is at the leftover for the day, or the food which is there at the hotel, for suppose XYZ hotel. And if we just talk about the season called Ramzan, there's a lot of food wasted and dumped in the dustbin. So overheating of food is again a problem. Storing of food is again a problem. So it is costing again a health issue thing. So why not we distributing the food to the poor who are really hungry?
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair.
Any points of contradiction? I heard a lot more contradictions.
So many bangs were there when the motion was raised.
Yes. Somebody who hasn't gotten a chance to speak yet amongst you? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I want to ask a question to my fellow delegate. Who is supposed to make the app? And also one more thing. Okay, the food is wasted, I get it, but won't it be spoiled by the end of the day? Thank you.
Member, would you like to answer that? The one who came up with the motion? Please go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair.
Thank you for what?
Acknowledging me, Chair. Sorry. The members from NGO, they can create an app, and I want to answer the one more contradiction about who will be the volunteers. Like members from the NGO will be at various places, right? They will be as a volunteers. They can go collect the food and distribute.
Thank you. Any other points of contradiction? Somebody who hasn't gotten a chance to speak? Go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Like my co-delegate mentioned that one among us can make the app. I would like to question everyone, who among us knows to make the app? Who can make the app among us? One of you, anyone?
Member, is it an open-ended question? What is your contradiction?
I mean, there's absolutely no one in the room who can make the app, so it's not as big as she thinks implementing this idea is. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Next time, please refrain from just saying pronouns. Just say delegate, my co-delegate. Refrain from saying she, he, all. Okay, thank you. Any other last point of contradiction? Anybody who thinks it's like a crazy end-all contradiction? Yeah, wow. Go for it.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Telangana ranks 23 in terms of safety index. How will we trust the restaurants and the functions and all? Because learning kitchen to reuse the oils. So I think this motion is not fit for us. That's it.
Can you Can you repeat it again? What's your contradiction?
Telangana ranks 23 in terms of safety index. At the same time, how will trust the restaurants with the dirty kitchen to reused oils?
Okay. Any new motions on the floor? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. First, I would like to introduce a seed called hybrid vigor seed. So most of the remote areas are not aware of this seed. So when I get into the characteristics of the seed is created using different genotypes and different traits. In the sense, the seed has a lot of qualities. So implementing, like if the local farmers use these seeds, I think the people who are present there will be beneficial because each seed will be having a lot of nutritional value as compared to their parent seeds. So another point which is very advantageous is small amount of having this food which is obtained from the grains are long-term fulfillment. So most of the remote areas are really not aware of this, and I think they should be, we should educate them and we should be providing them these seeds. If I can give you an example.
No, member, it's okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any points of support? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I come up with an upgrade of this motion. Why not a seed distribution drive of this seed?
Thank you. Any points of contradiction? Can we please acknowledge the presence of the chief guest?
It is an honor and privilege to introduce a distinguished leader whose contributions have significantly impacted the landscape of technology, industry and governance. We are fortunate to have with us Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, an accomplished Indian Administrative Service Officer of the 1992 batch, currently serving as the Special Chief Secretary to the Government of Telangana in the Departments of Information Technology, Electronics and Communications, and Industry and Commerce. In his illustrious career, Mr. Ranjan has championed innovative policies that have transformed Telangana into one of the most sought-after destinations for business and startups. His forward-thinking approach and commitment to ease of doing business reforms have streamlined processes, attracting major investments and propelling the state to new heights. A firm believer in leveraging technology for societal good, Mr. Ranjan's leadership has facilitated groundbreaking initiatives in areas like digital infrastructure, smart city projects, and startup incubation. His dedication to sustainable economic growth has not only created opportunities for business but also empowered young entrepreneurs and innovators. Beyond his administrative responsibilities, Mr. Ranjan is a passionate advocate for personal and professional development. He inspires many through his insights on leadership, continuous learning and self-improvement. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Jayesh Ranjan. We are truly privileged to have you with us today, sir. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, sir, for joining us. Would you like to share any inputs to all the students? You can proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairperson and the first Chairperson. First of all, I told that there is a dress code, otherwise I would have worn my jacket and tie and all that. I thought it's a Sunday, I'm talking to young people, then I have to go to watch a cricket match, sorry, casual way. But apologies if I violated any protocol of the assembly. But nevertheless, I'm very happy that all of you are discussing and debating some of the most pressing problems that the world faces today. You will also be aware that despite so much of progress, despite so much of economic growth, etc., we still have poor people in our society. But what is more worrying is that, see, when we speak about poor people, we use this term in a very homogeneous way, poor, as if everyone is equally poor or similarly poor. Within the poor also, there are shades of differences. There are some people who are on the borderline, and sometimes they actually come out of poverty, but because of, let us say, they depend upon agriculture, the rains are not good, they slip back, so they're kind of borderline people. Some people are slightly disadvantaged, but they still manage their livelihoods in some way or the other. But there is one group of people who can be called the poorest of the poor, the bottom of the pyramid really. And one would imagine that there is no such thing as such low-end grinding poverty. But the fact is that there is low-end grinding poverty, not just in our country, but also in other parts of the world, also in our state. And these are the people who face the brunt of all these challenges. So you're speaking about hunger, you're going to speak about good health, you're going to speak about livelihoods opportunities. So let me share something which has come out of my own experience. Many years ago, I got a chance to work in a project which was exclusively meant for the poorest of the poor. How do you help the poorest of the poor come out of poverty? Now, I'll just, instead of delivering a monologue from this side, I'll ask you some simple questions. So, what do you think the poorest of the poor do for their livelihoods? I'm talking about the rural context. Some of you may not be familiar, but you can use your imagination and tell. What do the poorest of the poor typically do? How much land do you think they own, the poorest of the poor?
Members, you can feel free to interact with Sir. He's given you the option.
You can guess this. It's not that you have some precise data for that. But what is your guess? Let us say there is some village, some random village in Telangana or Orissa or Bihar or Chhattisgarh, and you have to mentally visualize a very, very poor family, the poorest of the poor family. How much land do you think they will be having, the poorest of the poor family? Does the rule not allow them to speak?
No, sir. Like now they are allowed to speak.
This is my first time, so I'm not familiar
Yes, sir.
with
So you can, you can go ahead, please.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. And when we talk about the poorest of the poor, coming to the land they own, I think the only land that they have is a hut, and the whole life they have been spending in the huts. And the poorest of the poor employment would be wage workers, which again doesn't have any job security. So they need to come out of their huts and go and stand on the streets waiting for the public transport and seek a new job every day, which doesn't have any job security. They can be removed or fired from the job too. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. So, what I had planned to ask through a series of 5 questions, you have answered all of them in one, but that is the correct answer. The poorest of the poor typically have no assets. They don't have any land. They live in huts. In the hut also, they don't have any television. They don't have any fridge. They have some very basic mattress or a kind of a basic. They have some kitchen utensils. At the most, they may have a bicycle, but they don't have anything beyond a bicycle. Sometimes they have maybe a goat or a small cow or maybe 4 chicken, that kind of thing. But more important question is, the other important question is, what do you think goes on in their mind all the time? What is the poorest of the poor thinking 24/7? Is he thinking who is going to win the IPL today, or when is the next MCU movie coming? What do you think goes on in his mind? No, anyway, my suggestion is just be spontaneous. I know that you follow decorum and procedures, but randomly anyway, I mean, since you have got your mic open.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So the poorest of the poor would not have any drastic goals like us, getting a car, getting a big land for us, getting a well-furnished flat for us. So they would have a one-day plan, that is how to fill their stomach, how to make their family happy, and how to be the best of for the day. So that would be the plan of the poorest.
Okay, wonderful. So again, precisely correct answer. In their mind, this very basic issue of survival. Like she mentioned that job is not secure, which is the truth. So the poorest of the poor is always thinking about these things. Like, okay, for the next 3 days, this person is giving me a job, but what I am going to do on the 4th day, how will I get my food, how will I feed my family? And there is one other issue also, which bothers the poorest of the poor quite a lot. So, you can intuitively think about it. We have found it actually to be true that most of the poorest of the poor, literally all of them, 100% of them, they are heavily indebted. They have borrowed money, and obviously they don't borrow money from a bank or from a financial institution, etc. They borrow money from money lenders who give money at a very, very high interest. And there is always a pressure on them to return that money. And if you don't return the money, whatever small things I have, even those will be captured. So they are always worried about this. That money lender came to my house yesterday, he threatened me, he has given me only 1 week time to repay, where will I get the money? So these are some of the things which continuously bothers him. Again, a third question, but take a guess. I'm not very sure. I mean, the first 2 questions, both of you were absolutely spot on, but I'm not very sure if you will be precisely correct about this question that I'm asking, but still let us see, make a guess. So the third question is like this: if you really sit down with the poorest of the poor and try to find out what does he think about his own poverty, why is he poor? If you ask a poorest of the poor person, why are you poor? What answer do you think he will give? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think he would certainly blame his education.
Pardon me?
He would certainly blame his education, because obviously education creates revenue and income, and it is clearly evident in society about it.
Yeah. So, anyone else? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging me, sir. I think he would, apart from that, he would also blame the generational wealth. So
that his ancestors did not leave anything.
Yeah.
Any more answers? Okay.
Maybe he'll blame the situation or around them, or mainly the system. How is the system not supporting?
Okay. We'll take one more and then.
Thank you, Jay, for acknowledging me. Some would also blame blame that they are not ready for the change in them, or the change which can get them out of that poorest of the poor. Thank you.
Right. So we'll I mean, in the interest of time, we'll move on. So I mean, all these 4 answers which have come are also correct. Not that they are not correct, and poorest of the poor do realize that they are not educated, they don't have opportunities, system has betrayed them. But if you really ask them, if you get their mind share and they open up completely before you, the answer that they will give is that God wants us to be. Bhagwan ki wajah se. what language you speak at home, but if you speak Telugu at home, the answer is because the work which I did was in villages in, it's now in Andhra Pradesh, a district called Chittoor. So దేవుడు ఇట్లే అనుకున్నాను, తరాల నుంచి మమ్మల్ని ఇట్లే చూస్తున్నారు. So what this means is that God wants our generation to remain like this. So it's God's wish. But we all know that no God would like people to suffer, and whatever is your religion. And even if you are an atheist, even if you have a vague understanding of God, no God would like people to suffer and face tragedies and all that. So, but that is the way they believe, that God just wants, this is God's thing. Now the last question, and then I'll explain a few concepts to you. The last question is this, that what do poorest of the poor think about the government? What do you guess? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. What they think is, what they think is the government only prefers to develop areas which are already developed. Like, they don't develop where it should be developed. So they think poverty people will, their life is like that, their faith is like that. So they don't need any modifications in their life. So I think that, yes, thank you.
Yeah, any more answers? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I guess the poor people think that the government, mostly the schemes which are being implementing, most of the poor people think that why are we not getting the funds which we need to be getting, and why are all the funds which should be coming to us, why are they going to the politicians as black money and all?
Correct. So we take one more and then I'll move on. Anyone else?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I feel the poorest of the poor may think why the government is not providing a way to clear our poverty, or why the government is not providing some employment opportunities to clear our poverty. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So, see, I think all of you are being very polite by giving these kind of polite answers. If you actually sit with the poorest of the poor, after you have gained their trust and all, they will openly tell you that the government is full of thieves, that the government is full of dacoits, that the government, in Hindi, there's an expression, sab chor hai. So that's what they think, that sab log chor hai. But I'll tell you, I can keep asking these kind of questions, but we need to reach to some takeaways and conclusions also. So if you really see why the poorest of the poor feel that the government is only for the rich, the government is not interested in improving them in coming out of poverty, the government is not bringing schemes for them, it is all getting diverted, there is corruption. So in our state, in Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and literally all other states in our country, the face of the government is a functionary of the government who works at the village level. So let me tell you about this person. The person who works with the community at the village level, his designation is Village Administrative Officer, VAO. The irony is that even though he is called the Village Administrative Officer, he never lives in the village. He lives in some nearby town. Typically, he owns a scooter or a motorcycle. So when you hear a sound of a motorcycle entering a village, you can make out that, okay, the VO is coming today. It's like a guest appearance in a movie. Someone is, in some movies they show the sound of that motorcycle racing, and then they will show, first they'll show the boots of the hero and his trousers and his jacket, and maybe his sunglasses or cap. So that is how the VO's presence in that village is noticed. When he comes to the village also, as some of you alluded to, all his time is spent with the rich people in the village. he is only found with the zamindars, the big landlords, the big farmers, and what they discuss also is shrouded in secrecy. They'll be typically sitting inside some room, and the impression outside will be that the discussion will be about lena dena, corruption. Some scheme is coming, I'll take 100, I'll give 100 to you. That is all the discussion will be. And on the very rare occasions, when they have to go to the poorest of the poor, they will show tremendous amount of impatience. Just put your sign here, put your thumb impression, I have to leave, it's 4 o'clock, this and that, and very, very marginal kind of interactions, showing total disinterest, total lack of empathy. And poor people may not have gone to a college, may not have education, but they're not fools. They're seeing this for generations. And that is why they feel that this is the government. Everyone is a thief. Everyone is a dacoit. So when I was asked to work on a project, which I'm obviously from the government as was introduced, and the poorest of the poor think that the government is thief, this created a very big dilemma for me. Like I have to work with them, but they think that I am a thief, so or I am a dacoit. So how do I work? So what do you think? What is the way out? I need to work with you. I mean, you were told that all the principal secretary IT to this youth assembly, but someone told you that he's a thief. So how do you go about it? How do you engage with this person? Or how do I, let us say all of you are poorest of the poor, I have to work with you, I have to help you come out of your poverty. But you think that I am a thief, I am a dacoit. If I wear a t-shirt saying that I am not a dacoit, I am a great guy, will you change your impressions about me? So I'll tell you. So anyway, this is not the question. But what I did was, so since they think this way about the government, we decided that we will implement this project completely outside the government. And I implemented this project, I mentioned earlier, in a district called Chittoor, which is in Andhra Pradesh. You may be familiar with a very holy temple town called Tirupati. Tirupati is a part of the district, Chittoor district. So we decided to take young people to work in this project, and we called them community coordinators. And I recruited about 100 young people. They were all college graduates. Some of them had studied engineering. Some of them had studied business. Some of them had studied sociology, social work. But I found 100 odd people. And I told them that for 1 month, just go to the poorest of the poor habitations and just spend time with them. And later on, once you come back, we'll decide what to do, how to work and all that. So when I interacted with them after about a month or so, I asked them an open question that how do you think we should work with the poorest of the poor? And they were unanimous in telling that the only way to grab his mind space, because all of us discussed a while ago, what occupies his mind 24/7 are very basic survival issues. He's not able to think of anything. One very big task for us is to tell him that you are not poor because of God, you are poor because of other reasons. And therefore, we need to kind of convince him, because this belief that you are poor because of God, nothing is possible, is coming for hundreds of years. You have to remove that myth and tell him that it is possible to come out of poverty. So all the young people who went to different villages to work with the poorest of the poor, they came back with the same conclusion, that if we have to really change their mind, if we have to create a positive vision, we have to live with them and work with them. So hundreds of young people in Chittoor district decided that they will live with the poorest of the poor. And obviously the poorest of the poor don't live in some great luxury. As she had mentioned, they live in small huts. In fact, I remember in one village where the community coordinator went, the huts also were so small and so shabby that there was no place for him to live. So coincidentally, very close to the village, there was a water pump which had a small shed over it. So that became his home for almost 7-8 months. In another village, when our coordinator that village had a kind of a practice or a tradition, let us say, of making alcohol in an illegal way. I don't know whether you're aware of it or not. While there is liquor, bottled liquor, but in villages, people also make alcohol illegally. So in that village, that used to be the work which was done. So when the coordinator went there, they thought that he's some plainclothes police person. They threw chili powder in his eyes to drive him out. And we have to put him in a hospital, get his eyes washed. But he persisted. He went again after another week. Second time also they were very angry. They tried to beat him up. He went back. But he went the third time, fourth time. So finally the villagers say, okay, let us see who is he. Let us keep a close watch. And if time permits, I'll tell you what happened in that village. I mean, what happened in that village is unbelievable. It's mind-boggling. So people started living with the poorest of the poor. And they were there all the time. And let me share one more thing with you. Let me ask this as a question. I mean, this is an interesting question. So as I mentioned to you, when we say poor, not everyone is equally poor. So let us look at a village. A village will have rich people, poor people, everyone lives together. Now, what is the hierarchy in a village? Who is at the very top? Who is at the very top in a village? Who are at the very top?
Sir, thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Sarpanch.
I mean, let us call the rich landlords. Sarpanch could be one of them, but in current times, we also have reservations for the post of Sarpanch. So Sarpanch could be a Dalit also, Sarpanch could be a tribal also, but they are all notional Sarpanches, no power comes to them. So the people at the real top, so let me now explain. I think it will be easier if I explain to this, but I'll ask one question still. So the hierarchy is typically like this, and please follow this carefully because I'm going to ask a question. At the top are large zamindars, big landlords, who actually wield all the influence, all power in the village. Next to them are other rich people. Thereafter are people whom we can call non-poor. They are not rich, but they are also not poor. They are just average kind of people. Then poor, then dash, and then the poorest of the poor. What is there in that dash? I'll explain a bit. Zamindars, rich, non-poor, poor, dash, poorest. What is there in that dash?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Maybe the middle class people.
No, middle class can't be below poor. Middle class, I already mentioned, they are non-poor. I mean, I use the same term. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Is this below poverty line people?
No, sorry. Everyone below poor, from poor onwards is below poverty. Anyone else who can guess? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think it's daily wage workers.
No, but daily wage workers are typically the poorest of the poor. So let's open for one more time and then I will tell you the answer. Yeah, go ahead. Pardon me?
The people who work on the farms, who don't have the farm but they work
So
on
that's
the
what, the daily wage workers and all. So I'm sorry, I kind of asked a trick question because it's a trick question. But so the answer is, so I'll give you the answer. Zamindars, rich people, non-poor, which is the middle class, poor, animals, poorest. So it may sound like a trick question, trick answer, but this is the reality. In the villages where I worked, zamindars had typically 40-50 cows because Chittoor district is very famous for dairy. Every cow had a name. It's again a very strange thing, but typically the names would be after film actresses. So one cow will be called Hema Malini, one cow will be called Madhubala, one cow will be, I don't know who are the current actresses. Samantha is the current actress, isn't it? So I don't know, if I go there maybe some cow is called, I really don't know, but that is Zamindar will know every cow's name. If a cow falls ill or falls sick, heaven and earth will be raised to get the doctors. But Zamindar will not know the names of even one poorest of the poor. He will address them as a collective group, Ore, like that. If one person dies also, it won't even come to his notice that someone has passed away in the Dalit Wada or in the tribal community. So that is unfortunately the reality. So social dignity of an animal is more than the poorest of the poor. Now imagine if this is the scenario, that the rich people don't even acknowledge that I exist. I'm only some faceless farm worker who is working in their farms, and who else, what else is happening in his life, no one knows. Imagine an educated person who is from the city, he can get a job anywhere in the world. He's there and he's living with me all 24/7. He's talking to me, he's respectful, he's polite, he's showing interest in my life. What will you think about this person? Please tell, what will you think about this person? You will think that he's like God. In fact, I used to go to different villages, and in some villages the poorest of the poor told me that if the coordinator tells us, that is, all the poorest of the poor, that jump in the well, that is the solution to poverty, I will close my eyes and jump. That is the way they captured the mind space of the people. But of course, no one advised them to jump in the well. That is not the solution. So after we captured the mind space, and this took different periods of time. In some villages, as I told, there was one village, they were very suspicious, they threw chili powder. It took months for the coordinator to get this kind of mind space in the minds of the poorest people. In some village it happened within weeks, in some village it happened in 2 months, in 4 months. So there's no formula that how long do you need to stay with the poorest people. It happens at different points in time. But once this mind space was captured, only one discussion took place, which was, why do you think you are poor? And once we told them that it is not God because of which you are poor, what is the answer which we gave to them? What do you think? I mean, of course, you mentioned all these things, that they are not educated, they don't have vision, they don't have opportunities, corruption is happening, so that the money which they are supposed to get also is not coming. But the reality is, and if I have to give a one sentence answer, why are some people poorest of the poor? There's only one sentence answer. Poorest are poorest because of the rich. There's no other answer. And therefore we would tell them that if you have to come out of your poverty status, what do you do? So maybe last question. I guess I'm kind of exceeding the time which was given to me. But I'll ask one last question, and then we will run through the rest of the points that I wanted to make. The last question is, what is required to come out of poverty? If a poorest of the poor has to be brought out of poverty, what is required?
Firstly, they need, thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Firstly, they need to have the confidence and willpower to get out of it.
Yeah, that's a good answer. Confidence and willpower. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. They need employment to survive.
Yeah, that's true. They require employment.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. First of all, they need the information how to come out of it, and they need to get the awareness to get out of it.
Yeah, we'll take a couple of more answers.
Mainly the mindset should change.
Yeah, awareness, attitude, education, the confidence, belief. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate said that they need willpower and all of that. I would like to add another point that they think that employment can only happen if you have a degree or some education skills, etc. We need to acknowledge them them that your own talent can also be put up outside in the society.
Self-employment.
Yeah.
Okay, so see, it's like this. All of you are correct. None of you have given any wrong answer or off the mark answer. But this also was some kind of a trick question. And the answer was, again, when I tell the answer, you'll find it very funny. But the answer is, poorest of the poor to come out of poverty, they require money. Isn't it? Suppose all of you are poorest of the poor, I keep lecturing, I develop confidence, fine, I do all that, but where is the money? So, but anyway, let me now ask a serious question. So let us say poorest of the poor requires money. How much money does he require? Think of a village where some family is very, very poor, poorest of the poor. How much money will help them come out of poverty? Any guess? Obviously none of you have done any maths or calculations, so you want, the best you can do is to make a guess. Just tell me, let me see how close you could be.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I guess like 50 lakhs plus is required.
Even I don't have 50 lakhs. If you give 50 lakhs to me, I'll be very happy. So, any other person?
I think for the basic survival, at least 10K per month will be sustainable.
Suppose I have to give him a once some big dose of money. How much do I give? So, any other answers?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think per annum we can afford them 3 to 4 lakhs. That would be sufficient for
So
them.
I'll give you the basics. So I used to work in this project almost 20 years ago. I worked in this project from 98 to 2002, and I worked in a remote area in Chittoor district. So what we did was that we actually calculated. See, as I told you, that in every village there is a hierarchy, there is a zamindar. So my intention is not to make the poorest of the poor equivalent to a zamindar. I mean, if it happens, that is great. But at least the non-poor, the middle class category that we agreed is a sizable percentage. So what we did was, in every village we would notice what is it that these people are having, which these people are missing. So we discussed a while ago that poorest of the poor don't have any land, but the middle class people maybe have 3 acres of land. Poorest of the poor people live in a jhopdi, that hut, Odisha. But these people live in a small brick house. He has only a cycle, he has a scooter, he doesn't have a television, he has a television, he has no cooking gas, they have a cooking gas. So if I have to make all these things available, how much money is required? So in those days, in remote parts of Andhra Pradesh, our calculation showed that with 80,000 rupees, you can give all these things. So today, if you go 20 years later and do the math, it may not be 80,000 rupees. Maybe it is 2 lakh rupees or whatever. But there is a way to calculate how much of investment is required to help the poorest come out of poverty. Now, though I mentioned that I'll ask, that would have been my last question, but this will be the last question. The last question is, a poorest requires 80, what did I say, 60,000 or 80? Yeah, 80,000. A poorest requires 80,000 to come out of poverty. How much will he get? If he goes and asks people, how much will he get? Let us say the 3 of us are from a family of the poorest of the poor. I need 80,000. I ask all of you, how much will you give? Let us say all of you are money lenders, or you are from bank or whatever. You are from the government or you are from the VA. I require 80,000. How much will you be willing to give?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I guess they won't even get a 1% of the amount what we are giving.
Absolutely right. So that is the answer. They require 80,000 rupees, but they will not get 1% is what? 80 rupees? 80 rupees. 80 rupees. They won't even get 80 rupees, or let us say 800 rupees. Requirement is 80,000, but the maximum they can get is 800. Why is it that they require 80,000 but only 800 is available? So why is it?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe because they don't have any collateral to keep, and
since they don't have any like fixed job either, it's like hard for them to repay, so they won't lend. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll quickly tell you the answer. He's more or less there, but the way to explain this concept is that the people who have money, banks have thousands of crores of rupees, government schemes are there, international schemes are there. It's not that there is no money to give 80,000. People can give 80,000 to them, but no one trusts them. They are completely without any credibility, they are completely without any credit worthiness, and therefore people hesitate to give even 80 rupees to them. People hesitate to give even 800 rupees to them. And our coordinator eventually will tell this to them, that if you want to come out of poverty, people should start trusting you. Coming out of poverty is a game of becoming trustworthy, becoming credit-worthy. We used to work in Andhra Pradesh, as I said, and no one would speak in English there. We would speak in Telugu with the community. There's a very, very strong Telugu word. And I don't know if you don't know Telugu, if you speak Hindi or Urdu, I don't know what is the equivalent word, which is equally strong. But the Telugu word is very, very, very powerful. That Telugu word is Nammakam. Telugu అర్థం అవుతుందా కొంతమందికి? Nammakam. Nammakam's English translation is loosely trust, but Nammakam is a very hard-hitting word. So this is what we would tell, that if you have to come out of poverty, Nammakam is all that you need. The day you get Nammakam, you will come out of poverty. If you fail to develop Nammakam, for generations you will remain. And then we will explain to them how do you build Nammakam. So we would tell them that even though you are struggling, you are the poorest of the poor, you have insecure jobs, money lender pressures are there, but whatever you earn, even if you earn 10 rupees a day, 20 rupees a day, start saving a small part of it. Become part of groups, create self-help groups, save small amount. When that amount becomes slightly bigger, anyone who is in extreme necessity, give that money to him. Whoever has taken that money, get it back, get the repayment done, slowly run your groups. Then people will start believing that there is some discipline in it, there is some understanding of how sacrifices need to be made. If you have some habits like you drink, you do something else, give up on all that. If you're not sending your children to school, start sending them to school, because no one will have faith in you, and so on and so forth. And because they had so much of confidence in the community coordinator who would be telling these kind of things, instantly things started to happen. And 20 years have gone by. I can share this with you, that the poorest of the poor with whom we started working, everyone has come out of poverty. Not only have they come into that middle class category, they have also gone into more and more advancement. Now, all of them lead content lives, happy lives, they own assets, and so on and so forth. We also found that there is lots of social change, social empowerment which has happened. And I told you that I'll speak a little bit about the village where the coordinator was mistrusted, chili powder was thrown. I told you that that village, people used to make alcohol. So our coordinator, once he started discussing, he told them that if you continue to make this liquor and all that, people will give you some money for formality. But that 80,000 that you require, no one will give, so please stop doing all those things. So they believed in it, they stopped doing it, they became shepherds, they did something else, they started cultivating vegetables, they changed their avocation. But then something very interesting happened. So in 2004, elections took place. As you know, elections happen in our country, so elections took place in Andhra Pradesh also. And you may know this, you may not know this. It's not something to be spoken about with any happiness or pride or joy, but unfortunately that is the reality, that during elections, liquor is used quite a lot. People are given liquor, parties supply liquor, particularly So because these villagers used to make liquor, and people had not, that news had not spread outside that they are not making liquor anymore. So one of the important political leaders, who also was one of the zamindars in the neighboring village, he called them. And I told you that the social hierarchy is so wide. So maybe I'll stand up. So when the zamindar calls them historically for generations, the way they would go was that they would walk slowly and they would stand like this. There's no question of looking at the zamindar in the eyes. This is how they have to stand. The zamindar will say something, they have to keep saying, yes sir, and they'll go away. There's no question of lifting your leg. This is what used to happen for generations, for hundreds of years. Whenever the zamindars would call these people, they would walk like this, meekly, keep your head down, just listen, say yes, and go away. This time when they learned that zamindar has called, they decided that 3 people will go from the villages. First time in generations, they walked like any normal person. They walked like this. They maintained eye contact. They were looking at the zamindar. Such a thing would have never happened at any time in history. That they can walk normally, they can look the zamindar in his eyes. Zamindar must have been also very startled, because this would have never happened in imagination also, in his dreams also. But anyway, he had a requirement. He told them that from tomorrow supply 10 drums of liquor, and then after 10 days supply 20 drums, or whatever is the way of dealing with this issue, they would have told. These 3 people, they stood firm, they looked him in his eyes, they told, we don't do this, turned back and went away. This is unbelievable. One would have never imagined that people who are treated worse than animals can look the zamindar in his eyes and tell him that, sorry, I can't do this. So we realized that when you work with the poorest of the poor, it also uplifts their dignity. So when I speak about SDGs, you may be wondering why I'm telling you all these kind of strange things. You're speaking about hunger, you're going to speak about health, you're going to speak about livelihoods. These are the challenges which the poorest of the poor face more than anyone else. I am also hungry now, but I'm hungry because I eat only 1 meal a day, and in 2 hours time I'll be completing 24 hours of fasting. I'm feeling hungry, but obviously mine is not that kind of hunger which a poorest of the poor person will be facing. So we can solve the problems of hunger, of health, of sanitation, of hygiene, of livelihoods, of employment, of awareness, of mindset, of confidence, of everything else that you spoke about. But to do anything, you need to create the receiving mechanism. You can deliver anything from the top. You can teach them, you can tell them about health, you can tell them about jobs, you can create awareness, but nothing will be received if there is no receiving mechanism. It's like throwing water in a bottomless well. And this is the only way to create receiving mechanisms for people who still require SDG goals to be fulfilled for them. And this is all I wanted to tell you. And there are umpteen projects, initiatives, opportunities which are going on throughout the world, where they encourage young people to come and become a part of that change which creates this receiving mechanism amongst the poorest of the poor. And if even one person amongst, I guess there are about 100 of you, even if one person feels motivated and inspired and says that I'll be that change maker, then whatever time I spend with all of you, I feel that will be worthy of spending. So good wishes to all of you, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your insight, sir.
Sir, I would like to say that this is the most interactive chief guest that we've had in a very long time. So thank you so much for that.
So I hope I will not be debarred for
Sir,
future.
you're always welcome, sir, for HY and even for the events too.
I know that I broke so many rules.
Sir,
so
it's okay.
But don't debar me from.
No way, sir. We need people like you to make us think the right way, and I feel stimulating our minds with the right examples and with especially you asking questions and getting people to think, I feel is priceless. So you're always welcome to HY. We're very thankful to you, sir. Thank you so much.
I would like to invite Ms. Shruti Chandra, Akshit Mopudi and Tejas Achari onto the stage.
Okay, members, so I'm actually very proud of some of you for speaking up. Thank you so much. So that's and I request you to continue speaking that way. I find that a lot of people are very hesitant to speak. Now you had, what do you say, you bought a form, you had a GD, you had a PI, you came for the induction. For phase 2 members, you had to go through my induction, right? And now you're here, you woke up in the morning, 6, for some people come at 5, wake up at 5, wear a suit, some people don't have the suit, get it from somewhere. Now you come sit in this hall and you're silent. I do not understand why, right? So the main essence of HY, Hyderabad Youth Assembly, is the assembly. Today is the assembly. There are so many people who work so hard, especially the OC, who are working very hard to make sure that you have a great time. So I feel all of you just need to open up a little more. How many here are from phase 1? Raise your hands up. Your placard up, not your hands. Phase 1 members, what is up with you guys? Like, why are you not raising motions? How many from phase 2 raise your placard? How many were there last Sunday for the induction? Oh, what happened? I thought you guys had a great time. Now I need you all to speak up. Okay? Is that understood? Say aye. Not loud enough. Still not loud enough. Thank you. I'd like to call the House to order. Now, we were talking about high quality seed awareness and distribution. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Okay, wonderful. Both of you, first time speakers, anyone? From both of you? Yes, go ahead please.
Thank you for acknowledging me. The problem of using hybrid seeds is it consumes a lot of water compared to normal seeds. Like the amount of water it consumes is 2x and 3x times the normal seeds. So we already know that Telangana is a water scarce region. So how are you going to battle that problem in introducing these seeds? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other points of contradiction? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. To my co-delegate, I would like to suggest that to also take into factor the climatic feasibility and the soil quality of the region that you're planning to implement those hybrid seeds in. We can't just go to any place and just distribute the seeds without taking those in factor too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any new motions on the floor, please? First time raising motion. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So there are a lot of people who donate food on a daily basis, especially on Sundays, near hospitals. For example, Gandhi Hospital. What we could do is that we can talk to these people who donate food, try to club them and convince them to weekly meet once or twice. Where there's a necessity of food. This might not be much sustainable enough, but as an NGO we can try our best. And I've seen people donate food daily for years. I've been seeing around 15 people who've been donating.
Member, can you summarize your motion?
I would like just a minute. People who donate food on a daily basis, I would like us to get them together and convince them to meet and plan on donating food on weekly twice, probably.
Okay, thank you. So, I understand that if there's a point of contradiction, you want to let everybody know. Do it once and make sure your hand is not glued to the table because we'll have to pay for that. So yes, do it once and that's enough. You don't have to. Okay? So, any points of support? Any point of contradiction? I heard a very loud bang, especially from this part. Any points of contradiction? Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to ask my co-delegate or fellow delegate, like he himself mentioned that it's not so feasible probably, and I want to know like the actual plan of action for this, because I mean we are a bunch of volunteers, students, and we can't go every day finding people who are donating food, and like what are the areas that we are targeting, and how are we going to like convince them? I think people who do these daily donations or Sunday donations, they do it by themselves. And how do we do the whole convincing to collaborate with an NGO and all that? I would like to know the plan of action. Thank you.
Member, would you like to answer to that?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate mentioned that how do we convince these people? As my co-delegate mentioned, how do we convince these people? So I'm not telling that this is sustainable enough, but then they already do donations specifically in a week or daily. So we can just ask them. It's not necessary that they all get convinced, but our major goal is to fight the zero hunger. Not necessary that it is from our own NGO.
Thank you so much. You can take a seat, please. Any new motions on the floor? Anything other than awareness?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I came up with a solution called Smart Cart for Food ATM. A sealed vending machine dispenses rice and grains. Only people with a special needy card can access food. The machine dispenses a fixed amount per person per day, so there is no misusage of it. The ATM is refilled weekly by NGOs like us or local food suppliers. The initial setup would be 10,000 to 20,000, and the overall cost would be like 15,000 to 30,000 per unit. And there is no spoilage of food and low maintenance, and there is no dependencies on volunteers, and also a controlled distribution. Thank you.
Any points of support? Thank you, member. You can take a seat. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Support? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As same as like this machine, we have earlier had another one that is like a fridge. But if we take it as a fridge something, they have already proposed that solution. But what it is actually, food gonna spoil. But when it comes to her idea, that means the food gonna not spoil, because we are only storing the grains and all actually. And though if we have like any other food items which have already cooked and we have kept in the fridge, it may get spoiled. But when it comes to the grains and all, and don't gonna spoil, and someone can refill it every week or every month if there is no food in that one, and then they can go. Actually.
Thank you so much. Any points of contradiction, please? Yes, go for it.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My point of contradiction is that we have ration shops for it, so yeah, I don't think we would need the vending machines.
Can you repeat, please?
I said that we have ration shops for the planes and other stuff, so I don't think we would need the vending machines. Thank you.
Any other points of contradiction? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I want to ask a question for the co-delegate. Do everyone have a ration card in this society? Like, my mother don't have a ration card. She is from a village. She don't have a ration card. Thank you.
Okay, one last motion for this session. See, you are the ones who are going to execute these projects. So after the assembly, if you say, goal 1 is not that cool. I was part of goal 1. It was the coolest goal back then. So think about it. One last motion.
Other than awareness sessions and food distributing.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to propose Project Fish and Fields. So, first of all, I want to mention to all my co-delegates that Zero Hunger also involves sustainable agriculture. Continuing with my motion, so this is to combine fish farming with paddy fields by introducing fish into flooded rice paddies, allowing farmers to harvest both rice and fish. This ensures protein-rich diets and food security. So the benefits of this are it doubles food production, it is eco-friendly, and it increases farmer in the involvement of the farmer.
Member, do you have any plan of action for that?
I don't have a proper plan of action, but we can provide the fingerlings and fish feed, and we can also provide training for the farmers to use this setup that we are going to help them set it out. And the equipment and the farmer support, all of this comes around like 50,000 of budget. Thank you.
Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Yes, go for it.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. The vegetarian people will not be okay with having fish together with rice.
other points of contradiction? Member, would you like to answer for the vegetarian problem? Yes, go for it.
I am a pure, thank you Chair for acknowledging me. I am a pure vegetarian, and we are not saying we are going to cultivate both rice and fish together, mix it all, and we are not cultivating it like that. The overflow of the water from the paddy cultivation is going to help in for the fish to be.
Member, thank you so much. Take a seat. So, one last motion. Any new motions on the floor? Okay, we shall go for voting then.
So folks, if you are with the motion, raise your placards when it is addressed, and if you are against the motion, raise your placards when it is addressed. Our first motion is awareness session on organic farming and distributing the organic manures to the farmers. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed.
Wait, what is wrong with this motion? Like, I don't understand what the problem is. You're spreading awareness and you're distributing manure. I would like to suggest not for you to not remove this motion, just keep it.
I would definitely consider that.
I have a problem, dude, actually, with like people here. Like, please try to be more open-minded. This is a beautiful motion. I don't understand the problem with it at all. And I've been part of this goal myself. And I have conducted events myself, like 7 years ago. And whatever assembly that I've been part of, I've always seen that this particular goal, there's so much potential, there's so much scope. So just because there's awareness, or just because, okay, distribution of manure, it doesn't come under zero hunger because we don't need manure. Man, come on. Using that manure, you will increase the income, you will increase the yield of the the crop that you're growing. So please be more open-minded.
Visiting the rural areas and giving an awareness session on local food items which has high nutrition in them. Members with the motion? Members against the motion? With the motion? Motion not passed. Providing sessions on microgreens and rooftop gardening along with hydroponic farming. Members with the motion? Members against the motion? I think we'll go for a voice vote. So, members with the motion say aye. Aye. Against the motion say nay. Nay. With the motion? Aye. Against the motion? Nay. Do you want to give any insights?
I feel if you add not just awareness, but you add something to this motion, it makes more sense. So I think you should pass it.
Motion passed. Installing solar-powered fridges in rural Telangana. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Building food redistribution network for distributing the food from hotels and restaurants with the help of HYA volunteers. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion clearly not passed. Providing awareness sessions on government schemes regarding the food distribution in schools and colleges. Members with the motion? Members against the motion? Motion not passed. Forming women self-help groups and self-nutrition rich food for both good food supplement and self-employment. Members with the motion? Members against the motion? Motion passed. Creating an app to collect the information on leftover food and distributing it to the needies. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed.
High quality seed awareness and distribution. Members with the motion say aye. What members with the motion say aye? Aye. Members against the motion say nay. Nay. Motion passed. This is a very good motion. Try to make sure you do this event. Okay. Bringing people together who donate food regularly so that they donate together. Who's that shouting? I'll throw you out of the assembly. I didn't ask anything. Raise your placard if you are in favor of the motion. Raise it properly. 90 degrees straight up. 90 degrees. Okay. Against the motion? Motion not passed. Smart card food distribution machine. Those for the motion say aye. Say aye. Aye. Members against the motion say nay. Nay. Motion not passed. Fish farming in paddy fields. Those for the motion, raise your placards. Those against the motion, raise your placards. For? Against? Motion not passed, but again I suggest it's a very good event to do.
Thank you, Lalit Aditya, for your input. The House is adjourned for 2 minutes. Members, please settle down quickly. OC, is every member here? Now the house is in order.
We acknowledge the presence of Akshay Mupidi, Associate President 2122 of Streetcars Hyderabad, Alumni Association, co-team member, and the current Chief Operating Officer of Streetcars India. Thank you so much for joining us. We acknowledge the presence of Tejesh Achari, the Associate President of Streetcars Hyderabad 2324 and the current Chief Finance Officer of Streetcars India. Thank you for joining us. We acknowledge the presence of Yashasvi, the Associate President of Finance and Legal 2324. Thank you. We acknowledge the presence of Akshay Pallela, the Vice President 2324. We acknowledge the presence of Hemant Naidu, Vice President 2324 and Alumni Association Team Member 2425. Thank you.
Let's proceed with the second session. So in second session, we're going to discuss about good health and well-being, ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. Any speeches on the floor? Member to my extreme left, at the last.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Health is a foundation of a thriving society. Good health and well-being mean more than just curing illness. It's about preventing disease, promoting mental health, and ensuring access to quality health care for all. Every person, regardless of background, deserves to live a healthy life. From clean environments to proper nutrition and mental health support, every aspect matters. A healthy society is a productive society, and well-being goes beyond physical health. It is about emotional balance and peace of mind. Let's strive for a world where healthcare is not a luxury but a right, and where well-being is prioritized for everyone. Together we can build a healthier future. Thank you.
Any new speeches on the floor? Member to my right, second row.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. So, it's an honor to open this speech for the goal Good Health and Well-being. So, according to 2023 report by Telangana State Health Department, over 20% of Hyderabad's urban population struggles to access quality healthcare services, particularly in slum areas where inadequate infrastructure, lack of awareness, and financial constraints prevent families from seeking timely medical care. Additionally, there are non-communicable diseases such as diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular conditions over the a rise of around 60% reported by the health-related surveys around the city. So, coming to focus around this, malnutrition and anemia are very frequent and also continue to affect 38% of children under 5 and 55% of women of reproductive age as per 2023 National Family Health Survey report. So, this highlights the need of targeting nutrition and health education programs. So, another main constant would be the mental health, which is often overlooked. So, studies of the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences show that nearly 15% of Hyderabad's youth experiences anxiety and depression, yet stigma and lack of resources are there which act as an obstacle. So we believe that raising sustainable motions and projects will help us a lot, and we can overlook the obstacles and we can find solutions regarding this goal and make it very impactful. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Any motions on the floor? Member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My notion is conducting art, therapy and creative sessions which will help in the mental health of the individuals who are stressed out.
Member, can you please repeat again?
Conducting art, therapy and creative sessions for the stressed out people.
Any points of support? Member to my extreme left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So it is scientifically proven that by doing art and mandala art to be specific, it really helps for stress, and yeah, that's my point of support.
Any other points of support? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to make some upgrade in the plan of action, like implementing yoga workshop, as it reduces mental health and improves our physical state of mind, and how we react and how the reduce of depression, anxiety levels and all.
Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Any points of contradiction? Any new motions on the floor? Member to my left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, in good health and well-being, the nutrition, food and also disease prevention is really important. So my motion is, if there is an area where there is no sufficient medical facility and also equipment for the people, so why don't we provide sufficient medical facility where even though they went to the government regarding the facilities and they don't provide, we can take action in that area. Thank you.
Any points of support? Rohit.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I support my co-delegate statement. Like, people in the tribal areas, like the hospitals are very far, so the place there are small clinics where the help is needed. We can go and give, we can uplift the clinics and we can develop by providing the necessary material for the hospital or clinic.
Any other points of support? Member to my extreme right. Behind Raina.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. We can also conduct health camps in rural areas.
Any points of contradiction? Any points of contradiction to the motion raised? No.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I believe instead of conducting a health camp for just one day, you can just go and get some material, as I said earlier.
I feel very fascinating. You are the one who supported the motion and you are the one who is contradicting the motion also. Any other points of contradiction?
We acknowledge the presence of Ritesh Reddy, former chairperson of HYA Season 12, President of Srikas Hyderabad 21-22, President of RSC Board 23-24. Thank you. We acknowledge the presence of Nihal Krishna, President of Unit Board, RFC Board 23-24, Vice President, PR Lead 21-22, RFC Eagles founding member, Vice President, Division Expansion, Policy Governance and Culture Head, Career Advancement. Thank you for joining. We acknowledge the presence of Kirtana, Vice President, Auditor General 22-23, former Chairperson of HYA Season 30. Thank you for joining.
I would like to invite Kirtana onto the chair table. Any new motions on the floor? Guru Teja.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, delegates, many people who live in slum areas affected by diseases such as malaria, dengue, and etc. So, these diseases are caused by the mosquitoes. And the people, these slum area people couldn't affect the safety precaution equipments due to their financial conditions. So I personally believe that giving a safety precaution equipment is better than giving a medicine after they get affected. So I came up with a sustainable solution which can be implemented in a real life and have a huge impact. Where we are going to distribute the hygiene kits, which includes the mosquito nets, odomus, and sanitary pads. Why? Because most of the people still use the different kind of clothes instead of using the sanitary pads. And coming to technical feasibility, it roughly costs around 400 to 500 rupees per each kit, and which have a huge impact on many families. So by implementing this solution, we can really improve the health, and it is very sustainable. Thank you.
Any points of support? Number to my straight.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I support my co-delegate for the motion because so many people in the villages travel to cities for the cure. So instead of traveling and also going to other cities, they can take the precautions before. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Any other points of support? Member to my extreme right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Yeah, I'll support what my co-delegate says, and I also want to add one more point that also giving the kit, and we have to make sure that the area is neat and clean. And as we have the volunteers with our side, and we'll go a day and then we'll clean, and we have any other clean workers to support us in this cleaning purpose, and then we'll clean all the slum areas and we'll give awareness to them that to keep clean everything, and so that they cannot be affected by these all the diseases, and we also distribute the kit as a golden ticket. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would also like to give one more suggestion that to the to the people of the area, we should also educate them on how to identify and eradicate the mosquito breeding grounds that there are present in the area. Thank you.
Any other points of contradiction? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I do not really entirely contradict the whole motion. The providing sanitary pads might not be a feasible and a sustainable idea, because you never know how many pads are required. So apart from that, the rest of the motion is good to go. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So my idea is to provide awareness drives in schools to the faculty and to the workers for providing hygienic washrooms.
I could hear a lot of bangs, but any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Swati.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would tell that all the government schools and all the private schools will make sure that the washrooms are very clean and neat for the students studying there. So I don't think we have to focus on that as our goal is not meant for cleaning washrooms. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? Nihal.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think more than what my co-delegate has mentioned, straight to the point, the real contradiction is we are at the stage where we have to do more than just awareness programs. We have to evolve from the mindset of just doing awareness programs. Why? Because as in Hyderabad Youth Assembly, we have to focus on long-term sustainable projects. So just focusing on awareness programs is not at all the right and feasible thing. And from the past many years, only doing awareness programs are not at all practicable and a result-oriented thing. So I wish all the members, and through the chair I would like to request if we have to put all the motions which begin the true sustainable goal. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? Any points of support? Any new motions on the floor? Member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to put forward a motion to implement a structured mental health awareness and support initiative focused on breaking stigma and ensuring easy access to emotional well-being resources. Mental health is just as important as physical health. Yet 80% of Indians with mental health issues do not seek help due to stigma. Suicide is leading cause of death among youth. Work stress, exam pressure, and emotional struggles are often ignored. If
We already got a motion regarding the mental health, providing the therapies and creative sessions.
Yeah, but this is kind of awareness session and we are providing...
Okay, I could hear a lot of bangs. Points of contradiction? Nivedita.
for acknowledging me, Chair. I want to ask my co-delegate that what is exactly the plan of action? Where, when, how? How is she supposed to conduct where mental health therapy, all of that?
Could you please repeat your point?
The question to my co-delegate is that where is she, what exactly is the plan of action here? Where is she conducting all of this?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So to tackle this, I propose a three-phase approach. First one is awareness and education, and second thing is emotional support, and third one is sustainable mental health culture. Firstly, where you are, my co-delegate asked me where. It might be schools, it might be colleges, it might be our college clubs. We can involve clubs regarding this topic. Yeah, that's all for now.
Any other points of support for the motion, please? Please go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. As you all know that mental health is a serious issue. Well, my co-delegate, I think that she couldn't put up her point properly. But here, I want to add a point that we can have a target set of students for whom we are going to work. And that is the intermediate students who are preparing for JEE and NEET. Because I was one of the students and we all know that how much we have suffered while preparing for those exams because we couldn't have a proper support system from our parents or from our faculty. So I guess that awareness sessions aren't that bad as our, I don't know how to, Lalitaditya sir, I don't know how to address him, but he told that please be open-minded and think about awareness sessions too. So I would like to support my co-delegate Akhileshwar.
Thank you. Any other points of support? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, the point of support is not exactly it, but instead of just focusing on youth, you could also focus on the older people, especially those who have been abandoned, the people in orphanages and stuff have been left. And yeah, you could go have interaction sections with them, go to schools, get drawings or letters from the children there and give it to the people in orphanages. It's going to cost you very less and it's also going to contribute a lot to the society. So yeah, thank you.
Any points of contradiction?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. As our co-delegate just discussed, Nihal, that can we do something beyond awareness sessions? This is my point.
Delegate, when we speak about contradictions, I understand all of you have different opinions and you want to portray them. But I would also like to know if you have any other ideas instead of just blatantly saying that this idea would not work. Of course, all of it are welcome, but if you have any other point to add on why this would not work, it would give a better picture. So, any other points of contradiction? Member to my extreme right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. From the beginning, I want to add the points and also contradict few of the points as my co-delegates told. Actually, what the matter is, mental health awareness drive is very much important. Okay, let me ask just a question. Do all we think that we are happy, or at least we are not stressed? In the whole assembly, actually, if everyone have their own problems, and I don't think so. Creating doing one day creative doing awareness drives just one day is not enough, and also we can't give any someone told that just awareness drives are not enough, but we can't do. With a stressed person, we can't give him a medicine or something just to make him happy. But actually what we can do is sit with them, talk with them, explain the whole scenario that this is not a stressful thing. So what I actually think is, if everyone is happy with their job and all, it's not at all correct. So what I think is, there is no age group for stress. So we need to take the people who are being stressed and we need to communicate in a way, as we are college students and we have to communicate in a way that we are not stressed.
Understood your point. You have, however, given the points of support and not points of contradiction. I have specifically asked for points of contradiction to the motion raised. So, any other points of contradiction to the motion raised? The motion is providing mental health awareness drives in schools, and an add-on point was for intermediate students. Another add-on point was for old age homes as well. This is the final contradiction. Please go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So for old age people, they have a very fixated mindset. Usually when I interacted with old people, and they have this mindset where they don't want to change, and it's very hard for us to get that mindset shift just by creating an awareness program like for an hour or two. Yeah, that is my point.
Any other new motions on the floor?
Number to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So my motion is community cancer awareness and screening camps. In many backward communities, people are dying from cancer not because treatment is unavailable, but because they don't even know they have it. We can bridge this gap by educating people about cancer risk, symptoms, free screening camps, provide easy access to medical checkups. Early detection actually increases survival rates.
Delegate, could you repeat the motion? What was your motion?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Community cancer awareness and screening camps.
Thank you. Motions, points of support? Go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I think that's a really good motion. And I would just like to add on in the plan of action, we could just, like if we are just doing screening camps for cancers and all, we could include that actually very common is cervical and breast cancers. So if we could give some, show some light towards that, we could just provide a very detailed screening or awareness session by a gynac or anything. So that would actually help a lot, since women don't really know they are having cervical or breast cancer problems in the initial stages. So I think that could really help. Thank you.
Any other points of support?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to completely support my fellow delegates' motion that they have raised. Detecting cancer is... I'm sorry, Chair. First, when people actually detect cancer, they're probably in a very crucial stage and it's life-threatening. So, knowing that they have cancer and symptoms, and noticing the symptoms from the beginning stages is very important, which will help them in going to get treated. Thank you.
Delegate, the one who has raised the motion, do you have a basic plan of action on how you want to go ahead with this?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I'm thinking of going with that free screening camps, arranging screening camps.
Do you have a contradiction to the point raised right now?
No.
Sit down. Any new motions on the floor? Kindly see your EB member. Dhruva.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So my motion is, when we and my team, when we have visited Bulgu tribe, there we have observed there were no washrooms only. I think clean and health and hygiene also includes hygiene. So my motion is providing the tribal hamlet a mobile washrooms.
Points of support? Points of contradiction? Videsh.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. So I would like to ask my co-member regarding mobile washrooms, which is not a permanent impact by any way. So constructing basic toilets with basic amenities would be a better long-term impact than what we do with mobile. Because I think in terms of the implementation and kind of operations also would be complicated there. And where we are majorly street cost or HY, we majorly look for the permanent impact, right? So I request members to think in the perspective of long term rather than in short term understanding.
Dhruva, do you have a POA for the motion that you presented? Do you have a contradiction?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think a quality mobile washroom can come up to 5 to 7 years. And operational cost, I think we can get that mobile washroom by a tractor. We have seen multiple tractors going inside the forest.
Dinesh.
Thank you for putting forward your opinions, but I really think that the kind of, as I mentioned, the operations is complex where you don't need to make it complex, right? Because sanitation is very basic and it has to be on a daily basis, right? Where you have a certain population where it couldn't be accessible with the kind of bandwidth that it has in terms of mobile washrooms. Firstly, regarding, as you mentioned tractors or transporting dump or and all. I think sanitation is very important in terms of how you distribute, in terms of how you mitigate the works, right? So I predominantly believe that's a way lot of efforts, and it's really difficult because on a daily basis there's really no individual looking forward for that things to look forward. So rather than that, I strongly propose going for an impactful washroom which is in a permanent setup.
Do you have a contradiction? Alright, the floor is open for you.
Actually, we can't build a permanent structure inside that tribe hamlet. That's why I have given this motion of a mobile washroom.
I get that things. I get your point, but generally, if you see the major understanding of why we use mobile toilets is on a temporary basis. If there's a camp happening anywhere, there's a political meeting happening anywhere out where they don't have resources, they try to accommodate with some temporary arrangements. So mobile toilets are not meant for any permanent regular usage. And it is not hygiene. I don't recommend anyone to use it to an extent more than 2-3 days.
Instead of using open washroom, I think it is better we use a mobile washroom.
There's no one here who is promoting open purification by any chance. I'm just trying to make you understand the fact that mobile toilets are not feasible. Rather than that, you can construct a very basic washrooms in public places, probably in schools, in government institutions like Anganwadi centers, or probably in different places. Gram panchayats could be a great place to use it. Sorry, you asked any question?
Delegate, may I know why is it not possible to build permanent washrooms in this hamlet?
Basically, they are staying there illegally. So they are not actually Telangana residents. They are migrants from Chhattisgarh. So the Telangana government is not recognizing them, nor the Chhattisgarh government. So for them, and it is a reserve forest. So you can't build a permanent structure inside a reserve forest. So that is the reason I've come up with this motion of establishing mobile washrooms there. Thank you.
Any other view? Do you have a contradiction?
Menstrual cups, sanitizers, and wet wipes and disposable bags. And yeah.
Distributing menstrual kits where?
In the rural areas for rural women.
Any points of support?
Remember to my extreme right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Actually, I want to add up what my a point that what my co-delegate said. Actually, the idea is good, but we have to add a point that instead of distributing the sanitary pads, we can implement a sanitary vending machine. You also have a doubt that after complete, we will have that certain number of pads, and after that, what we can do. So I have come up with another idea that we can also make an awareness camp to the SHG members, that the self-help groups, women in the rural areas, about that you can prepare the recyclable and reusable pads, and we'll let them know how we can prepare them. And then after that, if the pads are completely done, and if these rural area people who are being there, they will prepare all these things, and they will give, and also the NGOs that we are having will also refill all these pads, and also they'll get employment for the self-help groups. Thank you.
Any other points of support? Any points of contradiction? Pranavi.
Thank you for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate said, giving menstrual kits to the people, so the women in the rural area, and also creating, I want to add on a point on creating awareness regarding that. We have started in many schools, like creating awareness regarding how to use our menstrual kits, and to the students who are like 13 or 14 years old. So I want to say, like many schools just take it, many students, the girls and also the boys, separated when it comes to educating about menstrual health. So I want to say, why don't we start it from the schools, like educating everyone regarding what is menstrual health and also hygiene regarding it, and how menstrual health is also affecting the mental health. I want to add a point regarding this, like how menstrual health actually affects a woman's mental health, and what she goes through in those periods, and also understand a woman what she's going through. So I guess everyone, not only a woman, everyone has to get all the education and be taught about all the things that are being considered into the menstrual health. Thank you.
Any new points of support or contradictions? Delegate, I'm sorry to be saying this. You with the specs. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Actually, see, I'm not contradicting the awareness session point, but I've already mentioned a while ago that sanitary pads distribution is not a feasible idea. And coming to the vending machines part, if you paid attention, we already executed in like project of incinerator machine. It was supposed to be a pad vending machine. Just because it could not be a pad vending machine, because that's a very tedious process, and all the materials and all the backstory and all the process it requires, it's a very huge task, and that is really not feasible and sustainable to a point. That is why we've executed an incinerator machine in 2 schools. So I really want you to like change it, and providing pads is not feasible.
We completely understand your feelings, but please mind the tables.
Thank you, Chair.
Points of support? Points of contradiction? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for the vending machine. But at some point or the other, they would run out of raw materials for the pads, and they would need funding for that. So my question is, how would you go on with that?
Sorry to ask this, but member Raina, did you mention that teaching sheet is regarding the vending machine?
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. I'm not contradicting the awareness session part, I'm contradicting the vending machine wala part. So like awareness session is fine, but then the vending machine wala part is really not feasible, and it won't last also, because it's a very tedious process. Because the raw materials, finances, even the setting up, that's actually a lot.
The delegate who has raised the motion, was the motion, could you please stand up? Was the motion regarding distributing menstrual kits in the rural areas?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging.
Was the add-on point regarding introducing menstrual vending machines?
The people who are unemployed to make pads, and someone raised the question
All right, one last point of contradiction. Delegate, I assume you got your chance. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As sanitary napkins are not feasible, we can go with menstrual cups, which are cost-effective, reusable for up to 10 years, and also reduce menstrual waste, making them eco-friendly.
Could you come again?
As menstrual cups are cost-effective and reusable for up to 10 years, they reduce menstrual waste and they are eco-friendly. We can use this menstrual cups instead of sanitary napkins.
Delegate, I asked contradiction points and the actual motion raised was regarding menstrual kits. So menstrual cups are also included in menstrual kits. So it's not exactly a contradiction. Please be seated. Any new motions on the floor? Delegate to my extreme left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to mention that eyesight is also a really important part of health and well-being. So I would like to propose a vision for all. So this is an eye checkup and spectacle distribution. So the project details, getting into that, we have free eye screening camps for school children and also elders. So we provide low-cost spectacles for those in need. We also collaborate with ophthalmologists. We can also have an awareness session on eye care and vitamin A deficiency. The benefits include improving academic performance, elderly individuals regain independence, they don't have to depend on the others, and it also reduces long-term eye problems. Thank you.
Points of support. Please raise your placards properly. G. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I add up a point like not only the eye checkup and spectacles, even in slum areas and like near the places where privileged people are living, there are more medical emergencies, like not only providing physical equipment, but I suggest of a blood donation drive, like giving needy.
We will consider this as a new motion. Any other new motions on the floor? Sorry, before going ahead, any contradictions on the floor?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate said, the medical camps regarding eye health and the optometry people collaborating with them and also giving them certain eye health checkup and all. And also I want to add a point in this that regarding who will actually maintain these all the help camps, why don't we actually provide equipment as I mentioned in my motion and also put up people who can actually gradually go there and do actually get people equal treatment regarding the issues they are facing, and also there are some schemes which are also given for the optometry people, like after the checkup they are also given certain schemes which can be useful if they detect any kind of disease in the eye and if there's any abnormality. So I want to know the plan of action regarding how she is going to do that.
The delegate was raising the motion. Do you have a reply?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As I already mentioned when I brought up the motion, we can partner with the optometrists and eye hospitals. And actually, honestly, I didn't understand the exact point that I mentioned that my fellow delegate was contradicting. This is just a basic eye checkup and spectacle distribution. We can add on points that my fellow delegate has mentioned, but yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Asya, I would like to mention that I find the hall very, very sleepy.
Yeah.
Not like
Even I do find the same.
I do not find new placards being raised. I find very similar motions being raised.
I think an activity session improve the performance of the hall. And folks, please do understand, don't hesitate to raise your placards and talk, because we are seeing the same repeated members raising the placards and they give their emotions, contradictions and all. So an active participation from everyone is so encouraging.
Delegates, do you want to do an activity or are you okay with being active and raising your placards and speaking?
Members with the activity say aye.
Aye. All right, stand up. 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 Quickly. I would request the alumni also to be an active part of this. Please stand up. All right, raise your right arm. Close your thumb finger. Raise your left arm. Close your little finger.
We didn't ask to down your right hand.
OC, please participate. Participate. When you find alumni EPs participating, I would assume. Vishwan, please call all the OC inside. Quickly. Delegates, please sit down. Who asked you to close your arms? Raise them and sit down. Open your thumb. Stand up. Sit. Stand. Raise your hands up. Up. Sit down. OC, please. Please do it. Raise both of your arms. Close your left thumb. Close your right little finger. Left thumb, right little finger. Sakit, up. Stand up. Last row, stand up. First row, stand up. First row, stand up. Middle row, lower your hands. Last row, lower your left hand. Sit down. OC, please come inside. Come inside, quickly. Stand up, everyone. Say aye. Aye. Say nay. Nay. Sit down. Are you active enough? No? No? Stand up. Stand up. Stand, Akshat. Stand. Delegates, stand up. OC, please come in between. Come in between. Make a line. OC, make a line. Yep. Follow everyone. OC. Raise your arms. Jump. Raise your left hand. Put the other hand up. Active, folks. All active? Louder. Aye. Much louder. Aye. Aye for what? Active. All right. Please be seated. OC, hold your resignation. All right. Any motions on the floor? Stand. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. One of the co-founder member, co-member said that we'll do an awareness campaign for cervical cancer. But I would like to give an add-on point saying, work with the government hospitals or private hospitals to collaborate with Srikas and provide free or low-cost HPV vaccines to girls and young women in slum and rural parts of Hyderabad. And not only ending with that, but also set up regular screening, twice or thrice of regular screening camps, and such as pap swaps in partnership with the hospital to follow up with those vaccinated young women. Thank you.
Any points of support? Folks, did you understand the motion? Would you like to summarize it in one line?
Setting up an camp where we not only do awareness about cervical cancer, but also provide free or low-cost vaccination of HPV vaccines, which would give us an because cervical cancers can be treated with early prevention.
Folks, is that clear? Points of support? Chandrasekhar.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I support what my co-delegates said. Not only considering cervical cancer, we can also include other diseases and conduct an awareness drive and promote all the people about the various causes for the communicable diseases also.
Understood. Thank you. Any other points of support? Go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I just want to ask a question to the co-delegate who raised the motion, and also want to support that it's really good idea that providing HPV vaccines to the people who will get cancer. But can I know what is the plan of action? Because the age groups for cervical cancer, if we give to young, the early age, it would really benefit. But what if the people who actually detect cervical cancer, like how will we gonna eradicate it? And the cost for the even awareness is also huge. So I want to ask my co-delegate like what actually he wants to do regarding this.
Delegate, if I may, in your place, I think the motion is regarding prevention, and therefore we are speaking about HPV vaccines and not about cure. Therefore, is that what you mean? Yeah. So this is not for helping in cure. It is rather preventing the disease. Any other points of contradiction? Dhruva.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I just want to tell my fellow delegate that each survey HPV vaccine costs somewhere around 5,000, and you have to give them at least 3 shots. Even on an average, if you put it 10,000, if we give it to 50 people, it costs 5 to us. I think we can talk a practical motions better than this.
Any other points of contradiction? You want to give a reply back? Proceed.
I'm pretty sure that I mentioned a collaboration with
Member, you may take your seat. Any other points of contradiction? Satvik.
I want to counter the point where my co-delegate said that providing free cheap medicals for villages.
Sorry, member, could you please repeat your point?
I want to counter the point where my co-delegate said providing free cheap medicals for villages. Free cheap medicals.
Can you please come near to the mic and communicate?
As my co-delegate said that providing free cheap medicals are eyesight for villages.
Member, you are talking regarding the previous motion. The current motion that we are discussing is collaborating with hospitals for providing free HPV vaccines to girls in rural areas. You may take your seat. Thank you, you, Kirtana, for sharing the table.
Last year, I personally see HYA going ahead with HPV vaccines. I genuinely believe that this will create an impact, and if I may contradict one of the points of the EB, I think HYA does projects which create impact, therefore cost efficiency is what we look at. Therefore, just because some project is costly doesn't mean we have to neglect it.
Thank you, Kirtana, for your insights. We will definitely consider that. I would like to invite Harshit Verma onto the chair table.
We acknowledge the presence of Harshit, Associate President of Streetcars Hyderabad 21-22, RSC Board Vice President 23-24, and former Chairperson Execution Season 12 HY. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? Member to my extreme left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to raise the awareness of Sattvic movement among the people who are not aware of this. Sattvic movement, I think we should strongly admit this fact to the people who are not aware of that consumption of Sattvic food is one of the best medicines that one could give to themselves, and 100% cure of diseases could be from the Mother Nature. To further elaborate this, we could also conduct a workshop, educate, not a proper way to give the plan of food. So whatever food we consume, it has to be wholesome, and the people have to admit that, really implement it in their lives, as according to this human mindset, a 21-day habit would be a long-time habit. Thank you, Chair. Acknowledging me. Sattvic food is nothing but consumption of food which is directly obtained from Mother Nature. So this food is not a processed food, and there is a certain plan to implement this kind of diet intake. So this diet intake will cure any sort of diseases that my co-delegates have mentioned today, like cervical cancer, breast cancers, and other whatsoever diseases are there. So even it has a power to even kill cancers. So I think that lifestyle has to be implemented, and that should be a habit for everyone who wants to lead and I think that is a sustainable idea as well. Thank you.
Any points of support? The motion. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction?
Food people take every day is like individual's choice. We just can't, put an awareness session and like motivate them to take healthy food. Like we know ourselves, like how eating junk food causes lots of, it is unhealthy, but we still do consume junk food. In the same way, like an awareness session cannot make people consume those sattvic kind of lifestyle, or they can adapt to the lifestyle from just an awareness session, is what I think.
Any other points of contradiction? Member to my extreme right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. If we implement this, we can do this for 21 days or 1 month or 1 year. After that, how they can bring this food and how they can follow this diet. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My motion is upliftment of hospitals. To be more specific, it is upgrading or providing medical equipment to healthcare centers.
Any points of support?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I agree with what my co-delegate said here. I think there is a need for improvement in infrastructure of hospitals in general, and if we are able to at least do upgrade the infrastructure in a couple of hospitals as well, I think it would be very beneficial. Thank you.
Any points of support?
Thank you for acknowledging the chair. I guess we have already talked about this motion where it was proposed that we would like to improve the infrastructure of the clinics for the hospitals, that to government hospitals, because they don't have proper equipments, and we can equip them with it. And many of the people already like that idea and have proposed the for of the motion. So. So, of course, I also support this motion because it will be very beneficial in the places where hospitals are already there and infrastructures are good. Thank you.
Rahul? Any points of contradiction? Any points of contradiction? Do you want to talk, Rahul?
I think someone has raised placards for contradiction to my right. Yes, Raina, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My point of contradiction is like, okay, you're providing infrastructure and equipments, but don't you think uske alawa you need a specialist also? Ab har jagah you will not get all these specialists, and how long can you do the infrastructure and everything? I don't think it would be that feasible. I mean, of course, it is like a good thing for a certain extent, but to the larger extent, if you see, no. Thank you, Chair.
I could hear some bangs. Any point of contradiction to Raina's point? Rahul. Raina, you may take your seat.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As I already mentioned, the medical equipment will be directly provided to healthcare center or hospitals, and obviously the healthcare centers have doctors or specialists who can use or utilize the medical equipments.
Folks, we really want your active participation. We just had an activity and we don't want to repeat the same activity just within 10 minutes. Please be active. Members, everyone, don't hesitate. Raise your placards and talk. If it is right or wrong, it's fine. Give your points of support, give your points of contradiction. But please be active. Any points of contradiction? Raina.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledgement. I really understand your point by my co-delegate. But then, what about the areas where infrastructure is very low? Like, for example, you take rural areas. Wahan pe, like, if the infrastructure itself is 10%, so when the infrastructure itself is less, which means it will even the health workers' ratio will also be directly proportional, which means even the specialists are going to be less. So how?
Rahul, would you like to answer it? Please proceed. The floor is open for debate between Raina and Rahul now.
Raina, see, first thing, the medical equipment is not only for the hospitals, it can be provided to RMP hospitals or any healthcare centers in villages. So anyone who can actually know to utilize the medical equipment can impact. Even small basic equipment can actually impact people, right?
Can you give me some examples, Rahul, please?
Yeah.
What equipment?
The medical equipment can also include BP checkup machines, medicines, thermometers, beds, etc.
Aren't those like the basic ones? They're already there. So like, okay, when you're talking about infrastructure, you usually include the large scale equipments as well. So what about those?
Yeah.
It requires special attention, right? Sorry for interrupting.
We have to take a detailed survey at the beginning, and then we have to provide the equipment accordingly.
Understandable, but what the maintenance? Even that requires certain attention as well, right? We need awareness, attention, maintenance.
Attention can be taken care by the hospitals or healthcare itself. And talking about maintenance, see, the first major problem for hospitals or healthcare centers is buying equipment. See, if we provide them medical equipment, the half of the problem gets solved, and rest of the maintenance they can actually manage by themselves.
Alright, see, I really understand your point for these small basic equipments like BP checkup, sugar machines and all. But then infrastructure, it includes the, so it's like I'm contradicting for the larger ones, not the smaller ones.
Members, can you conclude the debate with your closing statements?
I would like to provide medical equipment to small-scale hospitals.
Yeah, I agree for small-scale hospitals, but if it's coming to larger equipment or larger infrastructure, amenities and all, I believe it requires special attention and special trainees and departmental specialists of the aspect. Thank you.
Can I add a point? Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, you cannot just hand out equipment randomly without having knowledge to people, right? So that is what I'm trying to make a point here. Okay, I get it, larger equipments are very costly, okay? So for example, just take radiology machines and all. They are very costly, be it scanning, screening or anything. So we need specialists, we need RIT specialists, okay? So we need them, and if you're going for rural area, okay, hospitals, we need them on ground there. Working there, and even the equipment and everything. So that is what I'm saying. Special attention and even the specialists we need there. So that might not be feasible every time.
Got your point, Raina. Thank you. Would you like to add a point? Okay, can you please conclude the points with that statement only?
See, hospitals or healthcare centers are handled by specialized doctors or people, and they are licensed by government, and they have a basic degree and they have a basic knowledge on equipments.
Yeah, I know that. Everyone does.
Sorry, member. The floor is closed for the debate. You may take your seat. Any new motions on the floor?
So, dear delegates, we can also help the people to improve health by conducting a blood donation camp. So, coming to the financial feasibility, there is a Red Cross NGO which provides a platform for free blood donation camps. And moreover, in this conference, we are almost 100 people. And if we donate at least 40 to 50 people, if we donate the blood, then it will have a huge impact for a long period of time. And this camp period will be like every 3 months. Thank you.
Madam, can you please be specific where exactly do you want to conduct all these blood donation camps?
Yeah. Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So the area or else the financial feasibility is already given by the Red Cross NGO. They will decide the area to those things.
So basically, the Street Cause is an organization which don't connect with any other organization.
I would like to propose a motion for herbal medicine and first aid training program. So we train rural communities in basic herbal remedies and first aid to improve health outcomes in areas with limited medical access. So the project details are, we educate villagers on herbal remedies for common illnesses. We train students and villagers in basic first aid and emergency care. We also distribute first aid kits in schools and community centers. So, thank you.
So don't you think the schools, the community center doesn't have the first aid kits?
Not just, thank you Chair for acknowledging me, not just first aid kits. We are also training them in herbal medicine in the communities and also schools, and also for women. So they can, like, because of limited medical access and hospitals which are far away, they can treat the illness immediately first wherever they live or wherever the incident happens, and then they can go for further care. Thank you.
You have started the motion with herbal medicines, and then you have proceeded with the first aid kits in the school. Is it like combined creating an awareness session on herbal medicines along with the distribution of first aid kits in school? Should I consider it like that, or am I misunderstanding the motion?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. Yes, consider both together. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification.
Any points of support?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I do support the motion raised by my co-delegate here, but I do have a question for you, which is, are we providing them with the herbal medicines and remedies, or they just use the remedies available to them in their local area?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Yes, we are also distributing. Herbal medicines and also the guides on like how to use them and the immediate care that's needed for. Thank you.
Any other points of support? Not right now again. Any other points of support? Any points of contradiction? Pranavi.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I have a question to the co-delegate who raised the motion. I want to know how effective the herbal medicine actually is, because we've been using modern medicine since a very long time, and we know how this is affecting our body. And are the herbal medicines are actually legally licensed by the government so that they are really useful for the people? So I want to know how effective that would be for the people. Thank you.
Member who raised the motion, would you like to answer that? Proceed.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Herbal remedies, I'm talking about age-old home remedies and herbal remedies that have been have been an integral part of Indian culture and medicine since like thousands and millions of years. So they are effective, and we are not providing them with any illegal substances or like ingredients which are part of the herbal remedies. We are providing all legal ones, and they are also very they are effective, as we have seen probably our grandmothers, great grandmothers, and people use it. Thank you.
Ranvi, do you want to answer that? You may proceed.
So regarding that, home remedies, in the sense you say if they get a fever, like the home remedies we basically have, but you raised regarding the medicines, so I thought it might be something that was made but not actually homemade. Like, is this a medicine that used to be consumed, but or else it's something, the food base that should be consumed whenever you have a disease.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. First of all, I want to mention that these are just like remedies for like the immediate attention, as going to the hospitals, which are very far, takes a lot of time. These are just like immediate emergency remedies, and these are not like full-fledged medicines that we want them to use and not use the new medicines. Thank you.
The house is open for debate.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Can you give an example of what is the homemade medicine you're trying to give for the people if there's any disease that occurred? Like, can I ask something that I didn't, if I don't get it, just correct me. Like, if someone, that whatever you're going to do, like, we do have certain things like cold or say we do steaming, yeah, we do steaming when we get cold, or is there any other thing that is so developed that you want to give to the people who are actually have emergency? Not even those things, any cuts or any bites, or any medicine that you have an idea of giving to them?
I actually do not have an exact plan of exact idea of the medicines or the names of the medicines. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. I really got something, I felt it interesting. So, hospital upliftment has been already done in the task report that we have been provided you, which you have in your respective files. And why is this project only being repeatedly mentioned by my co-delegates? Why are we not creating any new motions or any new questions? This is my question. So, folks, other than the hospital upliftment and awareness sessions, please try to come up with some really good motions where we can work on ground and create great impact. I hope this chit has been addressed. And we got a chit from Faiz Ali. Would you like to propose the motion? Folks, if you feel that we are not addressing you, you can write a chit with your motions written in it to the chair table. Thank you. You may proceed, Faiz.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As we all know that how pollution is affecting every day of our lives, and especially countries, metropolitan cities like Mumbai, Delhi, pollution has been a major problem to students as well as old age people. So my solution will be putting low-cost sensors such as Adreno kits or Atmos kits in classroom halls or areas where such disease-prone areas are present, and advocating and raising awareness about growing plants such as green ferns and spider lilies, which are specifically used to capture the pollutants present in the air and helping us to avoid such diseases in the coming future. Thank you.
Can you please just, briefly tell the motion?
Okay.
Crisply.
Okay, thank you. In brief, I want to advocate and aware people of growing plants which can curb this pollution problem.
Remember, is it like you want to give an awareness on the plants which gives more oxygen or something, or which reduces pollution more?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I want to give both awareness and providing of seeds and cultivation things to which can absorb the pollutants present in the air.
I'm really actually confused with the motion right now. Sometimes we are telling you the pollution, sometimes plants, and sometimes seeds. Can you please be specific?
Okay, thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The plants such as spider lilies are usually used to absorb pollutants present in the air and provide oxygen. That's the thing.
Okay, got it. Any points of support? Any points of support? Not right now, please. Again and again. Any points of contradiction? Rohit.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I just want to ask my co-delegate that I get your point, like growing plants like antioxidants, they'll prevent pollution and all. But I want to ask, like, who will maintain it for the long time? It's not sustainable. Like growing plants, at some point of time, then no one will water it, and eventually it will die.
Any points of support to Rohit's point? Any points of contradiction? Swati. Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. I would ask my member that is planting trees and watering trees a non-sustainable activity? Don't we have trees around us, and how are we surviving? Can you please give the answer for this? Rohit, would you like to answer that?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I'm not saying it's not sustainable. Okay, we can do it, but how long can you do it? At one point of time, someone has to maintain it, right?
I got it. Your emotions, but please take care of the tables. Points of contradiction? Member to my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So supporting to the Rohit's point, very high maintenance to grow them. It can't be grown in like some rural areas and convert the pollution. That's my point.
A member who raised the motion, would you like to say something?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. His point is valid, but with enough knowledge, I think we can implement from urban areas to rural areas, because my step was not only in rural areas, in overall metropolitan cities such as Delhi, Mumbai, where much pollution is situated there instead of rural areas. So I think with enough infrastructure and money and our knowledge, we can implement and sustain these growing plants where institutions and schools can also help in sustaining them. Thank you.
But to clarify a point in this whole conversation regarding the sustainability of plants, growing, cost cutting and all, there are few plants which requires very less maintenance and very less water also. They can grow easily, and there are few plants which are very rich in maintenance, and there are few plants which absorbs carbon dioxide more. So to segregate them, we need to choose a place and segregate the points according to the things. So we can't talk everything on a combined point. Please make a note of it. Thank you. I got a chat regarding a mental awareness session in the schools. I would like to repeat that the motion is already done. And any final motion in this board, any new motions regarding, regardless of awareness sessions, distributions, how many of you are sure that your motion is going to be so creative and which can make more impact, which is more sustainable? I can see a lot of placards raised, so let's not make this as the last motion. Namisha, you can proceed.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. My motion is regarding smokeless stoves, basically smoke-free stoves. The amount of smoke which is coming out of when you're cooking is less. Basically, what happens is when you cook, the gas or the smoke which comes out of the cooking, it is generally not healthy. And especially in rural areas where wood and cow dung is used while cooking, there is a lot of smoke coming out of the stove, which is not at all good for that person's health who is cooking. So my motion is regarding distributing smoke-free stoves to people in rural areas to reduce their health problems.
Any points of support? Any points of support?
Yes, Meghna, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. In the beginning, I thought of contradicting Nainisha, but it's a really good initiative. Not only urban areas, if you consider rural areas, many people still use gas stoves, or which give us pollution or some kind of harmful gas. I guess if Nainisha could give a proper plan of action and give a proper area where we can go and do this project, it will be really helpful and it will be one of the best projects which we do.
Namisha, would you like to elaborate with the plan of action? And can you please explain what exactly the smokeless stove means? Because the LPG stoves that we are using are also smokeless, and even in the rural areas, government is providing free LPG cylinders and all. So can you please be more specific along with the plan of action as Meghna asked?
So runs in electricity. Basically, it runs through. There are various modes. It runs through air, heat, and electricity.
Any points of contradiction? Dhruva.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My co-delegate said that they don't have proper gas stove. Then I can, like, they're using woods and all. Then can I ask her that why will they have electricity there? And second thing, if they're using woods, I think they will do it in an open place. I think that might not cause that much of harm for the person who is cooking, because they'll have fresh air and that the smoke might go through that.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I wanted to mention that smoke operate through less amount of gas compared to the LPG gas cylinders we have. And coming back to my co-delegate knows, generally, even if it happens in an open place, you have to use a pipe and blow into that wood so that the fire generates and then the cooking happens. And that is not at all healthy for that person who is cooking. There are numerous cases, and that is also one of the reasons we shifted to LPG gas cylinders. So if you consider that is not that is not unhealthy.
Thank you, Sir, for acknowledging me. I feel we are not in 1945 India. I think the maximum of them are using LPG cylinders because government is maximum providing them. Still, if someone is using firewoods, I think they can't use a normal Nokia phone. How do you think they'll use a LPG smoke-free gas stove?
The floor is open for debate.
Basically, there are villages where they still use the traditional method of cooking. I personally went and I stay in an area which is close to tribal areas, and when I visit, I see most of the houses having those mud construction done to use it, like to cook, to put the pot on the mud construction to cook. There are still villages. Example for the Mulu district we went.
I get it. See, there are where they use woods and all. Do you think a Mulgu district tribe can handle that equipment?
Yes, it is very handy to use. It is just like a button.
If they're having any issue with the equipment, where can a Mulgu district guy go? And how will he get repaired if something happens to the equipment also?
Cool, guys.
Dhruva, one second. Please take care of the tables. Continue, Dhruva.
See, as we have already mentioned, they are below poverty line. They are using woods. If something happens to the equipment, how do you think he can repair it by himself? And a Mulgu guy going to the city, how will he find out a shop? How will he get repaired with the minimum amount he's having in his pocket?
Basically, if we are donating it to them, we can give a point of contact for repair also.
See, my point is, how is going to afford it?
Every product has a minimum guarantee and warranty. At least
How will he know where to redeem that warranty and all? Because he'll not have a smartphone and all. You can't go to a random shop, choose a warranty. You have to call to the customer care, then you have to talk to them, then you'll get the reimbursement.
that is why we are here.
See, you can do it 1 month, 2 months. After that, who is going to do it?
Members, we completely get your points and emotions. Can you please close the debate with your conclusion statements?
I feel this is not sustainable motion of giving air free.
Aisha, can you please conclude?
Yes. So, as I mentioned, smoke-free stoves helps us reduce less amount, helps us emit less amount of gas when you are cooking, which is helpful, which helps in reducing the health diseases. So, donating these in rural areas would help the rural people.
I heard a lot of bangs, stabs in between the debate. So I would like to go with one point of support and one point of contradiction in the final. Points of support, please. Dikshit, you may proceed.
Thank you for acknowledging this. So, చూసుకున్నట్టయితే
nowadays, like not only in the rural areas but in urban areas also they are using the like coal stoves. See, when I went to the restaurants, like nowadays they are like say pulao or like kunda bhojanam. They are making with the coal, so it is like so వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తున్నారంటే స్టవ్స్ వాడకుండా దే ఆర్ ప్రిపేరింగ్ విత్ ద వుడ్. సో దానివల్ల ఏమవుతుందంటే పీపుల్ కి హార్మ్ వస్తుంది, ఎట్టి పరిస్థితుల్లో ఎయిర్ అనేది హార్మ్. సో నౌడేస్ లైక్ మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ద పీపుల్ ఆర్ లైక్ మనం ఓల్డెన్ కల్చర్ తెద్దామని చెప్పించి దీని అందరు లైక్ ఇన్ అర్బన్ ఏరియాస్ లో కూడా తీసుకొని వస్తున్నారు. బట్ దిస్ ఇస్ నాట్ ఇట్ ఈస్ గుడ్ ఫర్ హెల్త్.
Got your point, Richard. Any points of contradiction?
Dhruva.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I want to tell to my co-delegate that if they are using coal or wood, that is for the authentic taste for that dish. And secondly, I see any chef dying because of this, because of using this coal or wood thing.
Final point of contradictions? Meghna.
Firstly, irrespective of the project raised, I want to contradict the...
Meghna, you may take your seat. Nivedita.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. But see, it's not only ending up giving the stub and leaving it. There are a lot of after effects and the maintenance, and basically the stub is not at all a good option. Thank you.
Okay. Got your point, folks. So I think we're done with the motions. Let's go with the voting process. Is it like for the motions or for supports and contradictions? Man, when I asked from the beginning, no one raises a placard. Now everyone are like, yes, we have the motions. Can we have, meanwhile, when we have the voting sessions, can you please pass on the chits so that we can add them into the motions list? Thank you. Let's start with the voting process. Let's start with the voting process. The first motion was conducting art therapies, creative sessions and yoga workshops for mental health. Members with the motion, raise your placards. Against the motion? With the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Providing medical facilities in the rural areas where there is a requirement, might be in hospitals, clinics or any workshops. Members with the motion? Against the motion? I see few of you are not participating in the voting process. Please actively take part in this voting process. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. The distribution of equipment like mosquito repellent nets and other requirements for to get protection from mosquitoes. Members with the motions? Against the motion? My extreme right people are not really taking part in the voting process. I understand that you're not completely visible from my side, but we want everyone to take part in the voting process. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Let's go with the voice vote. Members with the motion say aye. Aye. Against the motion say nay. Nay. Motion passed. Giving awareness sessions on clean washrooms to the management of schools and washrooms. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion clearly not passed. cancer awareness sessions and free screening camps in rural areas. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Let's go with the voice vote. Members with the motion say aye. Aye. Against the motion say nay. Nay. With the motion say aye. Aye. Against the motion say nay. Nay. I feel like aye. Against the motion say nay. Nay. Motion passed. See, if you are against the motion, everyone, please give your voice. I feel like only one or two members are giving their voice vote very, very strongly, and others are like not completely involved into the voice vote. Right? The next motion, providing mobile washrooms in the tribal hamlets. The mobile washrooms are reusable washrooms, as Nihal said. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Distributing menstrual kits in rural areas. Members with the motion? And there is an add-on to this point, either menstrual kits or providing a sanitary napkin vending machine in rural areas. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed.
Providing free eye screening camps and free spectacle distribution camps. Members with the motion. Members against the motion. Members with the motion. Members with the motion. Motion passed. Collaborating with hospitals for providing HPV vaccines to girls. Members with the motion. Members against the motion. Members with the motion. Passed. Creating awareness session on Sattvic Foods Movement 21-day workshop. Members with the motion. Motion up. Providing upgraded equipment to the hospitals where required healthcare centers. Members with the motion. Members against the motion. Members with the motion. With the motion say aye. Aye. Members with the motion say aye. Aye.
Against the motion say nay. Nay. Motion passed. But the placard vote and the voice vote were like completely opposite. Placard vote was like 50-50 and the voice vote is like really 90-10.
Conducting blood donation camps in rural areas. Members with the motion. Members with motion say aye. Aye. Again. Aye. Again. Aye. Again. Aye. Members with the motion. Aye. I didn't say aye. This is raise your placards. Along with the distribution of first aid kits in schools. The members with the motion. Motion not passed.
I feel like we can divide this motion into two parts. Just creating awareness session on herbal medicines. Who is with the motion? Motion not passed. The distribution of first aid kits in schools and colleges. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed.
Creating an awareness session on growing plants. Members with the motion. Creating an awareness session growing plants.
Awareness session on how to grow plants and what is the importance of growing of plants and everything. Members with the motion? Motion clearly not passed.
With the motion say aye.
Against the motion say nay.
Against the motion?
Even though the voting process is like against the motion, but I feel like Team Srikos INR can take up this project and work more on this project. Krishna? have invalidated future because most of them are repeated, but one specific sheet says that providing hearing aids and hearing machines for deaf people, especially in rural areas, which have 3-year warranty and with a minimum replaceable battery. Members with the motion. Did you get the motion? Or do you want me to repeat? Got it. Providing hearing aids and hearing machines in the rural areas for deaf people with a minimal warranty of 3 years and a minimal warranty battery. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed.
And we have another motion. Providing dental camps in the government school.
It is regarding embrace warmers. Member who raised this, who wrote this sheet, can you please elaborate? Rahul, is it you? Can you please elaborate it?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Embrace farmers are the alternative solution for incubators, and we can provide it to any health centers or hospitals. And according to data, around 5 to 10 people, babies are dying because of shortage of incubators in India.
Members, points of support?
And I want to add one point last year. And embrace farmers
Sorry,
are...
Rahul, you may take your seat. Members with the motion? Members against the motion? Is the motion clear? MRAS warmers are the alternatives for incubator. So according to the motion, many children are dying because of the lack of incubator. So member is proposing to provide MRAS warmers in the hospitals where there is a requirement. So it is an alternative to the incubators, where incubators are more expensive, but MRAS warmers are little inexpensive and easily available in the market also nowadays. It is kind of the latest technology where hospitals are using. So members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. And now I officially declare the session 2 is done.
Hi. 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 Stand. Everyone. Quick. Hi.
Hi.
How was your breakfast? Average, good, bad.
Good people say aye. Aye. Average people say aye. Aye. Bad say aye.
Thank you. So, ఆకలిస్తుంది ఎందుకట్లా అక్షిత్ కళ్యాణ్ ఫైన్ సో యా
Thanks. So now the house is adjourned for lunch break.
నేను తిన్నాక మస్తు నిద్ర వస్తుంది సో యుద్ధం చేయాలి ఇప్పుడు సో 2:30 షాప్ ఎవ్రీవన్ షో డిస్కస్
Please follow up. Good afternoon, folks. Let's start with the second part of today's discussions. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, folks. I think let's start the session with a 2 minutes activity. So many people are sleepy. Should we go it later? Okay. The house is in order. Now the third goal is clean water and sanitation. Ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. Any speeches on the floor? Remember, to my extreme left.
Thank you, Chief, for acknowledging me. I stand before you today to speak on an issue that is fundamental to human dignity and survival, clean water and sanitation. Water is life. It is a basic human right, yet millions around the world still lack access to safe, clean drinking water and adequate sanitation. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 6 aims to ensure that everyone has access to safe, affordable drinking water and proper sanitation by 2030. Every year, 1.7 million people die from preventable waterborne diseases. Inadequate sanitation contributes to the spread of deadly diseases like cholera and diarrhea. So what can we do? We can conserve water, we raise awareness, support initiatives. Today we can create a healthier and more equitable world. Thank you.
Any new speeches on the floor? Remember, to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Water is life, yet millions of people struggle to access clean water and proper sanitation. Over 5 lakh children die every year from disease caused by contaminated water. In many parts of the world, women walk miles every day just to fetch a bucket of water. But this is not just about drinking water, it's about our dignity. Without toilets, women and girls suffer, most facing health risks and even safety threats. We don't realize the privilege of turning on a tap and getting clean water, but for millions, it's a daily struggle. This is not just a rural issue, it's an urban crisis. Water pollution, wastage and poor management threaten even well-developed cities. Clean water and sanitation are not luxuries, they are basic human rights. A nation cannot progress when its people are fighting for survival over something as basic as water. It's time to stop taking water for granted and start protecting it. Because once it's gone, there is no replacement. Thank you.
I would like to invite Mr. Madhuchandra onto the chair table.
We acknowledge the presence of Madhuchandra, Associate President 2017 to 18 and Chairman Culture HYA 6 and 8. Thank you for joining us. We acknowledge Sthairya Shah, Associate President, Project Coordinator, 2022-23 of Shrikars, Hyderabad. Thank you for joining us. We acknowledge Maniteja Akula, Board Member and Public Relations, Alumni Relations at 2322. Thank you for joining us.
Alright folks, let's get started with the motions for this. So, any new motions on the floor? Yes, one, Rajma.
OCs, please look into the mics. I think every mic has been stopped.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. There are many areas, even in our city, which suffer from lack of clean water. So the motion which I would like to propose is fitting gravity-based water purifiers in slums.
Can you elaborate the plan of action, please?
We would identify certain slums which don't have adequate access to clean water. Then we would go and install those purifiers, and we would also educate them on how to maintain those purifiers.
Thank you. Any points of support for the motion? The member to my extreme right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. We can install biofiltration toilets. They are cost effective and it is eco-friendly too.
I don't think this is a point of support or an add-on. I mean, this can be an add-on, but this can also be a separate motion altogether. Any other points of support for the original motion which was raised? Any points of contradiction? So the motion was clean water for slums, which includes again purification of water. Right. One new.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledgement. I have a question, like how much water can a filtrate from a lake? Like, is it sufficient of filtering that amount of water for filtration?
Would you like to answer that question?
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. The project is not about filtering water from the lakes, It's about filtering the water which comes to the homes of peoples in slums. So, and the purification extent of the filter, that depends on the maintenance of how the people are able to maintain those filters.
Did that clarify your question?
Yeah.
Let's move to the next motion. Any new motions on the floor? Yes, Diya.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. We should install biosand filters in schools. It is affordable and also sustainable because it has a lifespan of more than 10 years. Also, it requires no electricity to function. So, it saves the cost to the school as well. Also, it prevents waterborne diseases like typhoid, cholera, and diarrhea.
Can you tell us more about what a biosand filter is, madam?
It is an improvised version of sand filters, but it has a mechanical process.
Thank you. Any points of support for the motion? Installing biosand filters in schools, right? Can't see a placard, but yeah, you can go.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me.
I support my fellow delegate because biosand is actually requires no electricity and it is low maintenance and it removes 90 to 99% of bacteria which causes diarrhea and cholera, and it also impacts 100 people daily. And another point to it is it also clean water, it collects clean water and also flows out through a pipe which kills harmful bacteria like pathogens.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other points of support for the motion? Ms. Vansh.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. I just had a question to the speaker who raised the motion. My question is that what areas are we focusing on to implement this project?
Diya, would you like to answer that?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledgement. We would like to implement this in schools which have no access to drinking water, government schools, or the areas where there are no pure drinking water.
Thank you. Any points of contradiction for the motion? Yes, Nivedita.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair, but the problem here is that it consumes a lot of space and it doesn't filter any heavy metals which are there in the water, and also it requires a lot of time to filter. So I don't think it's not a sustainable option. Thank you.
Diya, would you like to answer that?
I think normal water doesn't contain any such heavy metals which gets delivered to the schools. It only the microbacteria is what is more harmful because we don't get any direct metals in the water we drink. So yeah, that is not a point.
Yeah, I'd like to open the house with Nivedita and Diya. I'd like to.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. My fellow delegates, the thing is that we need to concentrate on the students' health as well, because clearly the goal name is clean water and sanitation. So that and we cannot wait for the water to filter because it takes a lot of time.
So the water filtration can happen anytime during the night or the day. We don't need to wait for the water to filter and then fill the water.
True, but then what about the space? We cannot sacrifice the school's playground.
It won't even take that much space that the ground can be sacrificed.
It does. It takes a lot.
Right, thank you, Diya and Nivedita. Please be seated. Any new motions on? Yes, Guru.
Thank you for acknowledging it, sir. So, access to safe water, sanitation and hygiene is the most basic human need for the health. But still in India, 163 million people lack access to the safe drinking water according to the World Health Organization. So, my dear delegates, even now in many semi-urban areas and rural areas, in most of the government schools, what is the thing is happening is, the water is directly distributed from the overhead tanks to the people. Where the purification of water is done by using a bleaching powder, and due to this process, there are many infections and diseases such as skin issues, eye irritation, and respiratory issues. So to overcome these issues, I have came up with a solution where we are going to provide a RO plant, which is nothing but a reverse osmosis water purification plant in a government school. And coming to the technical feasibility, we are going to use a 100 LPH RO plant, which is nothing but it filtrates 100 liters per day. So roughly 2,400 liters will be filterized every day. And coming to the financial feasibility, so roughly takes 10,000, 15,000 per each day. But coming to the impact, it creates nearly 150 to 200 people each day. So I believe that this solution is a most sustainable solution. Thank you.
Thanks, Guru, for the motion and the detailed stats as well. Any points of support? Yes, Sadhu.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I support my co-delegate. The idea is very good actually. The reverse osmosis process makes really water very pure, and the student, wherever he planned those, so many gets water very pure. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any other points of support? Yes, the member.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I am raising a point of support because in contradiction, many will say that it is not practical or so. So I just want to say that it has already been implemented by streetcars and it is working very well. We have also gone through the maintenance of it and checking up if it is actually beneficial. So yes, it is beneficial. That's the reason I'm supporting this motion. Thank you.
Any other points of contradiction for the motion? No points of contradiction. Any new motions on the floor? Someone who hasn't raised motion so far? Akhilesh.
Thank you, Chair. Coming to the point, we really are in need of clean water, and there's a very less percentage of clean water on Earth. So I would like to bring back our old system, that is preservation of rainwater and converting it to drinking water. So basically, it's a harvesting system on rooftops that can be built. It's a low-cost filtration system which uses sand, charcoal, rocks, and gravel. The harvesting system is connected to water pipes, and all of the water is stored in the water tanks or water barrels. I would quickly like to mention the benefits of the water harvesting system. It helps to conserve potable water by storing the rainwater by reducing the demand of municipal water systems. It may only have initial cost while installation. Over the time, the system can save money. And last but not the least, a rooftop rainwater harvesting system provides a backup water source during droughts or emergencies. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Akhilesh. The motion is preservation of rainwater. This is basically a rooftop installation.
Yeah.
You can be seated.
Yeah.
Any points of support for the motion?
It is my distinct honor to introduce a remarkable individual whose journey epitomizes dedication, versatility, and an unwavering commitment to public service. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Vinit Gaganna, IPS, and an accomplished medical officer and esteemed University. Born in Hassan, Karnataka, Dr. Vinit's early life was marked by a vibrant curiosity and a penchant for exploration. He pursued his medical education at the Bangalore Medical College and Research Institute, specializing in orthopedics. His medical career was distinguished by a profound dedication to patient care and a relentless pursuit of excellence. Driven by a desire to serve society on a broader scale, Dr. Vineet transitioned into public service, joining the Indian Police Service. He served as the SP of Bhadradri Kottagudem district, playing a key role in maintaining law and order while actively supporting community. He ensured peace and harmony within the district and currently serves as the Deputy Commissioner of Police for the Madhapur zone under the Hyderabad Commissionerate. In this capacity, he has been instrumental in enhancing public safety and implementing innovative policy strategies. Additionally, he is highly active in marathons and passionately supports social initiatives, youth engagement and fitness. Dr. Vineet's unique blend of medical expertise and law enforcement acumen has enabled him to approach challenges with a holistic perspective, fostering community trust and ensuring well-being of the public. His commitment to continuous learning and adaptability serves as an inspiration to many. Beyond his professional endeavors, Dr. Vineet actively engages with the community, participating in youth assemblies and educational initiatives, reflecting his belief in empowering the next generation. We are privileged to have you here today with us, sir, and we are looking forward to your insights. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Kshira. Thank you, sir, for joining us. For context, the motion on the floor is preservation of rainwater and purification. This is a rooftop technique. Any points of support for the motion? All right. Any points of contradiction for this motion? Yes, the member.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I think that rooftop technique which stores rainwater might take consumes a lot of space, and also like the main people who faces this problem is the poor people, and I think they can't have such place on their roofs to build that huge amount of which occupies a huge amount.
Any other points of contradiction? Yes, Archita.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate told about the rainwater harvesting, it does occupy a space, and the name itself is rainwater harvesting. What about when we don't have rain? How are you going to save the water and use it for the next year? That's my point.
Akhilesh, would you like to answer that?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The water which it filters is stored in water barrels and water tanks, so we can eventually use water from it.
Thank you. Any new motions on the floor? Yes, Akshay.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. My motion is on sanitation. Installing sanitary pad disposal machines in girls' hostels to ensure proper menstrual waste management and to maintain hygiene is very important. On a daily basis, we can actually, if we, on a rough maximum, we can get 500 waste sanitary disposal pads, which causes a lot of hygiene problems. So for this, I propose we install menstrual disposal machines, which are the working of the machines are they work by burning used pads at high temperatures to reduce them to ash. They ensure all bacteria and odor are eliminated. My plan of action is we can survey hostels and gather the feedback from hostel residents to understand the locations for installations and work with hostel authorities for proper placement and conduct awareness on using these machines. Thank you.
Thank you, Akshay. Just to clarify, the motion is disposable units for sanitary use.
Yeah.
Sanitary pads. Yes. Any points of support for the motion? Yes, the member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would really like to support my fellow delegate for raising this motion, and I really think it's a good idea because we already executed this in phase 1 under generic quality where we executed we installed 2 incinerator machines in 2 segregated schools and it has impacted more than 1,000 students. So I really think it's a very good idea. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction for the motion? We have only one contradiction on the floor. Go for it.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So even the idea is good, but the lack of community ownership or participation in maintaining shared sanitation facilities often leads to poor upkeep and eventual failure. And cultural resistance or lack of remains may hinder the adoption of eco-friendly toilets in certain regions.
Any other points of contradiction for the motion? Yes, please.
Thanks for acknowledging me, Chair. As we said, actually, like in season 13, like we installed in orphanage, in a girls' orphanage, and it's successfully working. And recently we visited that orphanage again for some execution of street cause, and it's successfully working, and they felt very happy for it. And the second thing that the pad disposal, like before that pad disposal machine, they used to throw it in dustbins that where it leads to like a lot of mosquitoes and everything. So I think it works.
This was a point of contradiction for the contradiction which is made. So this is a point of support. Any new motions on the floor? Something which was not executed before, something which is out of the box and still feasible. Yes, Sanjay.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So my motion is solar powered desalination units, where use of solar energy to remove salt taken from sea water near the water bodies near them of the rural areas, making it drinkable, helping them to clean water. It is also a sustainable process.
Could you elaborate on that idea, the plan of action? That's all. Thank you. Any points of support for the motion? These are solar power salination units. The idea is a bit vague, but if there are still points of support with some context on that, then it will be great. Any points of contradiction? Yes, Vansh.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Firstly, Telangana does not have any sea bodies or salted lakes or anything. Secondly, installing them, maintaining them, getting them to work in the long term, I don't think it would be feasible. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, would you like to add 2 cents to the motions which are raised so far?
So good. Good evening to you all. And didn't want to interrupt. There's a wonderful session going on. Once it's completed, let's have an interaction. Thank you.
Thank you. Any points of contradiction for that? That's what I was. Just the member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me.
So my point of contradiction is desalination gives byproducts such as salt and lime, which needs proper disposal. And if they are not properly disposed, they can harm the environment.
Any new motions on the floor? Yes, Hima Bindu.
Thank you, Chief, for acknowledging me. So, for this safe drinking water, clean water, I came with an idea of grey water recycling system. So we reuse the wastewater from kitchens and bathrooms for irrigation and
non-drinking purpose.
Can you repeat your motion?
It's grey water recycling.
Grey water.
Yes.
Grey water recycling units. This is the motion. Any points of support?
Points of support, member. Can you please be specific where exactly do you want to install these systems?
Thank you for acknowledging, Chief. Like for irrigation and fields, gardening, we can use all in this. We can use the water, and we can use in dry seasons for the fielding. The water.
Thank you.
Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Nihal?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So as my co-delegate was mentioning about grey water management system, first of all, I would like to add a point where would you install grey water management system, first of all? Okay? Why? Because we are not aiming for just 1 liter, 2 liters. Like you are thinking for something 100 liters, like very large amount of water. For that, you have to first establish a grey water management system itself, where the entire process for converting that grey water into reusable one, it consumes so much of energy, which in turn leads to pollution for the environment, which means a completely contradiction to what we are actually proposing for the object. Right? So we want to protect the environment. That's also one of our goals, right, which we have done. Now, in making sure that we want to use the water, we are in fact promoting much more pollution, which is completely contradictory for what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Nihal.
Member who raised this motion, would you like to answer? Any points of support? Any other points of contradiction? Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Grey water can contain high pH level, which can affect soil pH and as well as the plant growth. And if not properly, grey water can contain pathogens like bacteria and viruses. That's it. Thank you.
Would you like to answer that? Yes, proceed.
Like, I didn't actually get the point. Like,
You may be seated. You didn't acknowledge this.
Any new motions on the floor? Yes, Azam.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My motion is regular water testing and maintenance. Use mobile water testing units for continuous monitoring and assign community water committees to maintain fertilization system. And implement the equip students for portable water testing kits, test village waters, source monthly and share results, create awareness posters about the unsafe water rates. And my feedback is collect committee feedback and identify areas for improvement and plan for selling the project to more region.
Remember, there are a bunch of motions in this. What motion are you proposing? Like, be specific about one and explain the manner.
Water testing system.
Alright. So, using mobile water testing systems, like households, industrial. Any points of support for the motion? Remember, you will be seated. Any points of contradiction? Yes, Nivedita.
thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I want to ask my fellow delegate that what exactly is your plan of action after testing? What will you do?
Azam, would you like to answer?
Thank you for acknowledging me, sir. Sure. One second.
After testing, after knowing the pH level and everything, what are you planning to do after the results?
We can improve our filtration system according to it.
What is our role in it?
Our role in it is after testing the water, what is the level of water, and we can purify the water again and again by knowing the testing.
Which place are you proposing? Where?
schools, colleges.
The house is from close for debate. Thank you, folks.
Thanks.
Any specific motions on the sanitation front? Not clean water, like just the sanitation front. Any motion? Yes, Akhila and Aisha.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So we often talk about the lack of sanitation, but have you ever wondered why people avoid public toilets? For many, it's not just about hygiene, it's about affordability. What if I told you that using a toilet could cost nothing except a plastic bottle? I propose a project called Sanitation, a system where people can access public toilet by just depositing a plastic waste instead of paying money. Instead of struggling to find change, individuals can simply hand over a plastic wrapper, bottle, or a bag and exchange for an entry. Like this, collected plastic will be sold to the recyclers and the revenue will be used for the toilet maintenance, ensuring sustainability. This initiative solves both the major issues at once. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. The motion is Sani-Pay, where you exchange plastic waste for access to using a mobile toilet. Any points of support for the motion? Points of contradiction? Yes, Lalit.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Although I realize that the delegates' motion sounds very good, it's a policy level change that is needed, because whatever public washrooms we have are maintained by the GHMC, if I'm not wrong. So for them to acknowledge that if there's anybody depositing waste and then having an ecosystem where they're able to pay the salaries that they are and doing the maintenance is a policy level decision. However, the idea seems nice, so I do encourage motions like this, but please do understand that we as HR to be able to, over the next 4 months. So the delegates should come up with motions which they can visualize themselves doing over the next few months. So thank you. It's a beautiful idea, but it's a policy level change. Thank you.
Thanks, Aditya. Any other points of contradiction? Any new motions on the floor? The one on my extreme left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My motion is to provide solar powered water ATM, where it is a self-sustaining clean water solution. The solar powered water ATM, a self-sustaining water filterization and vending machine that provides clean drinking water at an extreme low cost. And by doing this, we can provide jobs to the people who are jobless, and we can also provide good health to the people. And by solar powered water ATM, we can change less, we can charge very less current. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any points of support for the motion solar powered water ATMs? Points of contradiction? Is the member on my right?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Although it seems a very good idea when listening, but if we get into practicals, then I feel like this idea wouldn't work because first of all, it is not affordable. The initial cost is very, very high. Although if we assume that we are having initial cost, the maintenance need to be tough because we are working for clean water and sanitization. Right? When we say clean water, it has to be maintained well enough. And if we are installing it in a place, it has to be maintained in well manner. And if you're not maintaining it, it will definitely cost rise. So I hope if proper maintenance is there, then we can go off for it. But still, it raises concern on the quality check, and also for the long time, it wouldn't work. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Any other points of contradiction? Yes, Nihal.
Thank you, Jeff, for acknowledging me. So, first I would like to clarify that, I mean, through the member, what is the difference between the solar power ATMs which you are mentioning, I mean, the water ATMs and the regular water plants which generally we establish? I mean, what is the difference so that we can understand that what is feasible in terms, the major difference between what the member is delegating and what actually we have implemented so far, that's the water plant installation we have implemented so far in villages.
Member, would you like to answer that?
Thank you, Chair. I didn't get to the point. What's the point?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, I have mentioned what is the difference between the idea which you are proposing and the regular water plant which we generally establish. You know, water plant, the populated water plant for the entire village we set up, right, usually.
Yeah.
So, what is the difference between your motion and the regular idea? I mean,
Actually, this is a solar powered water which can be filtered by the solar current, where it costs very less and current charges are also very less, and it can be keep near the rivers and lakes, and also it can be taken from groundwater also, and we can provide this to the schools and rural areas, slums like that.
Thank you. Could you clarify your doubt? Do you want me to open the house for debate? Yes, the house is open for debate now between a member and...
thank you, Chef, for acknowledging me. Still, right, even now you are not able to mention like what is the exact difference. You are mentioning about all the features of the water plant, but what is the difference between that and this?
Purification, what you talked about, it is just a current passing like that, but it can be provided by solar currents, where it can provide very easily, and we can.
So what would be the estimated cost?
It's around 50,000 to 1 lakh. That's all.
50,000 to 1 lakh just for establishment. Are you sure? Okay. So which means during solar, I mean, so there is only solely works on solar, or does electric also involves in this?
We can use it both. Like
So this is a hybrid, or this is a solar, or this is the mixture of both? That's the major difference.
It's a mixture of both. We can use solar or current also. But my suggestion is to provide solar.
Only solar.
Yeah.
So which means then what about during rainy seasons?
In rainy seasons,
I mean during rainy seasons when we don't have a proper sunlight. Because we have to think for long term also, right? Not just the seasonal based or the weather based projects.
Yeah. Thank you, member. Thank you, Nihal. Any new motions on the floor? This is the member to my left. Can you start by saying it?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Myself, Vijay. Sanitation refers to management of waste and hygiene practices to ensure health and well-being. I have come up with an idea of setting smart dustbins where unusual dumping takes place, which is much taking place in Hyderabad, where people dump waste, daily waste in the corners of the street somewhere like that. If we install a smart dustbin over there, which works on the sensor waste, which also segregates the wet waste and dry waste, and through which even the compost also can be made. It is safe disposal of waste, and it controls the odor, and the waste segregation can be done easily.
Can you talk about the finances of this?
It takes around 8 to 10K for placing one smart dustbin.
Thank you. Installation of smart dustbins in rural places and urban places. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction for the motion? Yes, Dhruva.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I want to ask my co-delegate that where you are going to place it and who is going to maintain it every day?
Would you like to answer that?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Where the unusual dumping takes place, like where the people dump waste, where it should not be dumped, we'll place it over there, and the Chairperson will collect it for 2 to 3 days once.
Like how much it can store actually? Like how will he take at least 2 to 3 days? how much can that dustbin store? It is a small dustbin, I guess.
It can store up to 8 to 10 kgs.
See, I think in a half day, I think 8 kgs of dump will be filled. So he's going to clean it after every alternate days. So I think the dump will be stored there only, and I think a newborn disease might form from there also.
Actually, the dustbin will have lids kind of thing, which works on sensor, so that the even odor does not come and any diseases does not.
But it is storing there only, right?
It's covered lid. Yeah, but it's covered.
Yeah, thank you, member. Thank you, Dhruva. Before we proceed to taking any new motions on the floor, I'd like our distinguished guest, Dr. Vinny, to speak a few words and address the House.
You all. Entire Hyderabad is watching IPL, and here a few set of individuals who are working for the sustainability. That's commendable. The decency and the decorum, if followed by our own representatives, either in assembly or in Lok Sabha Parliament, we would have got far more results than what we have got till now. So, regarding the thought-provoking session that was undergoing, I didn't want to disturb. Considering time, I just wanted to interact and allow you to further go on. We really appreciate the viewpoints, the way it is compared, debated, discussed, and eventually entire floor would promulgate. That is where we are ending up, right? So why it is called floor? Why it is called floor? Why it is not a room or why it is not a... Can someone tell him? Lalit? Pardon? Why roof? Roof will not make anyone equal.
Raj, would you like to answer?
Yeah, I mean, to make everyone feel we are equal and we are good to debate amongst each other, not feeling anybody other as superiors.
No, maybe, but why exactly, how, I mean, what makes calling it a room would differentiate it?
I think it's more about platform as flow. Towards your left.
Yes, extremely right.
So it's a platform, so you consider as flow. So to deliberate, to talk about the discussion.
Sure, one part of it. Good, one part of it. For whom does it provide platform?
Platform to address the issues what the common people are going through as their representatives. So they represent the problem, so on the floor, which is on the platform.
Irrespective of all the discussion and debate, it is the floor. Floor means it's you all. It's you all, irrespective of different parties, different representations across various, it may be even in UN or wherever, where 183 countries are represented, or our own assemblies where multiple parties are being represented. This floor is a platform for all, and if it is called floor because it represents everyone. They may be big, small. It's not about just equality. It's about unity. It's about unity, irrespective of the differences, and that's why we call unity in diversity. So despite various diverse views, viewpoints, finally we promulgate 2 or 3 important points as a whole. So that's why it's a platform. Then that's why it's called floor. So instead of me asking, if you could possibly pose some questions where we would take it along, make it very interesting. So the floor is open. Once again, the floor is open.
Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, let's get started with the motions again. Any new motions on the floor?
I haven't. Anyone ask some questions, some interactions?
Let's make it a very interactive session, folks. If you have any questions to ask, sir, feel free to ask.
Yes, we have.
And before that, it may not be related to anything. It may be anything under this sun. Now under this sun, not
First of all, thank you so much for taking your time and coming to us, sir. So my question is, like, what made you transition from a practicing doctor to a civil servant?
not a very inspiring story, so it's just a simple thing. Just like I wanted to dwell more into generalist, more into society in multiple angles rather than being on one. So after orthopedics, I just gave an attempt. God's grace, got into civil service, but nevertheless, now after working here for 8 years, I've understood wherever you are, in whichever field you can contribute in your own way and have that your own identity, and nothing is less than whichever field you contribute. So it's all about contribution, whatever maximum expression you can give as an individual to the society, to your family, to your own kith and kin. So wherever you work and wherever you stay, so I think overall as an individual what you are, when you are, wherever you are, so I think that matters the most.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions? Lalit.
Lalit being targeted.
Sir,
The line of fire.
Thank you so much, sir, for this opportunity. So my question is controversial, sir. I hope I am able to ask this. So, sir, generally, like when they say police, right, there's a fear that I've seen around people, and they might not make any mistake. Like, there's no mistake, there's no criminal, there's just normal people. But when it's police, it's like police, right? Do you feel it's on the police system itself to make people feel more friendly towards police rather than police, like, you know, as somebody who's scared of them? Like, that's the question. I hope I can ask this question.
See, you asking this question alone makes you already friendly.
Right.
So it is like a happily married. It is an oxymoron. There is nothing called friendly police. So policing as such, see, it's citizen friendly. Should not be as such friendly, because people friendly policing, it's not for criminals. You cannot have a friendly policing means it's not friendly for a criminal, right? I think most of the times the fear would not allow people to cross the line. You might have especially noticed how, if you have traveled, if you are having a car or a bike somewhere, the opposite lane, someone will tell there is a police up there. And how do you slow down, wear helmet, whatnot. So that comes with a fear. Everything in optimum, even fear, to the extent of enforcing discipline is acceptable, not to the extent of having a repulsion towards each other, where people start being repulsive to police, or police being repulsive to people. Okay, kind of trust deficit comes in, there will be a fear factor, all combined to form a kind of unhealthy relationship. That's where we shouldn't be going to. Otherwise, fear is something like a stick which helps, even if you don't meet, just to hold, allow people to fall in line, which will help other law-abiding citizens to carry out their work. Otherwise, imagine all the guys moving across the city with all the breaking all the traffic rules. Would you be able to reach here on time? So there needs to be some kind of discipline that needs to be brought in. So I think that fear should be there that much, like a pinch of salt. That makes the food tasty. Otherwise, it will be bland. So policing shouldn't be bland. So it should be a little bit spicy too. So not the way the Singham is shown. No, not at all. That's what is my opinion, being friendly as well as having that aspect of fear among public with respect to police.
Thank you, sir. In the paucity of time, we'll take one last question and move to the motions. Yes, Khaja.
Yeah, thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. First of all, as I can see, you have worked in medicine and later on you went into a public sector. So I guess you have tasted all the bits of life. And if there's any one advice, as there are the youngsters who really want to do well in their life, if there's any one advice that you'd like to give the youngsters of today, what it would be and what is it?
It's like a perfect thematic last question. Anyway, nevertheless. So I don't know from which all background you are all from. Yeah. So I don't know what's your goal in life, and now under one roof with one umbrella, SDG all united. And my advice would be seeing whatever life that experience and nature has shown. Never ever feel that you had much to give but you didn't give. I hope you get it. I don't know what difference you can make in your lifetime, because a man's lifetime is very less compared to the lifetime of humanity or lifetime of earth or universe, whatnot. But with whatever life you have been given with, whatever the talents you are bestowed with, if you can make the best use of it, I think that will make a difference. That will definitely make a difference. So if you are good at something, pursue it, dare to dream, dare to achieve. And there is no second life. Think again, there is no second life, there is no second chance. Every moment is being lost, given one opportunity at a time, one moment at a time. You will be losing, you will be leaving. So, all of you, whatever goals you have kept in mind, wherever you or your parents have dreamt, where you want, they want you to be at, or where whoever yourself, seeing yourself to be at a later stage. Take one step at a time. Even climbing a mountain seems difficult, but one step at a time, even Mount Everest is conquered. So you guys, all of you appear very, very, very talented. The way you think, the way you analyze, the way you carried yourself all along, It's amazing. And your involvement right now here, at this point of time, itself shows that you are on the right path. Without taking much time, post-lunch session, I know how it feels. I've been there, done that. So, yes.
So thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So good evening, sir. Sir, this is a personal question. As one of our delegate has said, one piece of advice that you'd like to give to all youngsters, like different people tell you need to be disciplined and all. Dream, work, everything is okay, but one thing that I would like to ask is, you have been in service for 8 long years, right? 8 to 9 years. So I'd like to ask you, like, share that one case that you have been solved, like one memorable case you have been solved, and share that one learning from that case, like you have never learned before from that case. Like not the signal jumping or crossing a traffic signal, but something very huge. One learning, sir, that you had never learned it before.
Okay, so I think I'll end up with this one case scenario. I think that makes things interesting. Good one. Okay, there was one, I was working as ASP in Bhadrachalam. All of you know Bhadrachalam where the temple is. Yeah, immediately after IPS will be posted as ASPs. So 1 year there, there was one death that was reported. Then 80-year-old lady at night around 12:30, 12:40. So now all our ears. Now this is how we keep things living. So suddenly I got a call. Then we sent our team. It was noticed that our earrings were missing and some injury on her back and also some kind of marks on her neck. So next day her son comes and gives a complaint telling that a kind of crime has happened where there is theft and also a rape of 80-year-old. So later on we registered, went for investigation. And on second in this one he was called and he said he was suspecting his own brother on property issues that this guy might have sent his laborers. He was a builder there, so he sent his laborers to that particular point, and he gave supari to those people to kill her own mother, kill his own mother. So on that angle we had investigated. There were watchmen, 2 watchmen. Then 2 other guys were moving at that point of time. We took statements from each of them. We couldn't solve. The laborers also who are there, their locations, everything, like all kinds of technical input, local intelligence, everything was taken. But finally we found out, cut short, because otherwise it was very long. The guy who had came to complain was the guy who killed. One learning from here is like, it's not about case, but how bad humans can. And the reason why he killed was a part of her share, she didn't distribute equally. Own mother, given birth, whatever sacrifices she had made, to that extent, despite giving, not giving enough, is the pain he had. So the greatest learning for all of us here in this is greed. Greed can make you animals. Greed is something, how it creeps in, God knows. Watch out for your values. You may achieve anything. You may become the president of, or POTUS, what they call, greatest executive job on earth, what they claim to be, or it can be the richest person on earth, it can be the greatest social reformer, whatever, whatnot. If you don't value these simple relationships, basic value system of controlling your anger, greed, it's like a big ship with a small boat. What will happen? What will happen? It will not travel far, right? It may appear very big, but a small hole is good enough to drown a big ship. So watch out for your character. Ultimately, it's what it matters. So losses and gains happen in life. You may lose out multiple times, but don't lose out on this aspect of character. So one take-home message is, don't lose character. You may achieve or you may not achieve. It doesn't matter. Because eventually we will all achieve something and do in life. Some may achieve it in 5 years, some may achieve it in 10 years, some may be at the fag end of their life. But if you lose your character, whatever you have done would also be gone. So, dear friends, thanks for inviting me here and to be a part of this. It's always a privilege to be sitting among the motivated individuals, especially of your age. It motivates me a lot. So one takeaway message from you would be, watch out for your character, no matter what. Nothing can replace it, no amount of wealth can buy it for you. So with this, I wish you all the very best for your future. You all look like young stars, and this is like a galaxy. So we'll all welcome you to the universe of society. Come there, shine bright, and have your time. With this, I will leave this floor. Thank you one and all for giving me this opportunity.
I would like to invite Mr. Alok Jaiswal to the chair table.
We acknowledge the presence of Alok Jaiswal, the permanent chair of Street First India. Thank you so much for joining us, Alok.
Thank you, Machendra, for sharing the table and helping.
Thank you, folks. It was my pleasure chairing the session.
I would like to invite Mr. Alok Jaiswal to chair the table.
The delegates who have not raised a motion till now to raise their placard, please. Anybody who's not raised or given an idea. Okay. We'll find that out as we progress. Any new motions on the floor? Yes. To my left.
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. I would like to propose plant-based soap production for rural hygiene. So we set up small-scale soap-making units using neem, aloe vera, and coconut oil. This provides affordable organic hygiene products to rural communities. So we implement this by training local women and students in soap production. Soap production is as simple as just watching a YouTube tutorial or Googling it, so we can help these said women for the same. This improves hygiene practices in rural areas, as like fancy soaps are pretty costly. This is a very viable option for us, and this also provides a source of income for women, and it encourages sustainable product use. Thank you.
Any points of support? Yes.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would support the statement what my co-delegate have just said. Yeah, it's a good idea to educate women or people to make household soaps. It would help in sanitation, and it's better to make soaps at home rather than buying it at the shop.
Any points of contradiction, please? Yes.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I don't really contradict this idea, but I just have a question really to my co-delegate, which is...
the House is only open for contradiction at the point in time. It will open for debate later. In case there's a contradiction, please do make.
No, it's just a question.
Alright, thank you. Any more points of support or contradiction before we move on to a new motion?
Look, I feel that the House has been moving on in a very boring way since past 5 to 10 minutes. So I would like to have an activity session. Can we have the activity session now?
For sure. I think this is one of the exercises that we had done in season 1. And I quite remember it very well because I have a picture of it that I keep seeing. So if the House allows, the Chair allows, let's all stand up. Take 2 minutes for this exercise, please.
OCs, please join.
Alright, it's a very simple exercise. I want you all to turn to your left. To your left, my right. Yeah. Everybody. Completely to your left, not just your head. Thank you. Now gently massage the shoulder of the person in front of you. Madam, sorry, it's very unfortunate.
No, it's fortunate for him. He gets a massage, you can give a massage.
Next time. Yes, I am. Alright, go for it.
Members, everyone please do the activity instead of having a chit chat.
Yeah, the ones who are not doing well, raise motion while standing. Now to your right, please. Come on. In case they are not available. Any new motions on the floor, please? To my extreme right. Yes.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The motion is like when it it's about cleaning the lake. We are making we will take lakes and all in rural areas or in urban areas or in slum areas. So to make the water clean, we'll make a clean water drives actually. Yeah, that's the question.
Can you elaborate your motion, please?
Yeah, okay, fine.
Have you done any survey? What kind of logistics it requires? Why do we need to do it?
Okay. So let me explain. Like what is the basic need is like I'm from the Godavari district. So we'll have all the rivers and lakes there actually, and where there are mostly water bodies. So what actually happens is there is no awareness that they can't dump all the waste into the lakes. So what I propose is that to make them aware that how much water is important to do and how much it is necessary, and we'll take our volunteers and some cleaning people to there, and we'll clean all those water bodies so they can be used not for the drinking purpose but at least for the crop and the irrigation purpose actually.
Any points of support? Yes.
So I would like to support her point because most probably most of the lakes were getting dried with the waste and all. So due to these, we can't able to provide more water to the agriculture and like planting purposes. So I would like to support her.
Any points of contradiction? Madhu.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. Looking at the feasibility factor, I don't think this is possible personally. Cleaning beaches is something that we can consider, like everyone does tries to like clean beaches or something which is next to the water bodies, but not the water bodies. If that is possible, then why look at rural areas? Why not start with tank ones? So like that's not feasible, right? So that's not. There are a lot of stakes involved here. So I don't think this is feasible, is what I feel. Thank you, sir.
Any other points of support? Any points of contradiction? Member, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate said, it's not a feasible idea. For example, Musi River, it was a lifeline for Hyderabad once upon a time, but now it's a major issue and the government is working on it. And coming to the lake cleaning drives, it has already been implemented by HYA in phase 1 and climate action. Thank you.
Can we have a new motion on the floor, please? Yes, Delegate.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. What I would like to propose is, in many farms, there is water wastage is prevalent. So what we can do is install sprinklers. Firstly, we would identify certain farms where water wastage is prevalent and water is less in amount there. So we can help them installing sprinklers there, and we would also educate them on how to maintain them and also how much water to use based on the moisture of the soil.
Many points of support? Any points of contradiction? Yes.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. First thing I want to say is using sprinklers is not a better alternative to save water. I would prefer drip irrigation instead of that. But even that is a risky process. To save, to install drip irrigation to almost 1.5 acres cost us to up to 2 to 3 lakhs. If I'm not wrong, more than that or less than that, but it is a huge amount. To save water, drip irrigation and sprinklers I would not definitely prefer, not under the project of HYA.
Any delegate, you can be seated. Any more points of support to this motion? Right. We'll move on to the next motion. The goal is about clean water and sanitation as well. So let's ensure we are covering motions that we can implement that are feasible in the tenure that we have, projects that are sustainable for others also to come pick it up and take it for a long time. I'd like to take motions from the left-hand side. Any new motions on the floor, please? It's the delegate to the last. Thank you.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. My motion is, what if we actually put a better drainage system in the areas where it's not actually good, so that we can install some pipelines where the drainage system, the water are directly going to the septic tank, and all the drainage water which is actually traveling all through the pipe and not outside, where if it's like it's not directly to the tank, it might cause some diseases regarding, and the contamination will happen around it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the first part of your motion, please?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I said better pipeline for drainage system. For better drainage system, we should implement a good pipeline.
Can you elaborate your motion? Where would you like to do this project?
Okay, so there are some rural areas. I have observed that the district, in the Kottagudem district, I have observed many areas where there is no proper pipeline, where the drainage system is not being particularly implemented and it's all contaminated. So I would like to implement it over there.
Right. Any points of support?
Any points of contradiction? Yes, Aditya.
So, changing the pipelines of already existing.
They request you to acknowledge the chair. Please. Any points of contradiction? Yes, please.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. This is actually not sustainable and cost effective because changing pipelines is actually expensive. So I'd like to...
Delegate to raise a point. Would you like to answer that?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So it's not like changing the pipelines, it's about implementing it once, and the budget we say it's actually not that huge. It can happen within the range. We put up from 50,000, we can do that. It's a small scale project, but it's a sustainable project. Once we start it, we can actually see some improvement in it.
Requesting the delegates to my left to maintain the decorum of the House. Yeah, any points of contradiction? Nihal.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to ask my co-delegate that within 50,000 we can do, but my question is within that 50,000, what's the length of the pipeline, or at least you would be establishing, right? Because establishing is not the point. Impact scale is what the major question comes with this kind of project. So within 50,000, what is the length of pipeline you would establish so that the impact would be enough? Yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, the Chairperson would also like to ask the same question. In case you have any numbers in mind, have you done any research of how much would it cost and where do we start from?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So regarding that project, I'm still doing the research. So once I get a clear information, I'll be letting you.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Any new motions on the floor?
Thank you so much for acknowledging me, Chair. So this is more to do with sanitation. So I believe that recycling is the way forward, and because we have a large network of orphanages and old age homes already that the organization does. So it starts with awareness first, where you let people know what happens due to recycling. From there, we need to establish a regular system where there is recycling happening at, let's say, orphanages and old age homes, where every week or every 2 weeks, these recycled whatever bins that we provide for these places, they are deposited at recycling centers which are already there. So our expenditure would be only to give the bins for the awareness and maybe for the transportation, which is let's say you can do monthly too, or maybe once in 2 weeks. And we need to see how much of waste we are actually giving to these recycling centers. And I believe that over the next 4 months, if the goal that is taking this up is setting a target of, let's say, 200 or 300 kilos of recycled waste, it will be a it will be a benchmark project for H2O.
Thank you so much, Aditya, for the motion. Any points of support? Yes, Satish.
Thank you, Chief, for the acknowledgement. I totally agree with co-delegate Aditya saying about the solid waste management, because I think though we might have read the articles about it, or probably we might have gone through about in a formal education, but very less people, probably in the urban area also, they have very less awareness, and there's no accessibility of recycling units also within the city available. So people have to travel to an extent which is not feasible for every individual or any set of people or community especially. So I think bridging this gap between the recycle unit and the producers, that could be orphanages, because it's been in the city since a very long time. So we have a great shape of recovering the which we will shape up. I think once we do it as a pilot campaign for this next 4 months, we can implement throughout with the help of divisions and also make it to a greater extent dependent on that.
Any points of contradiction? We'll move on to a new motion. People on the left, I'd like to hear a motion from your side. Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I have got up with an idea where we'll be using ultra low flush technology for discarding human waste. So the water will be conserved while only 4 to 6 liters of water will be used to flush out the human waste. The human waste will be later processed using aerobic bacteria. The aerobic bacteria will convert the human waste into a compost, which can be later on used for manure. So on installing eco-toilet, this is called eco-toilet. So eco-toilets can be installed in the rural areas where there is a very poor sewage sewage treatment, which is very poor, and we will not be having any hygiene issues because we can also install a dual flush, which has got a half flush and full flush characters in it. So waste management will be completely degraded by the aerobic bacteria, where the aerobic bacteria will not leave the human waste toxic, so it will completely turn it into a manure. So we will have a budget of 10,000 to 75,000. It depends on the model, and yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Delegate, is there any case that you'd like to report? Any village or tier 2 city that is doing this, or any other?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I'm not sure about the village which is implementing this, but I got this idea from the aeroplanes. But in the aeroplanes, we don't have a lot amount of water carrying on air, right? So what do we, even in the aeroplanes, they just use 3 to 4 liters of water to flush out the waste, and then the vacuum pump is used to suck out the waste. But in this case, we will be using aerobic bacteria, which in turn gives us an added advantage to make it into a manure. Thank you.
So remember you have mentioned, initially you have mentioned ultra low flush techniques, and then later you have shifted to eco-toilets. So do you want to combine both, like ultra low flush techniques into the eco-toilets, or only eco-toilets that you are mentioning?
Eco-toilet itself is implementing this ultra low flush technology.
Any points of support? Yes.
Thank you so much for acknowledging me, Chair. The idea seems to be a beautiful idea, and instead of going for rural area every time, if there is a place where there is bad, like you said, where you find potential to carry out this pilot or a couple of these toilets, maybe in the city, so that we can keep checking, then it would make more sense, because especially when it comes to sewage or disposal of human waste, if we are not checking regularly, it becomes extremely difficult to manage over time. So the idea seems amazing. One change that I would like to suggest is, if it is somewhere in the nearby the city, where it may be a slum or a place which has bad facilities, it would make more sense. So it's a beautiful notion. Thank you so much.
Any more points of support? Any points of contradiction? We'll take one last motion, unless there's one more and people would like to, delegates would like to raise a placard. I'd like somebody from the center of the house to raise a motion, please. Delegate to the last.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. As we know, plastics are very harmful for us, and even plastic contains some microparticles which are harmful for us. So why can't we use like normal bottles instead of using plastic bottles?
Delegate, the goal is about clean water and sanitation.
Yeah, sanitation. Like it will convert the microparticles into water, and it will affect our health, right? So clean water is our main motto.
Okay. Thanks, Delegate. Any points of support? Contradiction? Yeah, any? Okay, okay. So the motion is that we move away from plastic bottles. That's the motion. Because it contains microplastics that could be harmful to us.
Directly pollutes water bodies.
Any points of contradiction? Yes, please.
Thank you for acknowledging, Chair. So, where do you want to implement this exactly?
The House is not open for debate. I'd like the delegate to be seated. Please, any points of contradiction? Yes, Nihal.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Actually, I didn't really understand. It's kind of very vague, like moving away from plastic bottles. So, like, what specifically the plan of action is? Like, what is like moving away from plastic? Like, are we replacing the water bottles, or are we using any kind of other technology in doing that? What is the exact motion that we didn't understand actually?
I request the delegate to raise the motion to repeat the motion for the House, please.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My motion was like we need to stop using plastic. Instead of using plastic, we can use like normal bottles or like metal or anything.
Any points of support first? Any points of contradiction? Yes.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Without plastic using metal, it will be more expensive than any things we use. So I want member to where he want to use the like he want to reduce the usage of plastic and implement the usage of metal.
I guess the delegate to raise a motion to explain if there is a plan of action that HYA can take in the next 3 to 4 months, and how many plastic bottles are going to get replaced, what is going to be the impact. In case you have a plan of action, I request you to kindly explain.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I mean not to directly transform to metal, but first creating awareness of not using plastics in water, then moving on to like other investments.
Right. Thank you, delegate. I'd like to take one last motion for this goal, please. Yes.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to pass the motion on implementing hand washes in public transports in schools. Like many people can use, like they can use the water less by washing their hands, and they can prevent some diseases by washing their hands through the eco-friendly sanitizers in them. Using sanitizers also using biodegradable the sanitizers has to be vegetables or fruit peels, like for example a pineapple peel, using the sanitizer with that, so we can the sanitizer will be biodegradable, and also we can prevent the diseases from that.
I request the delegates to not break the tables. We have to come back for the next thing. Could you? Delegate, is your mic working?
Yes.
Yeah. Could you please explain the house if you've come across any sanitizers that have been made in the process that you've mentioned?
Yeah, they were chemical free, like, you are asking about preparation?
Yes.
I...
What is the cost of these sanitizers? Who makes them? Are they accessible for purchase and distribution?
No, actually, it's my idea of implementation. It was not implemented yet. I just got an idea of doing that. Instead of using all the sanitizers like that, why can't we take the biodegradable from the wastage of vegetables and fruits so that we can prepare from it?
Understood. Any points of support? Delegate, I request you to be seated. We'll take the motion for voting, and I'd like to take one motion from this center of the house, please. That somebody raise. Yes, please.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I want to raise a motion for sanitation. Talking about sanitation, every year HYA does projects on period incinerators, which cost 40 to 60,000 each. That's a really great initiative. By that, we burn pads and keep that moist, and all the mosquitoes as in the morning sessions they raised, we can keep all those away. But still, the pad we are burning is made of chemicals, synthetic fibers, and it also has many fragrances. Even when we burn also in the ashes, it has that chemical residues which can't be dissolved in soil. For this, I want to raise one more sustainable motion, which is reusable pads. See, many companies nowadays are interested in reusable pads, which are mostly made of cloth. And each cloth, reusable pad costs around 50 or almost 500. We get a set of 7 pads. Instead of installing period incinerator in colleges and schools, which we did in phase 1 and which we are doing since many years, if we distribute reusable pads in schools and colleges, it would cost us less and impact many people. Thank you, sir. That's my motion.
Any points of support? Yes.
Thank you for acknowledging the chair. As my co-delegate said, healthy pads, sustainable healthy pads is environment friendly, and also it is good for health to avoid cervical cancers, etc. And I want to add up a point, like we can also provide pads which are made up of fibers of some trees like banana tree and cotton, etc. And these are also sustainable, but the thing is that we can't reuse these again. But these pads are decomposable. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Delegate. Any more points of support? Any points of contradiction? Yes, Delegate.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So these reusable pads are made up of such kind of fabrics which can absorb the fluids, and then again we have to wash it, and then we have to use it, right? So when we are washing it, we are using water and detergent. And again when we use it, it will create problems and diseases for the women who are going to use it again. So one of the diseases are hepatitis C, which is very dangerous for women. So I'm against of this motion. I would like not to promote this pad which can create diseases and infect women. Thank you.
Thank you all the delegates for raising motions. We'd like to go for voting.
So let's start with the voting process. The first motion is fitting gravity-based water filter in slum areas. Members with the motion, please raise your placards. Members against the motion? Motion not passed. Installing biosand filters in schools for good water filtration. Members with the motion? Members against the motion? Members with the motion? Folks, I see that a lot of you are not participating in the voting process. Please be very active and we want everyone to take part in the voting process. Let's go with the voice vote. Members with the motion say aye. Aye. Members against the motion say nay. Nay. Motion passed. Providing RO plants in government schools to provide clean drinking water. Members with the motion, please raise your placard. Against the motion? Motion passed. Preservation of rainwater by using rooftop water harvesting techniques. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion clearly not passed. Installing sanitary napkin disposal machines in schools. Members with the motion? Members against the motion? Motion passed. Installation of solar power desalination units in rural areas. Members with the motion? Members against the motion? Motion not passed. I could see still people are not participating in the voting process, especially from the front row. I would request everyone to participate in the voting process actively. Installation of grey water recycling units in public spaces. Members with the motion? Members against the motion? Motion not passed. Using mobile water testing systems by forming a committee with HYA members. Members with the motion say aye. Drop silence. Members against the motion say nay. Nay. Motion not passed. A Sanitation project which describes exchange of plastic for every usage of public toilet. Members with the motion? Is the motion clear? Exchange of plastic waste for every usage of public washrooms. Members with the motion? Is the motion not clear or members against the motion? Members with the motion? Motion not passed. Installation of solar powered water ATMs for clean drinking water in public spaces, which costs around 50,000 to 1 lakh. Members with the motion? Do you want me to repeat the motion? Installation of solar powered water ATMs for providing clean drinking water in public spaces. Members with the motion? Members against the motion? Motion not passed. Installing smart dustbins in the streets. Members with the motion say aye. Aye. Against the motion say nay. Nay. Motion not passed. Setting up plant-based soap manufacturing units to avoid the pollution of water. Members with the motion? Members against the motion? Let's go with the voice vote. Members with the motion say aye. Aye. Against the motion say nay. Nay. not passed. Conducting lake cleaning drives in both urban and rural areas. Members with the motion? Members against the motion? Motion not passed.
The next motion is laying pipelines, better pipelines for drainage systems. People in the delegates in favor, please raise your placard. Delegates against the motion, please raise it. Thank you.
Motion not passed.
The next motion is recycling waste, solid waste management in orphanages and old age homes. Delegates in support, please raise your placards. Delegates against the motion, please raise your placards. The motion is passed. The next motion is installing ultra-low flush toilets for human waste. The human waste can again be converted to manure. Delegates in favor of the motion, please raise your placards. Against it? Okay, let's go for a voice.
Members with the motion say aye.
Aye.
Members against the motion say nay. Nay. It's like 50-50. We'll go with the voice vote again. Members with the motion say aye. Aye. Against the motion say nay. Nay.
Okay, let's do a best of 3.
Yeah, but this time, Dhruva, can you please be silent in the voice vote? Because you're shouting louder than others, which is so dominating there.
This one is the last. It's a tiebreaker.
Members with the motion say aye. Aye. Against the motion say nay. Nay.
The motion is actually passed.
Motion passed.
Moving on to the next motion, we are moving away from plastic bottles and replacing them with, say, metal bottles or. Delegates in favor, please raise your placards.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alok Jaiswal, for sharing the table.
We acknowledge the presence of Avinash, Associate President of Streetcars Hyderabad 2122. Thank you so much. We acknowledge the presence of Nitya, the Vice President, Auditor General 2324 of Streetcars Hyderabad. We acknowledge the presence of Shloka, Vice President of Streetcars Hyderabad 2324. Thank you. We acknowledge the presence of Melchizedek, the Executive Board Member of Streetcars Hyderabad 2324. We acknowledge the presence of Sujat Srinivas, the Executive Board Member of Streetcars Hyderabad 2324. Thank you so much, sir.
Let's start off with the next session. The fourth goal that we're going to discuss is decent work and economic growth. Before starting with the discussion, I would like to invite Ritesh Reddy to chair the table.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, I see that this is quite exhausting all, but before I move forward to start anything, so I would like to thank the entire HYI team of season 14 for getting back MCHID back. And also I would like to appreciate the entire OC who's been working since morning. Great work, folks. So as we pass into the last goal, decent work and economic growth. So any new speeches on the floor? Member to the last.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I would like to open this. I would like to open the next session about the goal, decent work and economic growth. Hyderabad is often referred as the city of pearls and the hub of IT and business innovation, which presents a paradox when it comes to employment and economic inclusion. While the city has experienced rapid economic growth, several sections of society, particularly marginalized communities, remain excluded from this process. So according to the 2023 report by the Telangana State Development Planning Society, around 28% of Hyderabad's working population is engaged in informal sector, often with minimal job security, low wages and no access to social protection. Despite of the blooming IT and services sector, a 2024 study by the Center of Monitoring in Indian Economy revealed that youth unemployment in Telangana has increased standards at 15%, with the majority of unemployment and a lot of skill in development. Additionally, apart from that, women's participation in workforce still remains low at 23%, as reported by the Niti Aayog Gender Index 2023, highlighting the need of targeting programs that empower women through skill enhancement and many other workshops. So I believe we all can come up with the help of coordination and sheer support, we can come up with sustainable ideas and projects to help in achieving these goals and motions. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Any new speeches on the floor? Member to the last, left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Today I want to acknowledge the hardworking people who drive our communities forward. Decent work and economic growth are crucial for building a fair and sustainable society. Yet millions of people around the world struggle with low wages, unsafe working conditions and limited job opportunities. For example, by 2030, low-income families in India are expected to see a drop in disposable income, highlighting the growing inequality. Global economic growth is slowing and challenges like inflation and political conflicts make it harder for people to find stable jobs. Promoting fair pay, safe workplaces and equal opportunities can help break this cycle, ensuring that growth benefits everyone, not just a few. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Any motions on the floor? We are in decent work and economic growth. Member to the left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My motion is vocational training for underprivileged communities. These vocational training include plumbing, carpentry, etc.
Any points of support? Contradiction? Member to the center.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. I would like to contradict the motion given by my co-delegate because plumbing, carpentry, such jobs don't offer job security, which is very essential. Thank you.
Any more contradictions? Member to the extreme right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to contradict the motion raised by my fellow delegate. So you raised our need to start vocational training centers for plumbing and carpentry, etc. So can you tell me, like, who will volunteer? Because HYA, we are students, and how do you plan on feasibility and sustainability of this motion? Thank you.
Member who raised the motion would like to answer back.
This project is actually feasible.
Member, you acknowledge the chair. Please sit down. Any motion on the floor? Member to the left.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. So, introducing a comprehensive skill development program in government schools and community centers where students can learn essential digital skills such as Excel, and married women are trained in tailoring and financial calculation, which can make them be independent and thereby we can empower them for improved economic opportunities. Thank you.
Okay. You mean setting up digital classes, financial assistance like stitching and all for the economic development of women and students? Got it. Any points of support? Member to the left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I want to add a point of empowering women by teaching them how to use mobile phones and social media as tools for earning, leveraging their existing skills in tailoring, cooking and other crafts to create sustainable income opportunities, because they will be already having those existing skills. They just can use them for earning some money. Thank you.
Any more points of support? Member to the right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. We can also provide the sewing machines to women so that they can earn money on their own and they can be independent.
Got it. Any points of contradiction?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Basically, the idea of the motion is actually good, but I don't want women to get associated with only tailoring, with only the XYZ motion that I've just passed. Why are women only associated with tailoring and not digital skills? When the practical skills are really important, I do understand, but having associating a gender with a particular skill is irrelevant.
I would like to add on something to the member. There are different sections in the society out there. Not everyone would have feasibility or education related to learning practical knowledge regarding digital skills or something. There are segments, there are specific age groups who couldn't access, who couldn't have that education, you name it anything, they don't have it. So that skill which has been learned through training is something which will help them economically also. So we will focus anyway, targeting the right set of audience or right set of people for the thing. Got it. Any new motions? People who didn't raise since morning? Member to the extreme right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So basically we are talking about the awareness camps and all, but actually what matters is that at the end of the day, the economic growth. So what I feel like, there are people who migrate every time from one place to another place for their work. So actually what I'm planning is to give them or initialize a machine. Like there are some machines which are we are getting which is costing around us 20k to 30k. That is like a paper and cup making machines and also milk flow machines. So that these group of people can join together. That would be man or woman. There is no gender, and they can gather together and they can implement this and they can earn money actually. Thank you.
You mean rather than moving to different places for work, setting up machinery work or cup making ecosystem for them to build their own self-reliance. Is that correct?
Actually, and also they always move to another cities and they don't have like sustainable lifestyle. So I suggest them this one.
Got it. Points of support? Member to executive right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think paper cups are very disposable and eco-friendly, so this is a nice, unique idea.
Any more points of support? Member to the right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think this is a very good motion raised, and it kind of has a double win situation because the other goal we have, it is good health and well-being. Which maybe if we can we can inculcate the fortified food products of flour milling, and apart from that, economic growth will also be there for the employees who are doing this work. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? No contradictions? Okay, let's move to the new motions. Any motions on the floor? Who didn't speak since morning? Member to the center.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The main thing is we have seen in rural areas most of the children are not much aware of digital literacy and all regarding skill development programs and all, example communications and other extracurricular things. So I want to implement this in the area called ZPHS Mudil Chintapalli. The primary objective is to make sure that they learn some skill development courses, example aptitude or communication skills, at the same time debating skills as well. And it will be, plan of action is will be grade wise program will be designed from grade 6 to 10, 6 to 8 and then 8 to 10th. That's it.
Points of support? Contradiction? Nihal?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, I would like to mention this important fact that skill is something which is not learned overnight or in a single night. Skill is something which has to be trained constantly, that then only we could arrange something right. It's not that debating skills, leadership skills, communication skills, or any kind of soft skills is not that we go or we inculcate some training just for a couple of 1 week, 2 weeks. That's not a feasible option, not result-oriented project, which I would like to mention.
What noted on the goal comes on, the motion comes under digital skills, communication skills, workshops and all. Apart from workshops, digital skills or any communication skills or training programs, any new unique motions on the floor? Please be sure before raising your card.
Member to my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me. So under decent work and economic growth, so I want to I have an idea to conduct an event like a platform for the students to showcase their hidden talents. So that
Member, can you please come here to the mic and communicate.
So I want to conduct a project, conducting an event like a platform for the students to showcase their hidden talent, so they can get a chance of employment. The students have many unique skills, but they don't have any platform to showcase their talent. So maybe this idea get an employment opportunity for the students.
What's contradiction? Contradictions? Come to the extreme left.
Thank you for thank you, Chair. As my co-delegate mentioned that people don't have a place to showcase their talents. Social media is the best place that people can showcase their talents. Thank you.
We'll be going to new motion again. So, any new motions on the floor? Number 2 center.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. Actually, I have a project idea which can be really implemented. It is all about economic growth. I have a connection with HDFC Bank people who are ready to give education knowledge for people in government schools and increase their social economic life by investing a small amount to a larger amount, so that they can have their social money privacy and either economic growth in their life.
You meant that financial assistance or financial learning or financial workshop, what exactly you doing?
It's like they will have financial growth in their life as well as in the country.
No, could you brief in a single line, please?
Like giving a security to their life in the financial privacy. Like if they don't have money in the future purpose, like investing a small amount of money, like 100 rupees per month is not a big amount, I guess. Investing 100 rupees a month can change after a long time to a big amount.
So you've been setting up a session with the bank officers regarding the periodical savings?
Yeah, they're ready to execute it if HY passes on.
Good. Any points of support?
Any point of contradictions? Yes, Neha.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate was mentioning that, okay, the HDFC people are ready to provide financial workshop, financial literacy in terms of the investment process. Okay, after the workshop, they might put 100 rupees, 500 rupees right now. But what about later stages? Who will monitor regularly on basis? Why? Because we are aiming for long-term impact, right? So just now investing for 500 rupees or 200 rupees, we don't know what's the guaranteed future. So for this, we have to be a dedicated system who are completely dedicated for regulating these transactions. But in this, which is not, it's a very tedious process, which is not feasible.
Any more contradictions? Any motions on the floor? Nitya.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So Shikwas has been doing multiple projects regarding the recent work and economic growth from past 15 years. And why don't we plan a revision where we bring all the projects together and create a community where there is a continuous revenue generation? There has been multiple, let's say, tailoring centers that Shikwas has established, but after 3 months of usage, it's been detained, or like none of them are using it because there's no economic, there's like no B2B connection that has been established. So why don't HYA work on this, and why don't we, the volunteers, take an initiative and start this and rebuild the whole community?
So you mean retaining the existing, the previous programs and all, connecting in again a database probably about a proper point of contact in terms of to set up an entire ecosystem, correct?
Yes.
Okay, with the support for the motion? Avinash.
So, as I add on to the point, it's like we also want to establish a chain of vendors so that we will be giving the exact economic generation for the people who are actually working throughout our machines or any other people who are actually working towards the goal of sustainable development. It's like we are searching for the vendors who are into their business. For suppose, for example, we will take an example of a curtains business. So we will be giving the same step towards the vendors to them to take up from the street because as an NGO.
I think if it is regarding vendors, I think you can contact the central team of Street Calls, so they are the primary people who does and inculcate into all the discussions regarding the vendors. The house is not open for debate, please. Any motions on the floor? Sorry, I didn't take the contradiction for the previous motion. Any contradictions regarding the retaining the programs of Street Calls in the previous years and setting up the ecosystem or database and to ensure it's running it smoothly again? Any contradictions to the point? Okay. Let's move to the next motion. Any motion on the floor? Something not regarding workshops, something not regarding the awareness programs, something not regarding something. If you're confident, please raise your hands. You all 5 are confident? 4? Member to the last.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The motion I want to propose is Local Business Incubator. It is a project aimed at nurturing young entrepreneurs by providing them with the necessary support, mentorship and resources to turn their ideas into successful ventures. It serves as a launchpad for startups and small businesses by creating a community-driven ecosystem where ideas are shared, skills are developed and businesses grow sustainably. And at the same time, entrepreneurship generates jobs also.
Do you have any specific plan of action for the program?
So, let me thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Let me divide it into 4 things. First, mentorship program, and second thing is skill development workshops. Then we will be sharing resources and network events. We will be creating a platform to showcase the talents.
Anyone with support of the motion, please? Member to the left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So the motion which was told by my co-delegate was really good. So economic growth doesn't start from the boardroom. It starts from the classrooms and playgrounds. So I would like to just add on to her just add on that mentorship and everything as she stated. If we would give it to the children also a kind of awareness or a kind of mentorship to the children in the schools, like how to start business, how to start entrepreneurship and everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Any points of contradiction? Member in the center.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think the idea given by my co-delegate is good, but the thing is we are focused on long-term development. So in the start, we would provide entrepreneurs with a good network, but long-term, would this be carried on?
Any more, member would like to answer back the response to the question raised? Or any contradictions to the same point? Member to the right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, as my fellow delegate has a great idea that we have to work on mentorship and entrepreneurship and the chances of it, and how to have this mindset of shifting from seeking job to creating job. So even if we as an HRA member go and do such sessions, I don't think we can change the mind in only one session at one place. And we need to have several sessions of this. So we have seen entrepreneurship cells, that is e-cells all over India, we have in colleges. They work on this because they are situated and they are just working for the entrepreneurship, and they do it every year so that they can change their mind. We as an HR member with only single session, I don't think we will be doing a great impactful work towards this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Any motions on the floor? Member to the left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to propose the revival of rural handicrafts. So, the project is to revive and sustain traditional crafts by training artisans and creating market linkages. So, essentially, most of the people who are in rural areas, they have some kind of skill in rural artisans. And I think they only lack a platform to sell it or get a wider area of network. So we can provide, we can connect them with vendors, and we can also provide them a platform for selling and expanding their business. Thank you.
I mean, you meant rural artisans and connecting the vendors as a platform.
Yes.
Got that. Any points of support? Member to the right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I think that's a very good motion raised by my fellow delegate. So I think we could use platforms like Etsy. That would really help. Like we could first trace the local artisans or the craftsmen or the people in the rural or local areas. And then we can promote their underrated business by selling it on Etsy. And I think that's really going to help. So, yeah, thank you.
I would like to invite Akshit Mobudi onto the chair table.
Any more support to the point that has been raised? Before I take this forward, I request if people doesn't have any specific new motions in your hand, if you feel that if you pay your utmost attention in the assembly, you can support the motions because which will directly impact the voting, right? Especially for members, people if you don't even have any unique or specific motions, please pay the attention and try to support a contradiction motion because that would impact the entire voting process because your words are being recorded or being heard by the people here, so which will impact a lot. So please kindly actively participate in the supports and contradictions also. Got it? Yeah, with the motion, I mean, support with the motion.
Thank you for acknowledging, Chair. Shall I repeat my point again?
Yes.
Alright, so I really, the motion raised by my fellow delegate about finding a platform for the fellow craftsmen in local or rural area is a really good motion. So I think platforms, let me complete my point please, thank you. So I think platforms like Etsy would really help. So what we could do is we can just make the profiles then and then sell the whatever products they're making, and then that would actually help in their profit only. So yeah, by that they won't be underrated anymore. Thank you.
Any new motion on the floor?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I think now the motion which I'm going to raise is kind of unique. Maybe some might feel it might be tedious, but generally we have this notion of internship programs within the urban area only. So I think if we, through our network and through our channels, if we can talk with the local administration, through the collectors or agriculture office or education department within the districts, if we can connect with the government schools and through that if we can talk with them to provide internship opportunities or skill development of the government schools or of government colleges students, I think it would be something unique. Why? Because in only urban cities the culture of internships is there, right? But in rural areas, many people might not have so much of awareness regarding this. So maybe if we can find out what kind of opportunities within the district, the government schools or government students can be given through the collectors or the district administration, I think it would be something unique. And it might be very tedious as well, because it might take some time, but if we can provide this opportunity, this would really satisfy the goal of decent work and economic growth. Thank you.
I think this set of motion is more into the policy making, I believe. But anyone with the support of the motion?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think it is a great idea that we implement internships in government in rural areas, because they would also get first-hand experience of corporate and the life at the job. But I would also add the point, as our co-delegate already mentioned, they are not used to it. So what we do is that before we provide this policy level program to them, what we do is that we train them as they are job ready, so that they would be job fit and job ready, and later on we provide them with the opportunity. So first we go with the training, and then later on proceed with the job fitting. Thank you.
Any other support to the motion? On the center.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. And as my co-delegate told, that going to the rural areas and doing surveys, if we go to a rural area and when we actually do a survey, we may only find people saying doctor or engineers. But here, there are many students who are doing who are from different degrees like BTech or commerce or a lot. But when we go to the rural areas, the only option they have is either doctor or engineer. So if we go there to the government schools and educate the students about the adverse opportunities that they have when they come out of the schools, not only regarding the engineering process, then that would be a great initiative.
I think the motion was regarding internships, and I think it's in no way relevant to school students. Any contradictions to the motion?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. As we are talking here about internships, so first of all, here the question is, who is going to give internship? Which company is going to give internship in this, to students of government colleges and schools? Even if they are going to give, they will not give on the basis of if the student is from urban college or from rural college. It is only on the basis of the skills and the knowledge they have. So at the max to max, what we can do is we can give them awareness about there are internships given by these companies and you can apply for internships. But I don't think that we can make them, introduce internship that let's come and do this job. So it is all on the basis of the skills which they have, and if they clear the internship round. And it is not on the basis of which part of India they belong to.
Do you want to answer?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think I never mentioned about company giving for internship. I mentioned about district administration providing internship programs or any kind of skill development opportunities for the students or the government students within the district itself. And I'm not asking for them to come here also or transport from one part of city to other or one part of the town to other. If we can talk and sit and make a plan of action with the district administration through our connected channels, and if we can find out the right kind of opportunities we can provide for the government school students or anyone within the district only, then I think this would be a great idea. It's not just like, that's the notion, like whenever we talk about internships, it's only about companies, it's not only about company.
Do you have a plan of action how which way
Yes.
will be able to take it ahead in the next 3 months?
Yes. Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So the first step, the required plan of action is first selecting a particular area. That is one aspect. Next step is talking with the district administration, which is the concerned authority, which would be the collector. With the district administration, if you can sit and if you can make a proper plan of action regarding what kind of opportunities or what kind of skills where the government schools or government students can be involved in the entire process of district administration. For example, I can give you one example as well. Within the collector office or within any kind of area within the government system only, we require some manforce in terms of documentation or...
Got it, Nihal. As Ritesh mentioned, it was more into policy making. But before moving ahead towards the other motion, any contradictions to this motion? Any other contradictions? Avinash.
So I would contradict the point is like, so we need to go and talk to the administrator who is in a collector, and he is having so many other works rather than taking the students' voice as a voice to understand the pulse of the society. So he knows how the things work, and so we already have the skill-based programs for the Telangana, which Revanth Reddy has newly started. So we don't think so. We are the people who will be going there and talking about it.
I declare the House open for debate between Avinash and Nihal. Please provide him a fill ending mic.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, as the co-delegate mentioned about, the collector having so many of other problems than listening to the voice of the students, I think the public authorities are meant to listen to the voices of the public, and it's not that he's biased towards one section of society or based on the number of works he's having. I think collector is the district magistrate, right? He is the head for the district, which means he has to treat everyone equally irrespective of whoever it is.
I was not saying about the problems or else issues. It's like he is already preoccupied with the works which already administration is doing. So we should not be a platform where we would be a burden to the IAS officer or the collector of the district, which makes them see what exactly is happening. Is my point.
I think we are not being a burden, but in fact a simplified system for the district administration itself in terms of providing greater opportunities for students.
And also, I already mentioned that
Members, could you please conclude?
CM Revanth Reddy is already mentioning.
Avinash, you can please sit down. Nihal, could you please conclude?
Yes. So finally, I would like to conclude by saying that. I would like to conclude by mentioning that this might sound tedious, this might sound very kind of impractical, but if you can give it a shot, if you can at least do some pilot campaigning in terms of at least giving a try, maybe we can actually understand the ground perspective as well. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. My motion is organic farming to encourage organic food production and which conserves the soil fertility. This is my motion I want to pass regarding. And in organic farming, what I want to include is instead of using synthetic things, we can also use the things like vermicompost and compost manure and green manure, which can be really useful for the farmers to give a really good providing of the crop, and also the soil fertility also increases for this. Thank you.
Could you explain how this is related to the economic growth and well-being, and also how HI will be able to execute this?
So regarding this project, it's all regarding the agriculture and educating the farmers regarding the soil production of the crops in a very better way. So I think the quality of the crops is really important for better soil fertility, and also it's important because the production will be really huge and also it would be really helpful.
Any support statements to the motion? Contradictions? Member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The motion which was said is already there in the task list which was given, the task report which is given. That is to promote organic food production and soil quality conservation. This was already implemented in Hyderabad Youth Assembly 30.
Any other contradictions? Any other contradictions?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, vermicomposting takes time, typically 2 to 3 months, for the compost to mature, which may slow down the farming cycle, and if it is not maintained properly, it can attract pests and create unpleasant odors too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ritesh, for chairing the debate. I would like to invite Ms. Shruti Chandra onto the chair table. Any new motions on the floor? Any new motions on the floor? Member to my extreme left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My motion is about letting the 10th or 12th students know about the various courses they can pursue after their schooling, not going in for courses which have a lot of competition and very less room to grow. Also, letting them know about the opportunities abroad. Thank you.
Members, can you please be specific?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Basically, what I mean is, we could help people from government schools or colleges who are in the 10th or 12th to let them know about the courses which they can pursue, not specifically the courses like MPC, BIPC, CEC. There is a lot of scope in other courses also, so we should probably let them know.
I could hear a lot of bangs. Members with the motion? With the support of motion? Any points of support? Shashank.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Yes, I feel this is a very good idea, and it is also going on implemented. We did a awareness campaign at a school in Alwal for the students. They are very unaware about the courses after intermediate. That was very successful, and I would really like to repeat the idea again with some modifications in some other schools. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? Any points of contradiction? Any other points of support? Contradiction? Member to my extreme right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think there is a place called online for that, and it is a waste of money. We are having things where we can implement more than it.
Any other contradictions?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Although I do not contradict the motion, I'd like to contradict the point raised by my fellow delegate sitting right beside me. I just want to say, if you really want to go into online there are paid ads, paid reviews, and every year consultancies place lakhs of rupees just to get them promote online. So I think the lack of information that we are having for the abroad education, also about education within India, has to be filled, and this would be a great initiative for us to understand the gap and also work along with it. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? Members, any new motions on the floor? Are you all tired? Is the goal not exciting enough? The assembly is adjourned for next 2 minutes. Folks, please don't leave the hall. The assembly is just adjourned but not allowed to go out. Are you feeling bored? Are you sleepy? So then let's have an activity then. Everyone please stand. Standing also in very slow motion, guys. Would you all please stand up quickly? Sit. Stand. Raise your right hand. Raise your left hand. I didn't ask to down your right hand. Sit. Stand. Close your fist. Right hand down. Sit. Left hand down. Right hand up. Stand. Turn left. Turn right. Sit. I didn't ask to down your hand. Stand. Hand down. Both hands raised. Turn right. Hands down. Turn left. Back to normal positions. Sit. Is it okay? Or one more round? Members with one more round say aye. Drop silence. So folks, I request everyone to take part in the session. This is going to be our last session. We'll close the session soon. So everyone, please take part actively and even take part in the voting process also actively. Right? The house is in order now.
Let's start afresh. Any new motions on the floor? You need some time to think. Members who need some time to think, say aye. Members who do not need time and they already are ready with their motion, say nay. We have around 80 members here. I'm yet not able to hear you. Members who need a minute to come up with a new motion, say aye. Aye. All right. You have a minute.
The house is adjourned for next 2 minutes. But please don't leave the hall. folks, these 2 minutes are meant to research and think about the motions or anything, but not to chit-chat with each other or chit-chat with organizing committee. Organizing committee, please be very serious, make members engaged. Please maintain the decorum of assembly. OCs, please go back to the positions. Organizing committee, please get back to your positions. The house is in order now. Any new motions on the floor?
Shashank.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, in my season 13 tenure, I did a survey report in a village called Siddipet. The project is about, it was not successful. The project is about giving them families a honeycomb nest. So, artificial honeycomb nest. So, for the first time, the honey bees will be there in the nest, and after it will be sustainable too. Like after the cultivation of honey, they can sell the honey and make it as an employment opportunity for them.
How is HY going to help in this process?
Yeah, we can make a survey report and we can provide them artificial honeycomb nest. And in the honeycomb nest itself, there will be honeybees. So we'll be making an awareness session for them how to use the honeycomb, and they'll be using it. They'll be using it, and it will be a sustainable project for them too. So, yeah.
Thank you, Shashank. Before we go ahead, I want all the members to know that there is no language barrier. All the members can choose to speak either in English, Hindi, or Telugu. Yeah, there's no language barrier as such. Any points of support to Shashank's motion? Any points of contradiction? Remember to my straight.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As you mentioned about the bees are not really safe insects, like they can sting. So how would we train people who are not aware of anything about insect keeping or bee keeping without any safety protocols? Who will be responsible for their injuries? Are we responsible for those injuries? This is a question to the court delegate. Thank you.
Any more points of contradiction? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My doubt is, I guess this won't generate sufficient income for the family.
Shashank, would you like to respond to that?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I guess it might not be the main source of income for them. It might be a side source of income for them. Yeah, it might not be the main source of income. And to contradict with my co-delegate's point, speaking of the specific survey report which I did, they were very aware of how to handle honeybees. So they are already aware of how to use them. So they are missing some equipment with them because of the budget necessity. So it will be really helpful if we help them and give them the honey nest.
Do you have a plan of action for the same?
Yeah, I have a point of contact in Siddipet, so I can call him and talk about this, and we can provide them artificial honeycomb nest to them.
Thank you, Shashank. Any new motions on the floor? Member to my Shekhar.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My notion is organizing a anti-child labor initiative. In this, we will organize a program, awareness program to advocate the policies to eliminate child labor.
Any points of support? Can you summarize your motion, Shekhar?
And also, can you please explain how the motion is relevant to the current goal?
The current goal is decent work and economic growth, and involving young children in working conditions is illegal. So, and it does not promote decent work. So we can organize an awareness program to eradicate child labor in work conditions.
Thank you, Shekhar. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? I heard a lot of contradictions. Member to my left, my extreme left, yes.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Yeah, eradicating child labor is must, but I don't think so it is relevant to the current topic, and yeah, it's out of the topic.
Any new motions on the floor, members? Vansh.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. There are many skilled workers who work freelance, and there are times when they struggle to find new work. So what we as streetcars can do is, over this tenure, we can, through our social media reach, we can reach out to those freelance workers, and when we have all of them on board, we can form an organization for them, and when this organization is formed, they can easily be able, it would be easier for them to find new work.
to summarize your motion, together HYA will be working on forming a new organization altogether.
No, like HYA won't be involved in that organization. Once the organization is formed, they can just...
Remember, is it like building a community with all the freelancers with the help of HYA volunteers and contacts that they have?
Yes.
Got it.
Thank you much. Members, we request you to let the member finish their motion and then show your points of support or your emotions of disapproval. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? We heard a lot of contradiction. We heard a lot of disapproval. Any points of contradiction? Niveda.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. See, already we are an organization, so forming another community, I don't think it doesn't make sense.
Vansh, do you have a plan of action for the same?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As I said, over this tenure, through our social media reach, street cause and the members too, we would we would reach out to those freelancers and we would help them form and set up the committee so that they are able to easily find more work for themselves.
And how will this community support in generating either employment or decent work?
As they are a community, they would as they are a community, more employers would be aware of the community. So it would be of benefit to the members of the community in return.
Thank you much. Any new motions on the floor? Pages.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So my motion is to introduce a different set of SHGs, self-help groups, where we will try to identify people who are skilled artisans in certain kind of products, let's say incense candles or matchsticks or kerchiefs, etc. And then once we have the set of groups, we will ensure that we, if possible, we can collaborate with the Human Capital Skills and Leadership Unit of State Cause and give them digital marketing and managing of e-business courses where they can upskill and try to understand how to build their online market and understanding of e-commerce. And then they will have their own revenue generation model of selling their products on the online marketing platform. So this is my motion.
Thank you, Desh. Any points of support? Any points of support? Is the motion clear, members? Yeah, member to my extreme. Sorry, I'm unable to see your name, member.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I completely support what my co-delegate said. I have already raised this before, taking certain groups and giving them a machine or letting them know which work can they do, like incense sticks or something like paper cups and all, and that could be a very good idea so that they can employed. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? Any points of contradiction?
Any one final motion, folks? With this motion, we will end this session and we'll start with the voting process. Any new motions on the floor other than setting up workshops, freelancing communities, building platforms to connect members and all, which is unique and which can be implemented? One final motion.
Before we go forward, members, we need you to know that you will be executing these projects. So please raise motions mindfully.
So who has the confidence that your motion is going to be unique motion? Krishna Desai.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to highlight a pressing concern about lack of cold storages and weak supply chain infrastructure generally in the Indian market. So a farmer generally loses about 10 to 15% revenue on his yield due to lack of cold storages and poor supply chain. So the market prices are very volatile, and due to which a farmer who has his yield ready, is forced to sell at a very lower price, and which is actually leading him to get into a debt. So I have come up with a motion of building a solar powered cold storage systems. So cold storage, which is solar powered. So basically, the cost of construction of this solar powered cold storage will be about 5 lakh. And how to make it more sustainable? So there might be questions arising that who's going to take care of it, and is there any expertise required to it? So what we can do to make it more sustainable is, so we can hand it over to the local governing body and charge a minimum cost for it, so that the local governing body can bear the cost of the maintenance and also look after it.
Thank you, Krishna. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Yes, Alok.
With respect, Chair. Though the idea is very noble, and I totally agree that a farmer loses a lot of crops because there is no enough, equipment. But building an entire system or a product from scratch, requires a lot of time. There are a lot of companies who do commercial refrigerators already. In case you want to tap into the CSR initiative and get that angle into play and get these machines and give them to the farmers, and farmers can spend some money. It's not that they don't. So get these commercial refrigerators, they may not cost more than 20,000. So that is just my point, but it's a great idea.
Thank you, ma'am. Krishna, would you like to answer?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to thank my co-delegate for highlighting certain aspects which I was not aware of, and I'm looking forward to consider them, because obviously setting up a solar cold storage is not cheap and it is expensive. But yeah, tapping into CSR initiatives are a better approach to this problem. But I strongly believe that this issue has to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhishek Mumbai, for the chair of the table. Now I would like to invite Mr. Tejesh Acharya to chair the table. When we are addressing that, I would take the last motion. I've seen 2 to 3 more placards, right? So we will consider one more motion, the final motion.
So, yeah, hello folks. The last motion, I hope that will be the most sustainable, the most innovative kind of project. So, yep, the last motion on the floor. The delegate on the extreme left in the back.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So my motion is incense sticks from waste, a sustainable project for leasing work and economic growth. Temples like Yadgirgutta produce large amounts of floral and organic waste daily. Instead of discarding these materials, they can be upcycled into incense sticks, providing employment opportunities while promoting environmental sustainability. So, how relevant it is to decent work and economic growth? It creates jobs, like provides study employment, especially for women and marginalized communities, and enhances skill development, offers training in incense making that can be applied to other small-scale businesses too. And sustainability reduces temple waste while creating eco-friendly projects, and also it is a market potential.
Any points of support? Delegate to my extreme left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I completely agree with my co-delegate about that it generates a lot of job opportunities for people, and the waste is getting recycled or solved. Thank you.
Any other points of support? Any points of contradiction? Rahul.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The motion raised by my fellow delegate sounds good, but I would like to ask a question. For how long can we provide the employees the salaries, and how is that sustainable?
Member, do you want to answer that?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. We are not the one who are providing salaries for them. They are working for it, and as I have said, it is a market potential. It has a very good business in as religious practices and aromatherapy.
Do you still have doubts, Rahul?
Then how can they generate the money?
Delegates, the house is open for debate.
I want to make a point. Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I want to make a clear point. Incense sticks have a consistent market in religious practices and aromatherapy. People are not going to stop going to temple, or they are not stopping offering flowers or something. So I think it is sustainable.
I do understand it is sustainable, but who gonna collect all the flowers, and who gonna give it to the market, and who gonna do all this kind of stuff?
The community. Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The community we are working for. The community which.
And how can you get that community, and how can you build that community?
People who are surrounded around that temple, people who are willing to do that work.
I don't really think it is that feasible to get people.
Delegates, can you conclude your statements?
Yeah, I would like to conclude my point as it is not that feasible to do this motion.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. This project not only addresses waste management but also create meaningful employment.
Any other points of contradiction? Nitya.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask a question to my co-delegate that there are multiple in-house initiatives done by multiple large-scale temples where they collect the flowers within the temple and make the incense. Then what's the point of you going to every mini temple that is there in the two Telangana or in two states, the Telugu states, and initiating this program?
Any other points of contradiction? Member in the back, from my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The idea that was proposed by my fellow delegate was a great idea, but I think it's more of a business idea than an idea that can be implemented by a student or an NGO. There are already businesses like this, for example, Food, which does pretty much the same thing. It collects flowers from all these temples, and I also failed to understand how this student or NGO, how HYA is going to play a part in this, and I don't understand the exact plan of action. Thank you.
Thank you.
have been receiving a lot of requests from the members asking to prolong the session for a little bit so as to they can propose their motions. We will go with it. We will go with last 3 motions, and the rest that we are unable to cover, we request all the members to please write their motion in the chat and send it to the chair table if they do not get the opportunity to speak. Any new motions on the floor?
Member to the extreme right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Decent work and economic growth is not just to encourage ideas, jobs and small-scale works. If we not encourage farming, who do farming? From where we get food? To get more food and to get more productivity, we need to encourage farmers, like giving their needable tools and quality seeds. Thank you.
Could you please summarize your motion once?
I would do and I would explain that what is the importance of farming in future, and it's like we need encourage ideas, jobs and other work. Many farmers are moving from their village to city areas to do other jobs. If they move like that, who do farming and from where we get food? If all farmers will move like city and they do small scale jobs and do other jobs, ideas jobs.
But your motion, what is your motion? What is your plan of action?
Like to give tools and we give quality seeds and we need to encourage them.
Okay. Any point of support?
To summarize the motion, the members propose that we give enough set of awareness, we spread enough set of awareness, we give enough support so the farmers don't propagate from the area where they belong to. Is that the motion, member?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Yes, we need to support them and we need to give encourage. Thank you.
Thank you, member.
Any points of support? Points of contradiction? Akshit.
I thank Honorable Chair for acknowledging me. So, my co-member was speaking about supplying the quality seeds, and I don't think as an student and organization, HYA will be able to do that. You know, despite of having multiple testing labs and a lot of scrutiny, still we see multiple cases where duplicate seeds getting supplied and also farmers committing suicide. And even 1 out of 99 cases happen like that. HYA and state will not be in a situation to handle with those cases, and we will not be able to collaborate with any of the companies and get into the business of supplying seeds and all those things. And so I think this is not something which HYA will be able to implement in the span of the next 3 months, and also is out of the scope of this organization at this point of time. Thank you.
Any other points of contradiction?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. To my co-delegate, I don't think we can urge a certain bunch of people to stick to a profession. I think it's their basic right to be part of any profession they want to be. So if they are leaving farming, we can't really urge them to go back in.
Thank you, folks. Any new motions on the floor? Any new motions? Member to right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I came up with a solution based to build rural recycling and upcycling units, create jobs and income by converting waste into useful products. So, like handmade paper from agricultural waste, eco-friendly bricks from plastic waste, upcycled furniture and handicrafts from discarded materials.
support? Could you please summarize the motion again, member?
Thank you, Chair. I came up with a solution based to recycling and upcycling units, create jobs and income by converting waste into useful products.
Useful?
Products.
Such
Like
as?
handmade paper from agricultural waste and eco-friendly bricks from plastic waste.
To summarize your motion, you want to create a recycling chain for products. Okay. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Member to my left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I actually do not understand the exact plan of action of how this is going to be brought about. And also, what about the maintenance? Like we've discussed in every other goal, what about the maintenance? Does it consume electricity? And if it does, do these rural areas have the necessary electricity for these recyclable machines to run? Thank you.
Member, do you have anything to say to them?
Thank you, Sir, for acknowledging me. So that uses free raw materials like agriculture and plastic waste, low-cost tools and training, and also government grants and CSR supports available for waste management.
Do you have the answer now, member? Okay. Again, remember, how do you think what would HYA do here in this situation? How are HYA adding value here, and what is their role here?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think we can set up recycling and upcycling units in rural areas and like make it as eco-friendly, where we can convert our plastic waste into eco-friendly products like that.
Member to the right, do you have a point of contradiction?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Basically, I have a point of support, not contradiction. This gonna be a good idea because this is already implemented in Chennai and all. Like they have taking all these plastic waste from like Maggi packets and all, the plastic waste, and they're recycling into a beautiful handbag wraps. So what HYA can do for this is we can inspire from them that people who are doing in Chennai, and we can inspire from them, and we can ask which type of machines they are using, and we can use the same here too, so that we can help the people.
Thank you, member. Any new motions on the floor?
I think we can start the voting process. So, the first motion, providing occasional courses training for the underprivileged communities in rural Telangana. Members with the motion, please raise the placard. Members against the motion? Motion not passed. Setting up basic product vending machines like cup making machines and create an ecosystem for developing a business, small scale business. Members with the motion? Members against the motion? Let's go with a voice vote. Members with the motion say aye. Aye. Against the motion say nay. Nay. Motion passed. Conducting digital communication and aptitude workshops in rural Telangana. Members with the motion? Members against the motion? Members with the motion? So sorry. Folks, but we feel that this motion can be really a considered one. so which we can really work on, providing the workshops and aptitude on leaderships and communication skills. So the motion is passed. To create a platform to showcase their personal talent skills through HYA. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion clearly not passed. Setting up sessions with bank executives regarding the periodic savings in the rural Telangana. Members with the motion? Against the motion? With the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Retain all the previous programs of Street Cause and setting up a new database again to make a smooth transition to create a proper revenue. Members with the motion? Is the motion clear? Yeah, so basically from the past 15 years, Street Cause has done so many projects like setting up stitching machines and building some community centers with respect to HYA or divisions. So few are currently in working and few are not. So reviving all the community centers and making them work together to create more revenue is a motion which was raised by one of the delegates. Members, is the motion clear? Members with the motion say aye. Aye. Against the motion say nay. Nay. Members with the motion say aye. Aye. Against the motion say nay. Nay. Motion passed. Setting up local business incubators to generate the revenue. Members with the motion say aye. Aye. Against the motion say nay. Nay. Is the motion clear? Creating awareness sessions on workers and vendors' relations in the market. Members with the motion, raise your placards. So basically, this motion is to create an awareness session. Most of the vendors do not have exact idea where to go sell the products and where to go do the business. So an awareness session to let them know how they can sell the products, how can they do the business, and creating a relationship between workers and vendors. Is the motion clear? Members with the motion, raise your placards. Against the motion? Motion not passed. Reaching out to bureaucrats regarding the internships and connecting them to the government schools. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed.
Giving awareness sessions on organic farming. With the motion? Giving awareness sessions, providing awareness sessions on organic farming. Members with the motion? Members against the motion? Motion not passed. Taking awareness sessions on new courses rather than the conventional courses, more likely pointing out towards vocational courses in the curriculum. Is the motion clear? Please speak when you're asked to, members. Do not randomly speak. Taking awareness sessions on vocational subjects and not the already formed curriculum in the schools. Taking awareness sessions on vocational based subjects. Members with the motion, please raise your placards. I hope you all understand what vocational subjects are. Members against the motion. Members with the motion. Members against the motion. Members with the motion say aye.
Aye.
Members against the motion say nay.
Nay.
With the motion say aye.
Aye.
Against the motion say nay.
Nay.
Motion passed. Distributing artificial honeycomb nests. Members with the motion, please raise your placards. Distributing artificial honeycomb nests to generate employment. Against the motion? Motion not passed. Awareness program to eradicate child labor. Members for the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed.
Building a community with all the freelancers with the help of HYA members to provide an income. Members with the motion? Members against the motion? Motion not passed. Forming self-help groups with the help of different artisans and create an employment for them. Members with the motion? Members against the motion? Motion not passed. Building solar-powered cold storages to reduce the wastage of crop for the farmers. Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Collecting waste and turning them into useful products like incense sticks by recycling them. Members with the motion? Members against the motion? Motion not passed.
Provide support and encourage the farmers to stay and work on field instead of migrating elsewhere. Members with in support of the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Recycling and converting waste into usable material. Members in support of the motion? Recycling and converting waste into usable material. Against the motion? For the motion? Please raise your placards properly. In support? In support? Against the motion? In support? Against the motion? Motion passed.
We have received a check collecting all the books, papers and all the old materials from all the volunteers of HYA and Street Cause, make them recycled and generate an income. Did you get the motion? Members with the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Thank you, Shruti. Thank you, Tejesh, for chairing the table. Folks, I've been receiving the checks regarding the breaking the rosa. So members, the house is adjourned for 2 minutes. You can break the fast, whoever required. And after 2 minutes, we'll start off with the elections, the most interesting part of HYA. members, please don't leave the hall. they can nominate themselves. We have 5 positions, 4 vice chairs and 1 chair project. You can either nominate yourself for a vice chair position or a chair project position. In the snacks break, you can do a 10-minute campaign for yourself and you can convince the other members, your co-members and co-delegates, to convince them to vote you. You will be getting the voting card where you have to fill all the names whom you want to elect. After the snack break, every nominated members will get 45 seconds of time to give their speech. So here we have the top 15 fundraisers. Please stand up with your placards when I pronounce your name. Himabindu, Vanch, Sharanya. Is Sharanya here? Shalini, Akhilesh, Diya, is Diya here? Arshita, Katyayani, Akshaya, and now we have our top 5 members. Vijay, who closed 25,500. Pranavi, who closed 26,600. Vaishnavi Mediala, who closed 30,000. Deva, who closed 30,304 rupees. And now we have our top fundraiser, Guru Teja, who closed 33,724 rupees. Congratulations, folks. In the high tea break, you can go around while having your snacks and have a campaign. Convince your co-members, co-delegates to vote you. Get to know if you want to take part for a vice chair election or the chair project's part. Please do remember that people who are taking part as vice chair cannot take part as a chair project, and people who are taking part as a chair project cannot take part as a vice chair. Either choose vice chair or chair projects. I request OC, alumni and chief executive board not to support in any kind of campaignings to the members. I repeat again, I request organizing committee, alumni and chief executive board not to support any member regarding the campaign. The house is adjourned for the high tea break and the house will start again in the sharp next 15 minutes, where we'll start off with the speeches of the top 15 fundraising members. All the best, folks. And one more thing, if you feel that even though you're not in this list, but you still feel that I can be a part as a vice chair, I can be a good candidate as a vice chair or a chair project, you can come to the chair table, you can convince the chair and take part in the coming elections, and you can nominate yourself. Thank you. The house is adjourned. Members, phase 1 members specially, please be at your positions. I know you have experienced all the election movements and all. It's time for phase 2 members also experience this. I declare the House in order. Before starting off with the session, I would like to apologize because I forgot the name, one of the member name to announce during the top 15 fundraiser. I would love to announce Aklandeshwari as one of the top 5 fundraisers. We apologize to you, Aklandeshwari. The house is in order. So now, it's time for the speeches, folks. I'll start calling with their names. One by one, please come. You will be given 45 seconds of time to give your opening speech. Right? Before the speeches, this is to inform that Akhilesh has withdrawn his nomination. So we have only 14 members in the race right now. Himabindu. Please bring your placards when you are coming. Himabindu. And next one, please be ready with your placard.
Thank you, sir. Hey,
I
folks.
still didn't start off the timers. Can you please get down? Himabindu, are you ready? Please come. The timer start before starting off with the timer. Vansh, please be ready next. And after the completion of your speech, you can get your placard and start here. Let's start off.
Thank you, Chair. Hey, folks. I'm Himabindu, a second-year student from Sema College. So I am here to nominate myself for Vice Chair position. I'll assure you, I'll give you the credit if you do things, and I'll definitely support you when you're in your downs. But I'll definitely be friendly. But when it comes to the work, I'll definitely be your mom. So please do consider my humble request and please do it for me. Thank you.
Vansh. And next, Saranya, please be ready with your placard near the dais. Stand on the dais. Your timer starts now.
Delegates, folks, I stand with
Please turn on your mic. Proceed.
Delegates, folks, I stand before you today not just as a candidate, but someone who is determined to redefine the impact that we can make together. I will, along with the help of everyone, will ensure that every project we undertake transforms lives at grassroots level. Now I'm not really aggressive or a
It's okay. It's okay, you can continue.
or a very strict person, but I will make sure that whatever project we undertake works at maximum efficiency. I will implement a structured strategy for every project. I will be open to criticism, feedback, and ideas from.
Your time's a bunch, but before continuing, what position that you're contesting for? Thank you. So folks, please do remember, while you are giving your speech, let your name know, tell your name and then what position you are contesting for, either vice chair or chair projects. Saranya. And next, Shalini, please be ready with your placard near the dais. You may start.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, I'm Sharanya. Today I am contesting for a vice chair. I promise to fulfill my duties and keep up the name of HYA Season 14, Phase 2. Folks, this is our season, our phase. Let's prove. And I am promising to stand and take responsibility on all of your behalf. Who are we? Who are we? Come on, guys. Who are we? Thank you.
Thank you, Sharanya. Shalini. Diya, please be ready with your placard near the dais.
Good evening, everyone.
Sorry, Sharanya. Shalini, right? Sorry, just you can start.
Good evening, everyone. I'm campaigning for chair project. I'm not here just to ask for your vote. I'm here to show you why I am the right person to lead. My work and dedication speak louder than words. When I take on a task, I give it my all, ensuring no detail is overlooked and every challenge is tackled head on. For me, leadership is about inspiring a team, creating an environment where ideas flow and pushing everyone to achieve more. If you want a chair who leads with passion, purpose and action, I'm ready to take on that responsibility. Thank you.
Diya has taken back her nomination. Archita? Akhilandeshwari, please be ready with your placard next.
Good evening, everybody. I am Archita and I'm standing for vice chair. So I don't want to complicate it, let's put it simple. One reason that I would tell you to why to vote for me is I am confident enough to take a stand, to take an initiative. If I have raised 15k funds with top performer of the day, then I'm sure that I could give my best, even if I win or even my project succeed or not. Thank you.
Akhilandeshwari? Katyayani, please be ready.
Hello everyone, I'm Akhilandeshwari.
Give me a moment.
Oh, sorry.
You can start off.
Thank you, Chair. Hello everyone, I'm Akhilandeshwari. So I'm here to contest for Vice Chair. And I believe leadership is not just about holding a title. It's about listening, understanding, patience, considering, taking action and creating real impact. So I don't believe in hard work, but I believe in hard work. So, and smart work, innovation and make sure that every voice is heard. So elect me and let's not just talk about the change, let's make it happen. Your vote is your trust and I promise I make it count. Thank you so much.
You're contesting as?
Vice Chair.
Katyayani? Forgot to mention, Katyayani is also now in the top 5 performers. Congratulations.
Good evening everyone, I am Katyayani. I am contesting for the Vice Chair. I am standing before you today not just to ask for your vote, but to share vision, a vision where every voice is heard, every idea matters and together we create something extraordinary. I am ready to listen, ready to act and ready to lead with the integrity, creativity and collaboration. Your trust means everything to me and thank you for your time, support. Thank you.
Akshaya? And next, Vijay, please be prepared with your placard. Akshaya? You can start. 1 minute. You can start.
Hello everyone, good evening. I am Akshay Akula, a first year student at BVRTH, and I am excited here to be standing here as a vice chair for HYF14. I joined HYF because of a simple reason, because I believe in creating impact. Giving back to society has always been an important part of me. For me, leadership isn't about just standing in front. It's about being with people, staying together, and helping them throughout everything. Together we can bring fresh ideas and innovative. Let's do this.
Vijay, are you there? Please be prepared with your placards near the podium, please. Pranavi, please be prepared. Come near to the dais. You can start.
Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. I am Vijay from CMR, standing for Chair Project. I feel very proud and privileged for being part of HYS Season 40 Phase 2. To be honest, it was not that easy from the day one, but with my determination and perseverance, I could make it happen. Coming to the point, please kindly give your best in supporting me. I will be open for any kind of insight. I strongly believe I can turn ideas into impactful projects. And finally, it's our Season 14, our Phase 2. Let's make it a blast. Thank you.
And next, Vaishnavi, please be prepared. Vaishnavi Miriala. Just to avoid the confusion. You can start, Pranavi.
Thank you for this opportunity. I am Pranavi. I am from Malaridi University. And I am standing as Chair Projects. I am confident that I will become the Chair Project, and I am saying this because I have been admin RFC, and after also exhausting all my contacts, I have managed to raise 27,000 for the commitment I have given to HYA. So I will be so committed regarding the projects too. Next 4 months projects manchiga cheskundam, fun and also sustainable projects. Obviously, if everything feels heavy to you all, workload ekkunnaa gaani, you can come to me. There is always a hand to hold and also a shoulder to lean on. You can lean on. Thank you.
I know, guys. I know, but please don't break the tables. We won't get the security deposit back if we break the tables. Please. Sorry? Okay.
Thank you, and please vote for me as. Thank you, and do vote for me as Chair Projects.
Vaishnavi Miriala. Next, Devansh, please be prepared. You can start, Vaishnavi.
Hi everyone, this is M. Vaishnavi. I am nominating myself as Vice Chair. As they asked in the period that we can reach 30k or not, I said I could do that, and I am the first person to close my commit. There you can see my commitment, and in the same way I also contribute to project execution. We are all in it, and I also know HIA is not only about raising funds, it is also about bringing new projects which impact people, and you can see my motion was passed in the assembly. Please do vote for me, we are all in it. Thank you.
Your contesting for?
Vice Chair.
Devansh, are you ready? Guru Teja, please be prepared. Start.
Good evening, my fellow delegates. I am Devan Vora. Today, as I stand before you, I ask you one thing. What values an NGO? Is it time? Is it money? Is it determination? Or is it the confidence? Well, including all, this is what is required, and I am willing to give my very best for a social cause. I want this to be clear. No fancy words or false promises. Let us give our best to HYA, regardless of results. Do vote for me. Do vote for me as you find an evident change. Again, this is Devan Vora, standing for myself.
Guru Teja, there is one. before starting off, there is one more person who convinced the chair table to nominate himself. I'm so sorry. Yes, Manu. He can. Guruteja, you can.
Good evening, everyone. I am Guruteja, contesting for Vice Chair. You guys know that have gave 4 impactful solutions, which of them, 3 of them passed today, and also have raised funds of 33,000, and I am the top of fundraiser. And these 2 things represents my dedication, my hard work, my commitment towards my work. And also, delegates, voting me as a Vice Chair is in your hands, and doing work is in my hands. And I believe that I am the best, and let's prove together that we are the best. So delegates, please do vote for me as a Vice Chair. Thank you.
Organizing committee, I hope you have distributed the voting cards. Meanwhile, please start the distribution. Please make sure that you are only distributing the cards to members. Chandrakant. You can start, Manu.
Hello folks, I'm Manu. I'm standing as Vice President, VC, and I make sure this season phase 14 goes well, and I make sure I'll be available all the time whenever all my co-delegates are needed, and I make sure every project is more sustainable and more impactful for needed people, and make sure everything goes well, and make sure everyone are involved, and make sure everyone are responsive for what they are doing, and make sure everything and everyone are attentive for the projects, and make sure everyone's attentive in the project, and make sure last phase, I guess 90 projects are implemented for phase 1, and make sure this season minimum 22 projects are being implemented. Please do vote for me as VC. Thank you. Who are we? Nothing but the best.
Time is up. Yep, contested for Vice Chair. So the speeches are done, guys. So we have 3 chair projects nominees: Shalini, Vijay, and Pranavi. Raise your placards, please. Up as higher as you can. So these 3 are the chair projects nominees. Rest all are the vice chairs. Guys, everyone can take their own decision. Vice chairs, please raise the placards. Please hold your placard like this. Himabindu, Vansh, Sharanya, Archita, Akhilandeshwari, Katyayani, Akshaya, Vaishnavi Miryala, Devansh, Guruteja, and Manu. These are the vice chair nominees. So guys, you all have your placards. Please do remember that you cannot fill any of the chair project's name in vice chair space, and you cannot include any vice chair nominee's name in chair projects. Please take a note of this. If you are cross-writing the names, the vote will be considered as invalid. If you are cross-writing the names of chair projects and vice chairs, the vote will be considered as invalid. Chair projects, raise your placards. Shalini, Vijay, and Pranavi. You can vote for yourself also, guys. Even you have the right to vote. Please choose your vice chairs and chair projects wisely. They are going to be the team leads of the 4 goals in the coming 3 months. Right? So the voting process starts now. You can go back to your places, guys. I repeat, Shalini, Vijay, Pranavi are the chair projects and rest are the vice chairs. The voting process will be closed and the cards will be taken back in the next 5 minutes, folks. I repeat, choose your vice chairs and chair project wisely. Don't depend on others' decision. Take your own decision and write the names because these names are going to be very crucial. I hope not any alumni or organizing committee neither Chief EB campaign for any member. Did you?
No.
No? Did every member receive their voting card? Did every member receive their voting card? Good. OCs, can you all please come towards the front? The time is up for the voting. Chandrakant, can you please collect all the voting cards and submit it to Nihal Krishna? Chandrakant.
బ్రో నీ పేరు మర్చిపోయినా ఇప్పుడు అర్థమవుతుంది.
Are the voting cards collected? Chandrakant, is every voting card collected? Please submit it to the chair table. The house is in order now. OC, can you all please take your positions? Since the voting process, did every one of you submit? Since the voting process ends, let's start the counting process. I would like to invite Shruti and Kashif Padma onto the chair table for the counting. I would like to invite Mr. Tejas Achari also onto the chair table. I request each and every OC to assemble near the chair table. Every OC.
బ్రో నీ పేరు మళ్ళా మర్చిపోయాను నాకు సంబంధం లేదు
अरे काम तो सब लोग वहाँ पे चला
అన్న జర అయిపోయిందా అట్లా వస్తలేదురా
OCs? I request all the organizing committee to assemble near the chair table.
బ్రో సైడ్ రావాలి కంపల్సరీ మీరు వెనుకకు వచ్చేసి
ఫోటో పట్టుకో ఫోటో మంచిగా కూర్చుంటాయా వేసుకుంటా తీసుకో
Is there any other OC left? Inka? Okay. Invite. So guys, these are the supporters, pillars, backbone, and each and everything of the assembly that what we have done in phase 1 and what we are doing now. Without them, there is no HYA season 14, and which we proudly say the revolutionary season 14. Just because of all the people who are standing here. Okay. So first, let me start off with a guy who randomly joined HYA. Very randomly. Initially, he was not a part of HYA. And then he's like, Rasya don't want to take me into OC. She don't want me into her team. Oddu, last week me Oddu. And then, later, he got into HYA as a supporting OC. And he got into logistics. He worked like hell for the logistics on ground. And can you guess that name?
He's flexing his muscles also.
हाँ और एक पेंगू आ गया. So now everyone are here, right? Vivek, you should not stand there, Vivek. So the guy I was mentioning about, guess the name?
Sidhu.
So we cutely call him as C2. And he's not Chandravarshit for us, he's just Sunny for us. We call him as Sunny. And Sunny, whenever there was a necessity, night ki night college nagani you were there, okay akka enta akka iskon asana. He literally roamed like he was completely on road for a whole day during phase 1, and during phase 2 also he was in office only, worked for logistics, and wherever we need his help, HR calls and whatever it might be, Chandravarshit was always there. I really thank you so much, Chandravarshit. No words to tell. Chandravarshit is so comfortable for me. You joined as a supporting OC, right? So
You want tissues?
we don't have tissues, it's only chits. If you want, you can. Okay. So thank you so much, Sunny. Without you, I could not have known so many things, right? So joined as an supporting organizing member, and promoted to as organizing core committee member. సో ఇంకా నువ్వు తిట్టుకునే ఏం లేవనుకుంటున్నాను సార్ నేను. నో ఎగ్జిక్యూటివ్ నన్ను ఎందుకు నైట్ కాల్ చేసి రమ్మంటారు ఈ పిల్ల, ఎందుకు తిరగాలి, ప్రశాంతంగా పడుకుంటున్నా కదా అని ఎన్నిసార్లు అనుకున్నారు. బట్ ఫ్రమ్ టుమారో ఆన్వర్డ్స్ యూ వోంట్ గెట్ మిడ్ నైట్ కాల్స్ ఫర్ మీ, యూ వోంట్ గెట్ చంద్రవర్షిత్ సనీ కాల్స్ క్లోజ్ అయ్యా లేదా, సనీ ట్రాక్ అప్డేట్ చేసావా లేదా. అండ్ టుడే ఇస్ ద ఎండ్ ఆఫ్ దట్ ట్రాకర్స్ and from tomorrow onwards I don't have any follow-ups to do, which I miss a lot. మీరు హాయిగా ఉంటారు కదా. So yeah, Varshit, thank you so much. This is a small thing from our side.
In that photo, literally Chandravash is giving warning only. If you can see top photo, he is giving the.
So moving on. So moving on to the next person. This person is very, very new to HYA and street costs. Somehow we got a requirement, and somehow we got 2 twin birds. Okay. HYA లో ఇన్ని రోజులు ఓన్లీ జంట పెంగ్విన్స్ మాత్రమే అనుకున్నాం, కానీ తర్వాత ఇప్పుడు జంట పక్షులు వచ్చాయి. And I always get confused with their names. So ఇద్దరు నేమ్స్ కలిపేసి చాలా కూని చేసి పలికేస్తాను అనమాట నేను. So without any experience, you're guessing, it's fine. Our పక్షులు ఏ పక్షి? So all of a sudden I took an interview and she got into OC just before 5 days of induction of phase 2. They don't know anything about HYA, but still she made so many calls, day-to-day follow-ups. Whenever I text in the WhatsApp group that is the call done, where is the update, then I only get one reply, last year the sheet is updated, you can check the sheet. And I don't know how she worked, because we couldn't even give much KT also from our side, because that week was so hectic with full of interviews, induction calls, delegation fees and everything. And these 2 twin birds solely made all the induction calls, each and every induction call. So I thought, I created a group with them and I started posting calls. Ho gaya, sheet update ho gaya ya nahi, why are there no remarks written and all. But they never got frustrated and worked, and they gave it their best. Guess the name? So the first bird is thank you so much, Preeti. I've at least told them that yes, you're going to work as supporting OC, but I never mentioned anything to you. Just okay, come, work, let's work together and let's close the things. And you have done a really very great job, which I didn't even expect. So thank you so much, Preeti. I don't know if you could have closed all the calls. What was the thing about the induction day? Thank you so much. then let's talk about the second twin. And I need not to mention the second twin name. It's Prachi. So what I do is Preeti and Prachi. So I combine their names. I call them as Preeti and Prati. So they got like, they were so annoyed. Like last year, why are you calling our names wrongly every time? And Prachi, to all the follow-ups that you have done, to all the calls that you have done, everything, whenever I gave you a call, even in the midnight of 1 o'clock to take an update, even at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, the sheet was always updated, and you never gave me a chance to question why the sheet is not updated in the past 1 week or 1.5 weeks. Really, thank you so much. You two, I really don't know. Combinedly, I thank both of you again. At least, ప్రతిసారి జంట పక్షులా కాకుండా ఇప్పుడన్నా కొంచెం అటు ఇటు ఉంటే కొంచెం హ్యాపీగా ఫీల్ అవుతాం అన్నమాట. పెంగులు ఉన్నారు, వాళ్ళు ఎక్కడికి పోరు. Promoted as organizing core committee. Very interesting guy of HYA. Our star of HYA. Yeah, the other star of street cars. So, can you guess the name? Akash. So, Songai, I mean, I forgot his name actually. His name is Akash, but I never call him as Akash. Something is fishy, guys. So, I always call him as Songa only, not Akash. So, Songa, where are you? Songa, aa rahe ya nahi aa rahe? Kya kar rahe Songa and all. And this guy is a person. నాతో ఎక్కువ తిట్లు తిన్నది సొంగానే, నాతో బాగా నవ్వి ఆడి పాడి అంతా చేసింది కూడా సొంగానే. I literally owe to his dedication. I never expected. I didn't Even after having so many things, even after having an eye infection also, he came to office to work. He came to SC to work. Thank you so much, Songa. I know how hardly you have worked for logistics. You've sat for a whole day near the vendors and called me Akka. ఇస్తేనే కదులుతా అక్క, లేకపోతే నేను రానక్క, ఎందుకు రావాలక్క. So that day was so memorable. Like he sat in front of it near the vendor, like for whole day, and then Akka, finally, వచ్చేసినాయి అక్క. We got them. And then even we recruited Songa as a supporting OC only at the beginning. We don't know who, I mean, you don't know who I am, and I don't know who he is, but later, the bond that we have built, and basically even our courses also match a little, so I always roast this guy on some or other thing. So, yeah, so thank you so much. No, ఆ రోజు గుడి దగ్గర కూర్చొని అక్క రావు లాజిస్టిక్స్ వచ్చినాయి అక్క అని అప్డేట్ ఇవ్వకపోయిందంటే చాలా వరకు అయ్యేది కాదు. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్. And the next person is నాకు తెలిసినంత వరకు నేను బాగా వచ్చిన పర్సన్ సొంగ తర్వాత. సో at moment లో we had like array this is not happening, we need to cope up with the response, and she literally gave an instantaneous answer with her work. And then the follow-up that she has done in the weeks when it is utmost priority for every OC, and that moment the communication that she gave and the dedication, with the dedication that she worked, even though having so many things in her plate. Can you guess? Can you guess? Tanvi Sannidhi. So I roasted this girl like anything, right? Too much. I roasted this lady too much. And she responded. She never like, no, Lasya, why are you talking like that? No, I don't want to work. No. But every time she reverted back, she explained, and then she worked. Thank you so much, Tanvi. Your presence made a lot of difference during some time, especially during the recs and whenever there is a necessity. You felt the register, took the names, and then last year clearly panel agipoyindi. What are you doing? Why are you stopping the panel? Why are you talking? Why did you go out of the panel? And why are you talking with other members? Start of the panel immediately. Members are waiting for us. They should not wait for us. So many things, man, during the recs. I was like, ma, na valla kaadu, naku breaki. So yeah, that was a moment for us. I think it was a memory between both of us, and the memory with this girl, every time she draws a star whenever she meets any one of us and take photos and everything. Thank you so much, Tanvi, with your work and everything. You made lots and lots of difference. Really, thank you so much. Songa. There's a little surprise for you.
promoted as the Director of Logistics. Next person is who? A friendly guy. A friendly guy. Always enthusiastic. Always asks so many questions. Lasya, can I do this? Lasya, can I not do this? Yes, who? Shashank. Shashank is one of the OC who completely transformed from the beginning to the end. Shashank, who I represent, is way different with the Shashank whom I'm talking to and I'm seeing to now. The way he changed the communication, the way he started speaking in numbers, the way he turned his brain into the way how he's thinking maturely. And one point, marketing. Lasya, AP college lo okay ayindi. Veldam. AP college lo okay ayindi. Veldam. Members the main product test. Rohit ne name bakuta. And everything. He literally gave his everything for marketing, campaigns.
Hello.
All. Other than that, with the calls also he did exceptional work. No words to describe how you handle panels along with Salam. Every day you came, sat on the panels and took breaks, GDs, interviews and everything. No words to say about that. Thank you so much, Shah. For any one who especially has been voted as the Director of Marketing.
Hello.
And one more interesting person. Not interesting or something, but yeah. She literally made me shocked with her work. Within very less days, she combined with everyone, worked hardly, did so many things, and whenever I ask something, yes, Lasya, we can do. Whether it might be calls, whether it might be permissions, whether it might be cheapness and all, she helped me all through the way, and I never felt like she's very new to the team. And she's like, yes, let's rock this HYS 14. I still remember the message that you have sent me on Instagram. That was one message which made more connected to you. And without, but who is
Thank you.
I know, CMR people are very excited, but please. I know CMR mentor is also excited, but please.
Ajit, okay.
The last 1 week, everything that you could give. Even though after having so many things, you went to the college and immediately after the college you came back and then again you went home. Everything. I don't have words and I don't have a proper word to thank you also because you entered into our family in a very crucial moment and not even 1 single second you gave up on your every time you worked very hard. Thank you so much, Gora. So, Purna has been promoted as the Director of HR One more, a bass voice person, a muscular person whom everyone respects. So, he helped us as the supporting OC for phase 1. He joined. He joined as an organizing committee member in phase 2, and I hosted this guy for a leave. Like, Diksha, I don't know what you do. I want this. Somehow that guy sent me some video, and next day he will tell what the script is. Right? And yeah, that guy is Sidhu Dixit. Yes, forgot to mention. He is working as an organizing committee member for the second time also. For the leads, for the content and everything, without any support also, you have did. And I don't know, we could not have closed the things without you. Because not that Sidhu, and this guy won't lift the car. This guy will lift the car and tell me last year I was in event. Last year I was never lifted my call. Only once lifted. And if I text him to it, today also he will reply me tomorrow, right? Sometimes I don't see my messages. But yeah, thank you so much, Dikshit. Thank you so much, Dikshit, and hope this journey will continue. And hope you won't ghost me anymore. You want chips? So, portfolios.
proud of your move, and I'm really impressed with that. I don't have any words to convey to you because I don't know English. So, and one more thing, this guy is like a documentation for me. So, whenever I want some message, I'll chat to you. So, boys, are you there? Yes, Alaska? Yes, I want this message here. Okay, Alaska. And then, after some time, this is the message. Why is it change करना है? So, he always helps me in whatever way he can. And thank you so much, boys. Thank you so much. Moise has been promoted as yes. Moise has been promoted as Senior Director for Marketing and Director for Digital. Thank you so much, Moise. Hope this bond will continue and whenever I want to yes. ఇంకో కార్డు ఇచ్చేవా సో ఇది పెంకు నెంబర్ 2 వివేక్ So, Vivek, he is one of the person whom I can rely on for everything. Except Pulse. We don't do Pulse. Right, Sana? Right? Make you do the Pulse. So, this guy worked for so many things. Just random up. Vivek, will you work for HYS? వచ్చేస్తా లాస్ట్ ఏ ప్రాబ్లం లేదు. And then he even worked for season 13 as an OC. And he worked as an OC for season 4. I roast him in 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock bus. ఎక్కడో తిరుగుతూనే ఉంటావు పని చేయకు ఏం చేయవు ఎన్ని తింటాను అన్నీ తింటాను అండ్ బట్ వీ లిటరలీ హ్యాడ్ గ్రేట్ మూమెంట్స్ at my dream phase 1 venue searches or phase 2 logistics and whatever it might be. Okay, so ఈ కాంబినేషన్ లేకపోతే ఆగోదు. సో whenever Abhishek is there, Vivek will be there. Whenever Vivek will be there, Abhishek will be there. No need to question that. And Vivek will go in this way, Abhi will go in this way. Vivek turns right, Abhi turns right. And everything, whatever they do, no, some kind of telepathy or something. But पूरा बदमाश हो गए. पूरा.
Abhishek better.
Vivek is far better. This guy, but पूरा बदमाश है. Don't trust his face. Okay. And Abhi, you have done tremendous work. Rajasthan
It's okay with it. I know you might be very emotional with it. It's fine.
Thank you so much, Vivek. You have been promoted as the Senior Director of Logistics. And the Clean Brother Penguin has been promoted as Vice Chair for Digital. So, the other person, he worked so hard, like whenever I go out, yes, Akka, I did it. You know it. I go there. And it's Raghu Verma. Raghu is the first person whom I took the interview. All the overseas, he was the first person. And when he got it, and unknowingly, he was allotted to some other portfolio first, and then he got into digital. He worked like anything. Wherever there is a requirement, I go there. And emergency ఉన్నప్పుడు మెట్రోలో కూర్చొని బస్సులో కూర్చొని full on edits చేశాడు. And then the support you gave me was, I don't want to express that in word also. ఒక భయంతో స్టార్ట్ అయిన friendship that has come so far, and we have built a very, very great bond. We had so many up and downs, but we still crossed it and we made it today.
I think we can bang the tables. We can bang the tables, right? We can appreciate all the work done by those people. So please bang. Okay, very thanks for it. Okay, fine, cool. Done. Done.
Organizing committee and work like anything for peace and all the things we have stood up and we are finally done. We are done and dusted with us. Thank you so much. always available when we require her. Hazel is like, who's like last year? Like, she will only raise the question. Last year, जाएगा क्या? And then, वो जाएगा last year. चलो, कुछ option नहीं है ना हमारे पास. So, she worked like, she worked beautifully. All the follow-ups and all the permissions and whatever. You convince so many people and you put so many people from your college and other colleges also. The work that was done was lovely work, Hazel. Don't want to express it in one word or one line. Thank you so much. Hazel is a person, is like, she's like, my promise is like, will be done no. Everything is done no. And too sweet of you, Hazel. With all your work, you have been promoted as the, yes? 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 You have been promoted as the vice chair of the charity.
अनाउंस कर रहे हैं अरे अनाउंस कर रहे हैं
नैमिषा सनी लोकल रमन बैठ के चीफ नैमिषा
रिकॉर्ड కొట్టేసి
रिकॉर्ड అంటే కావాలి కదా
अरे 5 minutes
లాస్ట్
కృష్ణ राहुल
అన్నీ చెప్పేస్తున్నా లేకపోతే ఇంకా వాళ్ళ పైసలు తీసుకుంటే దాంట్లో బండి వచ్చినావు బండి చేసి ఏమని రైవ్ బండి మనం రైవ్ బండి చేసి మేము ఉండడం కూడా వస్తుంది అట్లా రైవ్ బండి చేసి ఉండడం కూడా వస్తుంది కదా అరే అక్షయ్ చాలు రైవ్